Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
3 days later, Levi and the others left the Orange Mountains once again aboard a reconnaissance airship. When they set out, there were 5 of them. When they returned, there were 4 people and a corpse. Creed was dead, as was to be expected. As a side note, when Levi woke up the next morning, he found that the massive stone gate had completely collapsed, and Creed had died inside his own tent. According to the investigation, Creed had apparently died of a sudden illness. As another side note, except for Levi, everyone else had completely forgotten that dream. And as a final side note, they had actually slept for a day and a night, waking up so hungry they nearly died. Of course, even though the others had forgotten the dreams, some faint residual impression seemed to remain. No one appeared overly panicked by Creed's death, though they were a bit saddened since he was their companion after all. But for an archaeology team, every expedition brought various accidents. Being able to bring a whole corpse back was already considered a decent outcome. Hearing the old professor's lament, Levi maintained a blank expression while silently mocking them in his heart. What kind of godforsaken places do you people visit every day? It's one thing to have people die, but you usually can't even leave a whole corpse behind. Are you guys really a legitimate archaeology team? I should have a chat with Annie after we get back and get her to transfer somewhere else. Although this trip had yielded nothing for the rest of them, Levi had gained quite a lot. First of all, at the final moment, the system had still issued a mission. He had then killed Creed and completed it, earning 50 plus 50, which equaled 100 days of lifespan. Based on the amount of this reward, the difficulty of the mission was not high, and in truth, it really wasn't. After all, the Goddess of Night had granted him a buff. If this were an RPG game, it would basically amount to a scripted plot kill. As the saying goes, only a storm can knock down a great tree. Conversely, the other reward was excellent. Levi had once again received an opportunity to upgrade a skill level. Without hesitation, he chose to raise the level of Puppeteer again, upgrading it from level 3 to level 4, which unlocked a second special ability. Mimicry Control. This ability was actually quite simple. Previously, when Levi used his Puppeteer ability to manipulate other puppets, those puppets would only move while he was actively controlling them, they would remain motionless if he didn't. For instance, the puppet bird that Levi most frequently used as a drone would just sit blankly on a tree branch like a dead object if he didn't control it. In fact, it truly was a dead object. But with Mimicry Control, things became different. Even if Levi didn't actively control the puppet bird, it could hop around on branches by itself, performing actions similar to those a living bird could make. Levi could even give it simple commands. For example, he could command the puppet bird to scout a certain person and inform him if they were found. The puppet bird would then take off and automatically head to the search area, immediately notifying Levi if it discovered the target. With grave Omicron. From this perspective, Mimicry Control was equivalent to granting the puppets an ability similar to artificial intelligence, except they couldn't think for themselves and still acted strictly according to Levi's commands. Aside from this, Levi's final harvest was the Persuader, which had been given a new skin by the Goddess of Night. As for what use this skin had, Levi had stared at it for a long time but completely failed to see any function, and the system provided no explanation. In short, it certainly looked beautiful enough, though it seemed no different in other aspects. Furthermore, Levi's journey to the Orange Mountains could be considered a massive success. Although the Goddess of Night had not told him many things, Levi was certain that at least in this world at present, more than one deity was definitely active. Moreover, the Goddess of Night did not seem to harbor too much malice toward humanity. Despite leaving behind some harsh parting words at the end, in Levi's view, it felt more like she had been provoked to anger by him. After all, based on how the Goddess of Night had initially appeared, she had seemed to want him to become her believer or subordinate. She never expected Levi to possess such a lazy disposition, which angered her to the point of speechlessness, leaving her with no choice but to drop a harsh line and depart. However, her behavior had already given Levi some clues. That is, the return of the gods might be true, but judging by the attitude of the Goddess of Night, no matter what these deities wanted to do, they were at least not in a completely hostile relationship with humanity. At the very least, when the Goddess of Night spoke with Levi, she was open to discussion, while still carrying a hint of a deity's majesty. If Levi were a native of this era, he might have been so fooled by her that he would have bowed down in worship. Unfortunately, Levi was a transmigrator from another world. Even if things like gods existed, he was mostly just curious and did not possess much reverence. Not to mention, the Goddess of Night had only chatted with him like old friends until the very end, so Levi naturally would not act with too much reverence. After all, judging from how the Goddess of Night had changed the skin of his Persuader earlier, she probably needed something from him. Therefore, Levi should strive to seize the initiative rather than surrender it to others. As for what exactly the Goddess of Night wanted to do, Levi believed she would tell him in the future. Originally, in Levi's view, the matter had already come to an end. That strange ruin had been destroyed, the Phantom Killer had been eliminated, and his mission in Marisha was complete. Now all he had to do was go back, join up with the Imperial Army for a victory celebration, and everyone would return to Mist City together. However, what's the situation? It's not over yet. Returning to the airship, Levi looked at Henry with a bewildered expression after learning about the current battle situation. The Marisians are that resilient? To be honest, hearing this news only made Levi feel as though he had misheard. What kind of international joke was this? Given the thunderous momentum of the Imperial Army's strike this time, combined with their absolute crushing advantage over Marisia, 3 days should have been enough to secure victory, if not wipe out the entire rebel force. Yet they were still at a stalemate. Did they summon some kind of monster? Not quite. If that were the case, it would actually be simpler. Henry let out a sigh. At that moment, Anthony, who was beside him, spoke up. It's actually the commander's order. The commander? Yes. At the very beginning, our Imperial Army was indeed unstoppable, quickly breaking through several rebel cities and capturing them. However, resistance from the southern cities, led by the second largest city, Noyak City, was extremely fierce. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Admiral Howe decided to negotiate with the rebel leaders, demanding that they open the gates and surrender on their own initiative. The so-called, not afraid of a godlike opponent, but afraid of a pig-like teammate. Levi now understood why both of these men looked so dejected. If they were inferior in skill and couldn't win, that would be one thing, but if their own commander refused to let them fight, that was a different matter entirely. Not only that, General Howe also proposed to the rebel leaders that if they choose to surrender, the Empire might recognize the political status of the Continental Parliament. No, is he insane? Hearing this, Levi was already dumbfounded. The Continental Parliament was currently viewed by the Empire as a rebel organization, and the commander was saying that as long as the other side surrendered, the Empire would recognize the political status of this bunch of rebels. True, Levi admitted that fighting a rebellion required striking one group while drawing in another. It was impossible to just slaughter all the Marisians, saying such things was gratifying but brought no benefit to the Empire. But the problem was, you have to identify the right target for your united front. It wasn't as if Marisia lacked royalists who favored the Empire. You ignore your existing supporters and offer benefits to the enemy instead. Insane. How could the cabinet send such an idiot? It's not exactly that Admiral Howe has a bad brain, Anthony snorted coldly. Actually, a few years ago, Noyak City built a monument for Admiral Howe's older brother, who died in battle in Marisia. Therefore, Admiral Howe still has a bit of goodwill toward Noyak City. Not only that, there are actually military issues as well. Henry was clearly unwilling to get entangled in these confusing political affairs and quickly shifted the topic. The current problem is that the main body of the rebel forces has hidden themselves in Braze Mountain outside Noyak City. They are numerous and concealed within the forests of Braze Mountain, where the vegetation is dense. Even with a reconnaissance airship, we cannot determine exactly how many troops are inside Braze Mountain or where they are hiding, so the general cannot act rashly either. Anthony immediately followed up, of course, I admit this is also a reason. After all, the Imperial Army is indestructible and invincible in the eyes of the Marisians. If a battle breaks out inside Braze Mountain and the Imperial Army suffers heavy losses as a result, even if we achieve victory in the end, the gains will not make up for the losses. Well, this reason is a bit more reliable. Levi nodded. Indeed, what was most important for the Empire right now was not just winning, but winning beautifully. However, fighting a guerrilla war in a dense, deep mountain could be said to flatten most of the military advantages of the Imperial side. No matter what aerial battleships or heavy soldiers the Empire possessed, they had no good solutions when facing thick forests and rugged mountainous terrain. And once the Imperial Army suffered severe losses here, the Marisians would definitely start making moves. At that time, if all the rebels in Marisia fled into the forest to fight a guerrilla war, the Imperial Army would be completely left in the dark. Analyzing it from a military perspective, Levi understood the reason behind General Howe's decision. If there was no way to deal with the rebel forces stationed inside Braze Mountain, then the Empire either had to risk being bitten by the opponent to enter the mountain, or choose to force the opponent to nod at the negotiating table. No wonder General Howe could propose such absurd peace terms. So, did the rebels agree? Of course they wouldn't agree. That made sense. The rebels were not fools either. Even if General Howe claimed the Empire would recognize the Continental Parliament, it didn't mean it would let these people off. Finding a pretext to arrest them and execute them together would not be very difficult. The rebels also knew that their deterrence lay in that army inside Braze Mountain. If they chose to surrender and withdrew that army, the Empire would move without hindrance throughout Marisia. So, as long as we find and eliminate that army hidden inside Braze Mountain, the rebels will be completely finished. Levi quickly reached a conclusion. Henry nodded. That is exactly right. All right then. Levi pondered for a moment and made a decision. Give me a reconnaissance airship. I will go to Braze Mountain to scout it out. It is worth explaining that the scout airships of this era were entirely different from modern reconnaissance aircraft. They lacked the powerful radar and advanced detection systems of the modern age. Their appearance did not resemble that of an aerial battleship, but rather that of a literal blimp. After all, the primary objective of a scout airship was high-altitude surveillance, though its utility remained quite limited. As previously mentioned, these airships carried very little high-tech gear. Their equipment was minimal, a single camera and 3 large ground-observing telescopes positioned at the front, middle, and rear of the craft. Their appearance was somewhat similar to a submarine's periscope, except that a submarine's periscope extended upward, while the airship's telescopes pointed downward. Simply put, the primary function of a scout airship was to photograph the entire battlefield from a high altitude, giving the command post a clear understanding of the terrain and identifying the locations of specific structures. Following that, a more detailed second round of investigation would be conducted using the scouting telescopes. It was considered a great success if they could confirm the positions of vital targets or buildings through this method. Consequently, while scout airships were quite useful in open plains or naval warfare, their effectiveness dropped significantly when facing mountainous terrain with dense vegetation. This was exactly one of the problems causing General Howe a headache. Therefore, when he learned of Levi's request through Henry, General Howe quickly summoned Levi to meet with him. "You have a way to scout the rebels' positions in this kind of environment?" "I have my methods." Levi certainly had a method. He just needed to use his cheat. It was no big deal. Hearing Levi's response, General Howe fell into deep thought. In fact, not long ago, he had received a severe scolding over the phone from the cabinet. While the cabinet had indeed granted General Howe the authority to hold peace talks, their stipulation was that he could only negotiate with the Mauritians who submitted to the empire, not with the rebels. Therefore, the cabinet demanded that General Howe eliminate the rebels immediately, regardless of the cost. General Howe thoroughly disliked hearing that phrase, regardless of the cost. Just as Henry had analyzed, it would not be difficult for the Imperial Army to win this battle, but doing so without sustaining heavy losses was impossible. That was where the difficulty lay. It was like playing a video game where you control a character to fight a boss. The mission required you to defeat the boss, which was not hard. But if the mission required you to defeat the boss while maintaining your HP above 90% the entire time, the difficulty skyrocketed by more than just a single tier. General Howe was no fool. Even though the cabinet claimed to spare no expense right now, if he were actually stupid enough to take them literally, those old masters in the cabinet would later question why, given the strength of the Imperial Army, they had suffered such heavy casualties against a group of rebels armed only with muskets. When that time came, he would be the one to take the blame. There was no helping it. For the soldiers at the bottom, winning was all that mattered. But as a commander, General Howe had to consider far more. However, if Levi could truly locate the rebels hidden in the forest. "Tell you what, I can give you one chance." General Howe made his decision. "I want you to go to Mount Clunt right now to investigate the deployment of troops there." "Any problem?" "A with circumflexo." Mount Clunt was where a portion of the Imperial Army's ground forces was currently stationed. General Howe had deployed troops there to blockade the southern rebel forces. The conditions there were similar to Bray's Mountain, except the forces hidden within were the Imperial Army, not the rebels. Although he did not know what capabilities this detective possessed, if he could truly locate all the Imperial troops in the Mount Clunt area, then it was worth taking a gamble. "No problem." Levi nodded and turned to leave. Watching Levi depart, General Howe frowned and looked toward Henry, who was standing nearby. "Is he always this confident? You should have told him that high-altitude reconnaissance is incredibly difficult." For ordinary soldiers, high-altitude scouting was not only difficult but also carried immense pressure. If they made a wrong judgment, they would be the ones scapegoated. They might even face a military tribunal because of it. Although Levi was not a regular soldier and would not face a military tribunal, General Howe was absolutely certain that if this handsome man was all talk, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. "I don't know what Mr. Levi is thinking either." Henry could only shrug in response. He did not understand Levi's thoughts, but as a soldier, he did not care about the process as long as the results were delivered. 3 hours later, Levi reappeared before General Howe. This time, he brought nothing but a single map. "All right, it's done." Just looking at the map, General Howe was certain that Levi was a complete amateur when it came to high-altitude scouting. Normal high-altitude reconnaissance required a vast number of photographs as evidence, along with a comprehensive analysis of the battlefield. Yet Levi had come to report with nothing but a map. Did he honestly think high-altitude scouting was merely about drawing a terrain map? Still, it would not be too late to scold him after looking at it. General Howe silently took the map and began to examine it. Then, he froze completely. What on earth was this? Indeed, what lay before General Howe was a map of Mount Clunt. The issue, however, was what Levi had marked on it. He certainly did not provide a formal reconnaissance report. In fact, Levi had simply drawn some circles on the map, some larger and some smaller. He had then labeled them with numbers of personnel, such as 500 men here, 200 men there, and about 30 men over here. It was highly unprofessional, to the point of being entirely amateurish. Yet for General Howe, looking at this map sent shivers down his spine. Because he had personally arranged the defenses of Mount Clunt, and the numbers and locations marked on Levi's map were almost identical to his own deployments. How could this be possible? General Howe kept his expression neutral, but a tempest raged in his heart. He even wondered if someone had leaked his plans, but that was impossible. Only General Howe knew the overall defensive layout of Mount Clunt, others only knew fragmented details. It was completely impossible to obtain such a complete defensive map. Although the map Levi brought was utterly useless from the perspective of formal documentation, from a military standpoint, it was practically a priceless treasure. How did you do this? General Howe put down the map and stared at Levi, barely suppressing the agitation in his heart. He could not comprehend how the other man had achieved this. Although the terrain of Mount Clunt was not as complex as Bray's Mountain, the vegetation there was still quite dense. It was completely impossible to see the overall defensive layout from the air. Yet Levi's map had effectively stripped bare all the secrets of Mount Clunt's defenses. As a detective, I have a bit of a talent for this sort of thing. Faced with General Howe's inquiry, what else could Levi say? He could hardly admit that he had activated Soul Sight and seen everything below with absolute clarity. Even if Levi were willing to say it, whether General Howe would believe it was another matter entirely. I understand. General Howe stared intently at Levi for a moment before nodding. He did not know how Levi had done it, but he did not need to know. As a commander, General Howe only needed to confirm that Levi had a way to identify the positions of those rebels from within the dense forest. The rest was no longer an issue. Meanwhile, within Braze Mountain, the rebels remained fully prepared for battle. A soldier swiftly rode a horse into the encampment and handed over a letter. Reporting to the general, a letter from New York City. A man stepped out of a tent, took the letter, opened it, and skimmed through the contents. What is the situation, George? Soon, another person spoke up to ask. The Imperial Army's stance hasn't changed. They want us to engage in further negotiations with them. The rebel commander-in-chief, George Washington, spoke as he tucked the letter away. It seems they are indeed quite wary of our current deployment. But we can't maintain this standoff indefinitely. If the Imperial Army truly moves, then even if they achieve victory, they will experience just how resolute the Merisian people's will for freedom truly is. As long as we can inflict enough casualties on the Empire here, the Republic of Francis will help us restrain further Imperial actions on the international diplomatic stage. George spoke with an expression full of ambition. Prior to this, he had already sent people to establish private contact with the Republic of Francis. If the Empire chose to attack New York City, regardless of the outcome, they would strike a severe blow to the Imperial forces to inflict the heaviest casualties possible. The Republic of Francis would then seize the opportunity to unite with other nations and jointly condemn the Empire internationally. After all, the Republic of Francis was not the only nation that did not wish to see a resurgence of the Empire. If they could secretly trip up the Empire, it would be beneficial to every nation except the Empire itself. Report. Just then, a scout appeared once more. A scout airship has appeared. Oh. George picked up his telescope and looked toward the sky. Through the gaps in the leaves, he spotted a tiny black dot circling in the sky above Braze Mountain. It's just a scout airship, it signifies nothing. We are already prepared for this. Order the other camps to stay alert and do not expose yourselves. Yes, sir. Everyone had long grown accustomed to the Empire's reconnaissance. Furthermore, they had already discovered that against the environment of Braze Mountain, the Empire's scouting was practically useless. Not to mention, George had altered his plans for this very reason, dispersing a large number of troops. If the Imperial Army truly chose to enter Braze Mountain, what awaited them was a widespread guerrilla war across the mountains. George verified the deployments in various locations once more before returning to the command post. For him, this day seemed no different from any other. Once the night passed, the Empire would likely present demands for mediation and negotiation to the rebels again. Perhaps he should instruct the representatives to make a few concessions to give the other side some hope. Or should he directly abandon the negotiations and force the enemy into Braze Mountain for a decisive battle? Mulling over these thoughts, George fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, George suddenly jolted awake from his dream amidst a wave of commotion. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, he saw a soldier rush into the tent. General. The Empire is moving. What? Hearing the soldier's words, George was instantly startled. He hurriedly stepped out of the tent. It was currently the dead of night, and the surroundings were completely shrouded in darkness. But George heard it. The thunderous roar echoing from the sky, that was precisely the Empire's Cyclops. What kind of joke was this? It was the middle of the night, and the Empire chose to attack now. George quickly mounted a nearby watchtower, raised his telescope, and peered into the sky. Beneath the illumination of the moonlight, he saw that massive metallic creation slowly advancing toward Braze Mountain. General. Don't panic. George barked a command, stabilizing the soldier's emotions. This is likely just a pressure tactic from the Empire. Do not panic, and do not expose your positions. The Imperial Army has no idea where we are. Before he could finish his sentence, George witnessed several streaks of light suddenly erupt around the Cyclops high in the air. Immediately following that, the whistling sound of objects tearing through the air descended from the heavens. Flames erupted everywhere. The previously pitch-black Braze Mountain was instantly illuminated as several brilliant blossoms of fire erupted across the slopes. The flashing light lit up the dark forest, and the deafening roars of the explosions echoed through the heavens. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards shouted, trying to blow their warning horns, but George was quick and grabbed one of them immediately. Stop! This is just the enemy's trick to draw us out. Haven't you noticed that none of these shells are landing in our encampment? Hearing George's shout, everyone recovered from their panic. Looking closely, it was exactly as George had said. Although that aerial battleship was constantly pouring artillery fire toward the ground, the shells were all flying past their encampment. It looked entirely like random, blind firing. Order everyone to stay alert and keep their composure. George issued the command and returned to the command post tent. By now, the other officers had assembled, looking at their commander-in-chief, waiting for his next orders. We must absolutely maintain our calm, George declared with immense confidence. It is obvious that the enemy is attempting to use this method to disrupt our morale and force our forces hiding in Braze Mountain to panic. Once they run out of Braze Mountain, they will immediately be annihilated by the surrounding Imperial army. However, before George could finish his sentence, a frantic shouting came from outside. Report. Before the voice could even fade, everyone saw a blood-stained soldier rush in. Report, sir. The 36th Battalion's position has been completely destroyed. Destroyed? Yes. A sudden bombardment covered the entire position. No one escaped except me. This. Hearing this, George frowned. He had just said the Empire was firing blindly, and now a camp had already been destroyed. Report. Soon, another loud shout rang out, and another soldier was carried into the tent. Report, Commander, the 15th, 18th, and 27th Battalion positions have been destroyed, severe casualties. How is this possible? Hearing this, George could no longer sit still. He walked out of the tent and looked around once more. The bombardment was still continuing. The iron warship floating in the sky was like a solid fortress, mercilessly pouring fire in all directions. It was true that the Imperial army possessed formidable firepower, but no matter how powerful it was impossible to flip the entire Braze Mountain upside down. From the current firepower, it was also clear that the Empire's aerial battleship was not conducting indiscriminate bombing across the whole mountain. How on earth was this? Da-da-da-da-da. The rapid sound of hooves echoed. George turned his head and saw a warhorse carrying a blood-soaked soldier rushing in. The latter charged straight in front of George, failing to even dismount properly before tumbling headfirst into George's arms. Warren. What happened to you? Looking at the comrade before him, George was pale with shock. This was no ordinary soldier, but a brother-in-arms who had fought side by side with George and possessed his deepest trust. Yet at this moment, he had lost a leg and half an arm, looking as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood. George. Seeing Warren, George reached out with his remaining intact hand and grabbed him tightly. Eva, evacuate immediately. Evacuate? Our positions have been discovered by the Imperial army. All positions have been destroyed. That's impossible. George was dumbfounded by Warren's words. I admit the Empire is using a saturation attack this time, but there is no way they could know the location of every single one of our positions. I don't know how they did it either, but they did. Warren gripped George tightly, staring at him. When the first round of attacks began, just to be safe, I ordered all soldiers to evacuate the position immediately. In fact, not long after I gave the order, the position I was responsible for was shelled. Not only that, the remaining soldiers I led had just escaped danger when the second round of bombardment came straight for us. It was as if the Imperial army knew exactly which direction we were retreating. Our positions are completely exposed, George. Leave this place any later and you won't get away. Warren could not finish his words. He gripped George's arm, staring at him with his mouth open, as a torrent of blood mixed with foam surged from his throat. Then, Warren collapsed into George's arms, his eyes still wide open, staring into the void with a mix of confusion and despair. At this moment, George could no longer care about any of that. He just stared blankly while holding Warren's corpse, his mind completely blank. All position locations were leaked. How was that possible? It was absolutely impossible. George had also worried about spies, so he had issued orders to the other commanders individually, assigning them distinct positions and combat zones. In the entire national army, only George himself knew the locations of all positions, and he was absolutely certain he had never revealed them to anyone. And even if he took a step back and assumed the information about their positions had been leaked, how was the location to which Warren led his men to evacuate exposed? George was completely baffled by this. But to Levi at this moment, this was not a problem at all. Under the massive shadow of the iron fortress, a small reconnaissance airship hovered in the sky. Levi stared at the ground through a viewing scope. In his eyes, the earth was entirely dark. Even the bombardment of the Imperial warships was equally dark, only the sole radiance struggling within that darkness was so distinct and dazzling. Ah, this group of people is running this way. Levi stared at the rebels who had abandoned their position and begun to retreat toward the south. He reached out and drew a circle and an arrow on the map beside him. Seeing this, a messenger standing next to Levi immediately picked up the communicator, looked at the map, and reported. The enemy in Area A12 is retreating toward Area A14. Very good. Hearing the report, General Howe nodded. Conduct a saturation bombardment on Area A14. Yes, sir. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shells whistled out from the muzzles of the aerial battleship, flying toward the southern part of Braze Mountain. Then, streaks of fire flashed, accompanied by a massive roar, as soaring smoke and whistling, scattered dirt covered everything. Excellent, handled. Seeing that the dozens of light points originally in his vision had completely disappeared, Levi nodded and drew an X on Area A14. Then he shifted his gaze again, looking toward other parts of the battlefield. Indeed, under Levi's sole sight, the location of the rebels across the entire Braze Mountain was almost completely exposed. Even if the first wave of attacks did not completely wipe them out, Levi could directly determine the direction of their retreat and mark it on the corresponding part of the map. Then, specialized soldiers were responsible for reporting the coordinates, and subsequently, the Cyclops would conduct saturation bombardment on the target area. As a main aerial battleship of the Empire, the Cyclops possessed 8 380mm main cannons used for ground suppression, and its power was naturally self-evident. As long as the position was accurately pinpointed, a single wave of artillery fire was enough to completely send the enemy to the heavens. Provided the position was accurately pinpointed. Prepare to evacuate. George naturally had no idea what the situation was in the sky right now, but since his companion had not forgotten to notify him before dying, he also knew they could no longer stay here. No matter how the Imperial Army found out, at least for now, the rebel plan had completely failed. Their only option now was to immediately retreat into New York City and stand with the citizens against the Empire's tyranny. Whoosh! However, before George could give the command, a strange sound of breaking air suddenly echoed through the atmosphere. This was followed by a series of metallic clangs as several objects resembling ship anchors descended from the sky, slamming heavily into the ground around the encampment. What is that? Seeing the anchors connected to steel cables, George froze for a moment, and then seemed to realize something. Everyone, retreat immediately. Boom! Drop pods sliding rapidly down the steel cables slammed heavily into the encampment, and the resulting shockwave and blast of air instantly scattered the surrounding soldiers and officers. As the hatch doors opened, warriors clad in steel armor holding steam machine guns strode out. It was the Empire's steam mech soldiers. At this moment, George finally understood. This was all a trap by the Empire. And the reality was exactly as George thought. Levi's soul sight was indeed useful, but after all, it was just a simple skill. It wasn't like an RPG game that gave you gold or red highlights to distinguish the importance of targets. Therefore, even though Levi could lock onto all the rebel positions across Braze Mountain, he had no idea which one was the command post. And that was when General Howe made his move. He used the opportunity of negotiations to present the rebels with a peace proposal again and delivered a letter. General Howe knew very well that whether it succeeded or failed, the other party would definitely deliver his letter to the rebels' commander-in-chief. Therefore, when the negotiation representative left the city carrying General Howe's letter, Levi had been monitoring him until the messenger reached his destination, thereby confirming the command post. Then, things were easy to handle. For the other positions, the Empire wiped them out directly, while the command post was left for last, to be fully suppressed by the airborne steam mech soldiers. After all, as the leader of the rebels, he had to be brought back for a public trial and sentencing. Blowing him to pieces with a single shell would certainly be convenient, but it wouldn't look good when spoken of in the future. Once the steam mech soldiers landed, the remaining issues were naturally no longer issues. Soon, Levi received the report from the Cyclops. The rebel position has been completely suppressed. All rebel officers and their leader have been captured. Phew. Hearing this, Levi also dropped the pen in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could go home for the holidays. The Mauritius rebel army was completely wiped out, their leaders were captured, and the Imperial army returned to Mist City to a roaring ovation of thunderous applause and a passionate welcome. Well, that part only existed in the imagination. Although he had a few minor complaints about General Howe, Levi had to admit that managing the military operations of a great empire was truly no easy task. If you win, it is taken for granted. Our empire is currently so prosperous and powerful, how could we possibly fail to suppress a tiny rebellion in a remote border region? And if you lose? How on earth could you lose that? Emperor Yang's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo had completely destroyed the Sui dynasty, and the Toma crisis had set an entire empire on a downward slope. Fighting a smaller foe as the larger power actually came with immense pressure. Put into perspective, if his own country back in his past life had struggled to fight the minor nations to the southeast, Levi would have been just as displeased. General Howe's painstakingly executed campaign merited only a few sparse lines in the imperial newspapers. The Imperial Army successfully suppressed the Mauritius rebel army, its leaders and key members have been apprehended. It was not even placed on the front page. This actually aligned perfectly with the mindset of the Empire's citizens. What could be so difficult about suppressing a rebellion in a wretched place like Mauritius, where the treacherous terrain bred nothing but thugs? When the Grand Imperial Army mobilized, victory was naturally an easy, guaranteed catch. Therefore, among the public, there was practically no coverage of General Howe and his men. They were brushed past in a few brief words. Conversely, however, the press wrote extensively about Levi's actions during the counterinsurgency. On one hand, Levi's operations in Mauritius were indeed spectacular. Charging single-handedly into the Continental Congress, he had arrested the rebel leader right in front of that crowd of Mauritian savages, without batting an eye, all in the name of the Empire and the Queen. This tremendously vindicated the glory and dignity of the Empire. Furthermore, although General Howe had made a few strategic missteps, he highly praised Levi's actions upon returning to the country. This, naturally, became the focal point of the news media's reports. As the old saying goes, dog bites man is not news, man bites dog is news. Was it news for the Imperial fleet to defeat a band of Mauritian rebels armed with nothing but flintlocks? Of course not. But if a single man, relying solely on his own strength, captured the leader of the Mauritian rebels and secured the Empire's victory in the region, was that news? Now that was news. Not to mention, Levi was not a soldier. At least on the surface, he remained the Empire's most famous detective. A detective locking down a victory for the empire single-handedly greatly satisfied the vanity of the imperial citizens. After all, there was nothing worth bragging about when the imperial army beat Mauritius. It was practically an adult bullying a child. Splashing that across the front pages would only make the people of the empire look petty. But since Levi had settled the matter all by himself, it was well worth writing about extensively. It also fit the mindset of the imperial citizens perfectly. Look at how incredible our famous detective is, he can whip the Mauritian rebel army into submission all by himself. Naturally, this was also due to General Howe's flattery of Levi during his interviews. After all, General Howe knew how to return a favor. It was precisely because of Levi that the imperial army was able to eliminate the rebels hidden deep in the mountain forests with virtually zero casualties. From this perspective, Levi truly deserved the highest credit. When Levi was interviewed, he was naturally not stupid enough to claim all the glory for himself. He praised the imperial military to the high heavens. And he wasn't entirely wrong. While it felt great for Levi to show off in the Continental Congress, if the imperial fleet hadn't arrived afterward, was Levi really supposed to hack his way out of Fihat City like an invincible warrior? Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Thus, Levi expressed that he had merely played a minor role, and that nothing could have been achieved without the powerful military of the empire acting as his shield. In short, since they had won, it was best to exchange as many pleasantries as possible. A rising tide lifts all boats, you scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Of course, if they had lost, they would be shifting the blame onto each other and scrambling for survival. The imperial citizens were very receptive to this. Different countries had different cultures, and the empire's culture was actually quite similar to Levi's homeland. Everyone appreciated those who were reserved, elegant, composed, proper, humble, and possessed gentlemanly manners. This was remarkably similar to his homeland's requirements for a Junzi. Conversely, the people of the empire kept a respectful distance from those who were boastful, overly passionate, self-centered, and pretentious. Well, they might as well just read out of France's citizen's identification number. Simply put, these reports left the public highly satisfied. On one hand, Levi standing his ground alone against the Mauritians perfectly satisfied the public's worship of heroes. On the other hand, Levi's praise of the imperial military also satisfied the public's national pride regarding the empire's might. Naturally, the royal family could not let this pass without acknowledgement. When Levi returned to MI7 and handed the letter obtained from the Francis spy over to the old butler, the latter smiled merrily and told him that, considering Levi's performance in suppressing the rebellion in Mauritius, the royal family had decided to award him the Distinguished Service Medal and the Imperial Cross Medal. A with circumflex beta. As a side note, imperial medals were not something you could just pick up the moment you returned. The empire's investiture followed strict traditions. In the first and second halves of the year, the royal family would publish an honors list in the newspapers. The honored figures would be listed, and their medals would be distributed all at once during the New Year's royal banquet. On the list for the first half of the year, Levi's name was already present due to his success in solving several heinous cases in Mist City, earning him the Order of Merit, an award given to those who achieved great things in fields like art, music, literature, and politics. Clearly, Levi was receiving this medal because of the cases he had cracked. Meanwhile, the Distinguished Service Medal was a military award specifically bestowed upon those who performed meritorious deeds against enemies during military operations. Among these three honors, the most formidable was undoubtedly the Imperial Cross Medal, because it meant the recipient would attain a knighthood, joining the true nobility. This meant that starting next year, Levi would be addressed as Sir Levi. Generally speaking, a simple counterinsurgency was not enough to merit the Imperial Cross Medal. However, Levi guessed that this was likely a covert accumulation of rewards for his resolution of the Imperial Bridge incident, the Baskerville family crisis, and the Northern Star affair. After all, while these matters weren't entirely forbidden from the light of day, his identity as a collaborator with MI7 had to remain confidential. This was completely normal. No country's leader would openly commend their spies and secret agents on the front stage. Unless they were out of their mind. If Her Majesty the Queen spoke about Levi and MI7 in front of a massive crowd, Levi would turn around and run as far away as possible. Fortunately, Her Majesty would not be that foolish. Congratulations. This means you'll be a knight, Sir Levi. Katie sat on the sofa with a beaming smile, looking at Levi. After Levi's return, this young lady had, unsurprisingly, run over to the clock tower again to join in on the excitement. That will have to wait until after the investiture ceremony. It's still too early for now. When it came to celebrating too early, Levi had always politely declined. Then in the future, will I have to address you as Sir, Master? Irene also asked curiously from the side. As a girl from an ordinary family, this was her first time seeing a noble up close. Yes, you'll have to call him Sir from now on. Though really, it's about the same. Oh, right. As she spoke, Katie suddenly bounced over to Levi's side. Mr. Levi, have you thought about where you want your fief to be? Is that question up to me to decide? Shouldn't the royal family choose it for me? Facing Katie's inquiry, Levi rolled his eyes. A knight naturally received a fief. However, this was no longer the Middle Ages, it wasn't as simple as handing over a random castle or a small village. Fundamentally, the royal family would carve out a piece of land from the royal estates to give to Levi. After all, that was how noble enfeoffment worked. Just as a feudal lord would dub a knight, they would grant land from within their own domain. After all, a vassal's vassal is not my vassal. If the royal family wanted to grant Levi land, they would certainly pick a place from their own holdings rather than being generous at someone else's expense. For instance, granting him a piece of land from the Baskerville family's Delicat region, that was absolutely impossible. Yet Katie made it sound like they were strolling through a department store, as if he could just pick whatever he wanted. If only such a good thing actually existed. Then wouldn't it be great if you stayed in Mist City? Everyone can still see each other often. I want to as well. It's better than going to some remote mountainous area. Levi let out a sigh. He truly had no idea what kind of place the royal family would grant him. In all fairness, Levi did not want to leave Mist City. This was a world of rapid industrial development, and a political and economic center like Mist City was undoubtedly the place where information circulated fastest and where one could best enjoy the benefits of progress. Just like in his past life, why did everyone squeeze their heads off trying to get into the top-tier megacities? It was because everything was convenient there. If you stayed in a second or third-tier city, you couldn't even buy a freshly released console game. You had to remember that back then, there were no fast couriers, let alone free shipping zones. A single letter taking 10 days to half a month to arrive was completely normal. What Levi feared most was the royal family finding a piece of land for him in Mauritius. If that happened, he wouldn't even be able to cry. That was a truly wretched place where the treacherous terrain bred nothing but thugs. Levi hadn't come to this world to engage in poverty alleviation. Yet, this possibility was actually quite high. After all, Mauritius was now completely back in the Empire's hands. The original rulers of the cities in the Mauritius region were surely being executed or imprisoned by the Empire, leaving a massive number of vacancies that required personnel. If he were sent to Mauritius, it would basically be no different from being exiled to the wilderness. Not to mention, given his current reputation in Mauritius, the people who wanted to kill him probably couldn't even get a number if they lined up. Sending him to Mauritius would be walking straight into the lion's den. Hopefully, Her Majesty the Queen would not be so heartless. This was precisely why, even though he was about to receive a noble title, Levi wasn't particularly thrilled. If he celebrated too early now only to turn around and be sent to Mauritius, wouldn't he look like a total clown? Then you should just stay in Mist City. While you were gone, I felt like nothing outside was fun anymore. I'm not here to play with you, young lady. Levi complained inwardly, silently rolling his eyes. However, Katie's words did provide a piece of information. Has there been any unusual situation in Mist City lately? It's been fine. At least there haven't been any particularly severe problems. That makes sense. After that incident with the Holy Lord Church, the enemy shouldn't have another opportunity to strike at Mist City anytime soon. Her Majesty the Queen was swift and decisive. Using the Imperial Bridge incident as a pretext, she had wiped out almost all of the Holy Lord Church's strongholds in Mist City. Following the religious reform, even if those Luddites or mystics wanted to pull something off, there was a short-term lack of fertile soil for them to stir up major news in Mist City. After chatting with Levi for a while longer, Katie bid her farewell and left, a young girl who always came and went like a gust of wind. But Levi was already used to it. Mr. Levi, should we hire a few more servants? After seeing Katie out, Irene looked at Levi with a hint of unease and spoke up. Because, if you are to become a noble, master, there will surely be many people coming to visit in the future. With only me alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Irene's line of thinking was reasonable. Right now, Levi could only be considered an ordinary citizen, so having one maid to look after him was sufficient. But once he became a noble, things would change. Not only would he have to host other nobles, but a steady stream of visitors would also call upon him. Irene alone would clearly be stretched too thin. Yes, that is indeed a problem. But we can talk about it after the investiture. There's still nearly half a year until the New Year's banquet, so there's no need to rush. Levi had already made up his mind. If the other party really gave him a piece of land in Mauritius as his fief, he would directly refuse the title. What was wrong with staying in Mist City to eat, drink, and live out his days? Why did he have to run off to that ghost of a place to alleviate poverty? He wasn't an imperial civil servant, after all. There was no need to bend over backward and work himself to death for the empire. Ding dong. Just as Levi and Irene were talking, the elevator bell suddenly rang once more. Levi raised his head to look and saw the elevator come to a halt. The doors opened, and a young lady with golden curls, dressed in highly elegant and luxurious attire, stepped inside. Hello, Mr. Levi. It has been a long time. Olivia casually handed her overcoat to Irene, who had hurriedly rushed to her side, and greeted Levi with a gentle smile. Hello, Miss Olivia. I truly didn't expect you to come to Mist City. Levi returned the greeting, walking forward with quite a bit of surprise. Has something happened to the Baskerville family again? Though there are some minor issues, I can handle them all. Besides, Little Black is here. Little Black. Seemingly hearing someone call its name, Levi watched as a tiny puppy poked its head out from Olivia's embrace, letting out a soft woof toward Levi. It has been a long time for you as well. Looking at the cute little puppy before him, Levi could only wave his hand. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, who could have guessed that this creature was actually a ferocious infernal three-headed hound? I read the newspapers. It seems you caused quite a stir in Mauritius recently. It was all right. I can only say I was forced by circumstances. Levi shrugged his shoulders, causing Olivia's eyes to light up. Then would you be interested in taking a long trip with me? A long trip? Yes. I intend to go to the Bisbara region to attend the Steam Creations Expo that will be held there soon. At the same time, I want to see if there are any steam machines suitable for our delicat. As you know, the harvest season is approaching soon. If I want to demonstrate the benefits of steam machinery to the people of Delicat, there is no better opportunity than this. That's true. Levi was well aware of the sheer power of industrialized harvesting, which was far superior to manual labor. It seemed this young lady was truly putting her entire heart and soul into the development of the Delicat region. However, the Steam Creations Expo in Bisbaro. Levi had actually seen mentions of it in the newspapers. It was somewhat like a combination of the World Expo and a grand trade fair from his past life. Lately, he didn't have much to do in Mist City anyway, so going to have a look around wasn't a bad idea. It was just that Katie would definitely complain about not being able to find him again. Just to be clear, we won't be traveling by boat this time, right? When returning to the Empire, Levi had taken the military's aerial battleship. In any case, he was absolutely never boarding a sea vessel again. Of course not, Olivia said with a playful smile. I plan to take the Orient Express there. What do you say? Would you like to come along, Mr. Levi? Regarding Ovelia's invitation, Levi thought about it for a moment and agreed. The two parties agreed to head to Bisbalu in a week to attend the Steam Machinery Exposition. After all, Levi needed a break, and he still had some matters to handle in Mist City. For example, checking on the results of his investments. When Levi arrived at Anvil Street again, it looked almost no different from before. Well, not completely unchanged. At least Levi noticed that the factory displaying the Kelida Steam Machinery Craft sign had grown from a single workshop to 3. Judging by the highly familiar vehicle models running back and forth on the street from time to time, they were doing quite well, at least for now. Ah, Mr. Levi. Uncle Hank was still dressed in his usual worker's attire, wearing grease-stained overalls as he enthusiastically welcomed Levi inside. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Not too bad. From the looks of it, your business seems to be developing quite well. Yes, just as you can see, Mr. Levi. Uncle Hank was incredibly excited. Following your advice, we divided our vehicle models into high-end and low-end tiers. The high-end cars primarily serve the nobility, while we are currently marketing the low-end public vehicles to various public offices, which has been highly effective so far. Of course, this is largely thanks to you driving the Phantom around Mist City, which frequently prompts people to come and inquire with us. At this point, Uncle Hank rubbed his hands together. Although they had run a lot of advertisements, in his opinion, their best advertisement was still Levi and the Phantom. Since Levi often drove the Phantom all over Mist City, it naturally drew a lot of attention. Among them were many wealthy, idle young heirs. To Uncle Hank, these young masters were excellent customers. They spent money lavishly and were willing to pay as long as it suited their tastes. Not only that, large luxury items like steam cars were hard to hide, which meant the parents of these young heirs could easily spot them. If the parents liked them too, it meant their company would open up sales to the upper class. In fact, it happened exactly as Uncle Hank had anticipated. Although these young heirs had many demands and some were quite troublesome, Uncle Hank's company genuinely received several orders from the upper class through them. After all, compared to those monstrosities that looked like steam locomotives merged with tractors, the steam cars produced by Uncle Hank were much more elegant, luxurious, and perfectly aligned with high society aesthetics. Aside from that, the other group of clients Uncle Hank targeted according to Levi's advice was the public offices. Currently, the entire empire was undergoing mechanical development at the Queen's command, and public offices were naturally no exception. More importantly, since they weren't spending their own money, these departments were very generous with their orders as long as one approached them the right way. Drawing from his memories of his past life, Levi had also designed a few specialized vehicle types for Uncle Hank, such as police cars, prison vans, ambulances, and transport vehicles. These tailor-made vehicles naturally piqued the interest of those specific departments. Furthermore, with the Queen's current mandate that all of Mist City must transition to mechanization and completely abandon horse-drawn carriages, specialized funding was available for this purpose. Uncle Hank also agreed to give the other party some small kickbacks on the pricing, so he smoothly secured the orders from these public offices in no time. We are currently operating at full production capacity while maintaining high quality, of course. I expect your dividends this year might reach 800 to 1,000 pounds. It will only increase in the future. Uncle Hank grew more and more thrilled as he spoke. He had already set a goal for himself. Not only would he dominate the Mist City steam car market, but he would also become the steam car tycoon of the entire empire. Oh, right, I haven't told you yet, but we plan to take our latest steam car to participate in the World Steam Machinery Exposition. There will be a race showcasing steam cars from various countries at this exposition, and I believe our steam car will definitely take first place. A steam car race. Listening to Uncle Hank's cheerful chatter, Levi's eyelid twitched as he recalled his only experience going to watch a car race, which had turned into a literal sauna experience. A Nigerian Naira. Well, regardless, safety first. Our customers wouldn't want to see the cars they're sitting in blow up into the sky. As a founding shareholder who only collected dividends, Levi didn't have high demands. As long as Uncle Hank didn't run the place into the ground, it was fine. Thus, after chatting with him for a bit, Levi left Anvil Street and headed to the police department to meet with Inspector Lestrade. It happened to be lunchtime, so the two found a spot in the restaurant opposite the police department to sit down, eat, and talk. Levi took the opportunity to give Lestrade a gift, a small decorative item he had casually bought from a stall in Mauritius. Incidentally, he had given similar trinkets to Irene and Katie as well. I read about that case on the Arctic Star. What was the deal with it in the end? Everyone cared about different things. For Inspector Lestrade, he was clearly more interested in the murder case that occurred on the Arctic Star. It wasn't actually that complicated. The beginning was exactly as the newspapers reported. And the rest? The rest isn't hard to understand either. Levi briefly explained the part about the vengeful spirit haunting and killing people. After listening, Inspector Lestrade nodded. I knew that report sounded a bit strange. What kind of ordinary criminal commits suicide out of shame after killing someone, let alone when the victim also committed suicide? Of course, I'm not saying such people don't exist, but it's very bizarre for two to appear at the same time. Though if every case were like this, it would be great. We wouldn't even need the police to catch criminals in the future. A debt has its debtor and a grievance has its source. Whoever commits murder gets killed by the victim's vengeful spirit, and that solves everything. Are times tough lately? Levi took a sip of tea and asked curiously, while Inspector Lestrade shook his head. It's not exactly tough. I set up that scientific investigation team like you suggested, and I have to admit, they really are somewhat useful. But in my opinion, solving a case still requires visiting the scene, and those research folks are all so pedantic. They don't understand human nature at all. They constantly make grand proclamations about the cases, saying I feel this or I think that. What a joke. If whoever they think is a good person is actually a good person, wouldn't they become the Holy Lord? At this point, Inspector Lestrade complained heavily, causing Levi to chuckle. It's very simple to change that. Just don't let them know. Don't let them know. Ultimately, you only need their knowledge to solve the case, not to train them into qualified police officers, right? Therefore, you don't need to tell them about the case details or the suspect at all. You just need to hand over the evidence from the crime scene and ask them to test it. They don't need to know anything else, do they? Levi could understand Inspector Lestrade's frustration. Ordinary people and police officers were different after all. The police constantly dealt with various criminal suspects, many of whom were experts at using their advantages to cheat, deceive, and play the victim. Inspector Lestrade had also complained to Levi about a case involving a female perpetrator. She had thrown a tantrum in public in front of the police, and since she was heavily pregnant at the time, she looked very pitiful. The technicians all found her tragic and felt that Lestrade and the other officers shouldn't be so harsh with her. And the result? This heavily pregnant woman was a murderer who had committed several robberies and homicides. She was simply throwing a tantrum because she relied on the fact that her pregnancy would prevent her from being sentenced to death. However, the judge was no pushover either. He directly sentenced her to imprisonment, ordered the child to be taken to an orphanage after birth, and subsequently had the woman hanged. Ordinary people might think this woman was pitiful, but weren't the people she robbed and murdered pitiful too? That was why police officers were incredibly fierce and ruthless toward criminals. Yet, in the eyes of ordinary citizens who didn't know the truth, the suspect looked weak and fragile, so if a police officer was fierce toward them, it was clearly the officer's fault. This was exactly what frustrated Inspector Lestrade right now. Those scientific investigators were flawless on a technical level, but their emotional intelligence was collectively dismal. If someone cried and knelt before them to plead their innocence, they immediately believed the person was wronged and would go through fire and water for them. This left Inspector Lestrade quite exhausted, unable to tell whether these people were smart or stupid. Levi's current suggestion opened a new window for Inspector Lestrade. Indeed, his mission was not to turn these technical nerds into excellent police officers, he merely needed their skills to determine the condition of the evidence from the crime scene. Therefore, these people didn't need to know the details of the case or the suspect's information. He had been foolish before, thinking that since they were cooperating with him on the case, he had to share all the information. As a result, the sharing had caused problems. But then again. Come to think of it, you really are a detective. How so? Ordinary people don't cause someone to die wherever they go. Look at what you're saying. It's not like people die everywhere I go. Levi made it clear that he was not the god of death and absolutely refused to take the blame for this. I walk around Mist City every day and frequently eat at different restaurants. What, has the homicide rate in Mist City spiked? Ha ha ha, I didn't mean it that way. I was just talking casually. After all, a murder case on a luxury cruise liner isn't something you see every day. That is true. You won't be traveling far again anytime soon, right? I plan to go to Bisbalu to see the World Steam Machinery Exposition. Young people really do have energy. If I travel far, I don't want to move for half a month after coming back. As he spoke, Lestrade patted his round belly and drank the last sip of his coffee. Bisbalu isn't close. How do you plan to get there? By boat. I plan to take the Orient Express. I've already booked the tickets. Ah, I've heard of it. If I remember correctly, it's the most luxurious train within the empire. TSK, rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. If I were to take a trip on it, it would probably cost me a year's salary. Lestrade laughed heartily. Of course, if any case happens on it, maybe I can travel on public funds. I don't think that train falls under your jurisdiction. Levi shook his head helplessly. Besides, I don't think any case will happen. It's best that way. Inspector Lestrade laughed. Well then, I wish you a pleasant journey this time. A week later, Levi arrived at the station as agreed, where he naturally met Miss Olivia. Ah, you've finally arrived, Mr. Levi. Standing on the platform, Olivia smiled with delight and waved when she saw him. She was dressed as elegantly as ever, like a wealthy lady of high society. The little puppy, transformed from the three-headed hound, was cradled in her arms, looking entirely harmless to the casual observer. Of course, it was only a look. Hello, Miss Olivia, Levi said, stepping forward with a polite nod. It seems you are looking forward to this trip. As he spoke, Levi glanced past Olivia. A short distance away, her maid was pushing a luggage cart piled high with suitcases that rose taller than Olivia herself. Are you only bringing that with you, Mr. Levi? Olivia looked at Levi with curiosity. He held his usual cane in one hand and his briefcase in the other, completely devoid of any specialized luggage or trunks. For me, traveling light is essential. After all, I can buy most things locally. Most importantly, at least I know exactly where my towel is. Question mark. There is a saying, Miss Olivia, Levi replied with a chuckle. If a person can travel a long distance, experience countless trials, and still know exactly where their towel is, then that person is clearly trustworthy. I have no idea what that means, but from now on, I suppose I will pay more attention to my towel as well. Olivia certainly did not understand the reference, but it clearly sounded amusing. Levi merely smiled and made a polite gesture. After you. As two wealthy individuals, Levi and Olivia naturally stayed in the first-class carriages. The layout was quite similar to the one Levi had used in Mauritius, though that one had consisted of 2 rooms. The first-class carriage on the Orient Express featured 3 rooms, while it lacked a lounge car-style sitting room for hosting guests. The compartments themselves were exceptionally spacious and comfortable. I didn't see your maid. Did you not bring her along? Olivia invited Levi into her room to chat while her maid began brewing tea. She looked at Levi with curiosity as she asked the question. As a detective, I feel she is much safer when she isn't constantly by my side. Levi chuckled softly. This was precisely why he never brought Irene with him on his travels. After all, he never knew what kind of incidents he might encounter. Irene lacked the self-defense capabilities of someone like Katie or Olivia. Traveling with him would only expose her to unnecessary danger. But traveling entirely alone, don't you find it inconvenient? Habit becomes second nature. I don't find it inconvenient at all. For a wealthy young lady like Olivia, traveling with a retinue of servants was standard practice. Levi, however, clearly preferred to move alone. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Olivia brought up the main topic, detailing how she had officially taken over as the clan head of the Baskerville family. For the most part, the transition had gone smoothly, but certain matters still left her feeling deeply unsettled. I am rather worried about how things will unfold from here, Mr. Levi. Olivia sighed, gently stroking the little puppy in her arms. To be honest, I truly despised the actions of my grandfather and great-grandfather at first. But once I became the clan head of the Baskerville family, I suddenly realized how incredibly difficult that choice actually was. The power of the Baskerville family can only be inherited by women, which is undeniably unfair to the boys. Olivia extended a finger to scratch the puppy under its chin. The little creature narrowed its eyes in comfort, wagging its tail continuously. So I began to wonder, what if I have children in the future and give birth to twin boys? What should I do then? To ensure the continuation of the Baskerville family, I would have no choice but to designate a female heir. Yet the abandoned boys would inevitably harbor resentment and hatred because of it. The more I think about it, the more I realize my great-grandfather's method was the best among terrible choices. At the very least, it prevented the family from fracturing. But it is just so horrific. At this point, Olivia looked thoroughly dejected. Clearly, this dilemma had been tormenting her for a long time. Perhaps there will be a way to resolve this issue. Levi reached out to play with the puppy as well. The little dog shook its head and comfortably crawled back into Olivia's lap. Though, it certainly won't be easy. Indeed. I even thought about trying to talk to it, to see if we could change the method. For instance, letting it choose who inherits the headship. Olivia looked down at the puppy in her arms once more, then shook her head. No, that is likely not a good solution either. I believe times have changed, Miss Olivia, Levi said, gently patting the puppy's head as he watched it. The era of the Baskerville ancestors is entirely different from the present day. Perhaps in the past, your ancestors required this power to protect their territory, their people, and their country. But the situation is completely different now. If I may speak frankly, even though your great-grandfather and grandfather committed truly atrocious acts, you must admit that under their leadership, the Baskerville family and the Delicat region suffered no negative consequences because of it. R.S. While the actions of her great-grandfather and grandfather were undeniably cruel, from a purely objective standpoint, losing the protection of this entity had not truly impacted the Baskerville family in a meaningful way. Furthermore, I suspect it doesn't actually care about any of this either. Levi teased the puppy's nose again, causing it to let out a disgruntled sneeze. If those Luddites hadn't placed the corpse beneath the statue in the ancestral mausoleum, the Baskerville family likely would never have been cursed in the first place. So, are you suggesting that we should completely abandon tradition? Olivia looked somewhat uneasy. She understood Levi's point. Strictly speaking, the curse afflicting the Baskerville family had nothing to do with their ancestors, it was entirely the fault of the Luddites who had intentionally buried a corpse under the statue in the ancestral mausoleum to trigger it. Looking at it from the opposite perspective, if the Luddites hadn't done that, the Baskerville family would never have suffered the werewolf curse. Her great-grandfather and grandfather would not have vanished on their 38th birthdays. In other words, they would have faced no retribution whatsoever. Though thinking about it this way was somewhat unpleasant, it was the cold reality. In truth, you have already abandoned tradition, haven't you? Aside from you, there is likely no one left who even remembers the old traditions of the Baskerville family. Olivia fell into a long silence at his words. You are right, Mr. Levi. If you hadn't uncovered the evidence, I probably wouldn't even know such a tradition existed in our family. Therefore, while it may sound improper to say, Miss Olivia, your great-grandfather and grandfather completely severed the Baskerville family from its ancient traditions. Their motives were wicked, but the end result was beneficial. What a thoroughly bleak joke. It is indeed hard to laugh at. Levi finished his tea, stood up, and gave Olivia a polite nod. You should probably get some rest. I shall take my leave. All right. Thank you, Mr. Levi. Knowing that Olivia needed time to process her thoughts, Levi did not disturb her further. He left her compartment and made his way toward the salon car. Since his own room was empty, he figured he might as well enjoy the scenery and watch the people in the communal carriage. To Levi's surprise, upon entering the salon car, he immediately spotted a familiar face. Ah, boss. Anthony, currently dressed in a fine suit, was sitting by the window admiring the passing landscape. When he noticed Levi, a look of genuine astonishment crossed his face. Levi nodded in acknowledgement and walked over to sit opposite him. What a surprise, Anthony. I certainly didn't expect to see you here. My thoughts exactly, boss. Anthony looked at Levi, completely exasperated. Do you have any idea? I put on my favorite charcoal gray suit today specifically to come to the salon car, hoping for a romantic, charming encounter with a beautiful lady or a wealthy wife. We would chat, share a drink, and connect on a deeper level. Perhaps she would even invite me back to her compartment. Anthony threw his hands up in resignation. Now that dream is shattered. With you here, boss, I'll be nothing more than a backup option. And I don't think any man enjoys being the second choice. You're starting to sound just like a Francis native. What's wrong? Did you take a refresher course in Flower City recently? Levi ordered a pot of tea from the steward, looking at Anthony with amusement. Anthony rolled his eyes in response. That's a bit insulting, boss. Do I really look like one of those people? I think you look exactly like one. Levi chuckled. He didn't press Anthony on what he was doing on the train. Judging from their previous encounter in Mauritius, Anthony was likely working for the cabinet. It was unclear which specific department he belonged to, but unlike Levi, Anthony was an official agent explicitly trained for this line of work. Are you heading to Bisbalu as well? Whenever events like this come around, everyone gets incredibly stressed. Anthony let out a weary sigh. Large-scale events sound wonderful on paper, but that's only true for the high and mighty lords at the top. They get to admire the grand spectacles and magnificent displays, while insignificant small fry like us have to run ourselves ragged. Then you truly have my sympathies. Levi could only offer his condolences. Anthony wasn't wrong. It was much like an official inspection at a school, the evaluation committee merely glided through for a superficial look, while the students had to spend massive amounts of time scrubbing every single corner perfectly clean. By the way, are you staying in a first-class carriage? Yes. Must be nice to have money. I'm stuck in third class, and it doesn't even qualify for reimbursement. Anthony immediately began to complain. You have no idea, boss. The people in third class are an absolute nightmare to deal with, especially during this specific period. Is there something special about this period? It really is your first time attending the steam machinery exposition, isn't it? Anthony laughed out loud. Then you definitely wouldn't know, boss. Every time the exposition comes around, inventors from all over the empire flock there to showcase their creations. Of course, we aren't talking about the prestigious manufacturers and massive corporations that have the capital and reputation to secure proper exhibition booths. We're talking about the amateur, grassroots inventors. Anthony curled his lip in disdain. You'll see when you get there. They loiter right outside the main gates of the exposition like street hawkers, trying to pitch their utterly useless inventions to anyone walking in or out. Every single one of them dreams that some wealthy tycoon will take a liking to their work, provide investment, and skyrocket them to fame and fortune. Anthony sighed deeply. Worse yet, every single one of them is completely delusional about their own creations, while simultaneously belittling everyone else's. As a result, arguments break out constantly, often escalating into full-blown fistfights. Honestly, it happens all the time in the third-class carriages. Is that why you retreated here? Of course. If I weren't wearing this suit, the conductor wouldn't have even let me set foot in here. I had to slide him a small tip just to secure a bit of peace and quiet. Anthony glanced annoyed past Levi's shoulder. But for the people traveling first class, the staff don't care what they wear at all. Levi followed Anthony's gaze and saw a man entering the salon car. He wore a somewhat rumpled suit, his hair was a disorganized mess that looked as though it hadn't been brushed in days, and he clutched a briefcase tightly to his chest. Holding the briefcase in that defensive manner, he looked around nervously before making his way to a far corner of the carriage and sitting down. I'm genuinely curious how he even managed to board the train. Anthony retracted his gaze, looking thoroughly displeased. If I were the conductor, I would suspect he stole that ticket from somewhere. Indeed. Levi nodded. First-class tickets on the Orient Express were exceptionally expensive. Those who could afford them were typically individuals of wealth, leisure, and status. Whether they behaved elegantly or rudely, they at least projected an aura of belonging. This man, however, was different. He looked like a beggar who had accidentally wandered into a five-star hotel, so racked with anxiety that he didn't even know where to rest his hands. Though, perhaps he won some sort of lottery, and the prize happened to be a first-class ticket. No lottery would ever offer a prize with such poor taste. Anthony shook his head, his expression filled with utter disdain. Just looking at his appearance tells you everything. He's no different from those destitute grassroots inventors, they're all cut from the same cloth. I should honestly go back and tell those fellows in third class that one of their peers is living it up in first class. By the next station, they'd probably drag this poor bastard out onto the tracks out of pure jealousy. Just then, the door opened again, and two more passengers stepped into the carriage. It was a man and a woman, the woman holding the man's arm in a display of clear intimacy. Ah, a married couple. How dreadfully boring, Anthony critiqued once more. Just look at how inseparable they are. It's obviously a honeymoon trip. Have you turned into a detective now, Anthony? I don't need to be a detective to see it, boss. Once any couple has been married for more than a year, that sickening sweetness vanishes entirely. They grow sick of looking at one another and won't even glance in each other's direction. Anthony looked at Levi, flashing a smug grin. And I can guarantee you, they will steer completely clear of us. As he finished speaking, the couple walked further into the salon car, scanning their surroundings. Their eyes naturally fell upon Levi and Anthony. Levi offered them a polite nod, and the young lady returned the gesture with a nod of her own. Her husband maintained a stern expression, offering Levi a cautious yet respectful nod before guiding his wife to a seat in a corner on the opposite side of the carriage. See what I mean? Anthony took a sip of his drink, looking incredibly pleased with his accurate prediction. By the way, if I ever get a girlfriend, I am absolutely never introducing her to you, boss. Do you even have a girlfriend? Faced with Levi's question, the smile on Anthony's face froze completely. I think being single is actually perfectly fine. Anthony muttered under his breath. While Levi and Anthony were chatting, more passengers arrived in the carriage. I thought this train was supposed to be luxurious, but it doesn't look like much after all. The lady leading the way spoke up in a sharp, piercing voice the moment she stepped inside, quickly drawing the attention of the other guests. Mother. Following closely behind her was a young woman who appeared to be her daughter. She had a fine figure and wore a white silk gown, her eyes bright and expressive, though she was clearly uncomfortable with her mother making her the center of attention. However, the older woman didn't seem to care about her daughter's feelings. Holding her head high like a goose inspecting its territory, she scanned the salon car. Then, her eyes lit up as she spotted Levi. I'm doomed. I'm getting out of here, boss, Anthony whispered before rising from his seat and slipping away. Just then, the lady walked over. She gave Anthony a casual nod, as if taking his yielded seat was only natural, and looked directly at Levi. May we sit here? Of course, please make yourselves comfortable. Levi didn't mind. The salon car was designed precisely for long-distance passengers to get to know one another. If one had no intention of socializing, there was no reason to come here at all. I am Joanna Bedrick, and this is my daughter, Lisa. Forgive my presumption, but you must be the world-famous detective, Mr. Levi. You flatter me. I am indeed Levi. Levi gave them a polite nod and a slight smile. The young lady sitting beside her mother instantly flushed crimson and lowered her head, while Madame Bedrick stared at Levi with gleaming eyes. I read the newspaper reports about you in Mauritius. Well done, young man. Those Mauritian savages needed to be taught a proper lesson so they would learn how to respect the Empire and Her Majesty. Madame Bedrick's voice was loud and shrill, as if she were desperate to attract everyone's attention. Her daughter, by contrast, buried her face as low as possible, wishing she could vanish entirely. How tragic. Levi silently offered the young woman his sympathy. He could completely understand the agonizing embarrassment of having a parent show off in broad daylight, leaving their child wishing the ground would swallow them whole. But I am still quite curious, Madame Bedrick continued, seemingly oblivious to the concept of politeness. She stared at Levi and asked bluntly, the papers said that during the Continental Congress, you walked right in and arrested the rebel leader in front of everyone. Weren't you worried that the others would fight back? At this point, Levi noticed that the other passengers were also shifting their attention toward them, clearly intrigued by the topic. Of the couple who had entered earlier, the wife seemed keenly interested and made a move to change to a seat closer to Levi, but her husband grabbed her arm. After a brief argument, the wife sat back down, thoroughly displeased. Alpha O Epsilon. Oh, in truth, I wasn't particularly worried, madam, Levi replied, taking a sip of his tea. Unlike Madame Bedrick's sky-piercing screech, Levi's voice was calm, elegant, and perfectly clear. As you said, those Mauritians might be savages, but they are not ordinary ruffians. They possess status, position, and wealth. It is precisely because of these things that they gathered to expose their foolish and ignorant ambitions. Conversely, they would certainly be unwilling to let everything they spent half their lives accumulating be destroyed in an instant by a single bullet. At this point, Levi looked intently at Madame Bedrick and smiled faintly. In fact, someone was foolish enough to prove that point for me. Ah, I know. Claiborne. That murderer who presumed his presence in a wild territory would allow him to escape imperial justice. Madame Bedrick expressed immense indignation. Personally, I wish he had been hanged rather than simply having his life taken by a bullet. But it is still a fitting end, proving that justice is never absent. Madame Bedrick's reaction caught Levi somewhat by surprise. He had initially assumed she was merely looking for a topic to make conversation, but her response when discussing Claiborne was incredibly intense, far exceeding her previous posturing. However, she quickly provided the explanation. To be completely honest, Mr. Levi, my younger brother was one of Claiborne's victims. He foolishly believed the nonsense about panning for gold in Mauritius and left his hometown against our advice. He once told us he would return home covered in glory and wealth, but in the end, all we received was a box of ashes. I heard his body was discovered on that demon Claiborne's estate. I truly wish I could have strangled that monster myself. You have my deepest sympathies for your brother's passing. Levi now understood why Madame Bedrick had gone out of her way to speak to him. But that was only the beginning. Next, Madame Bedrick launched into an impassioned chronicle of her brother's life, from the things he did growing up, to his ill-timed adventurous spirit, and even a few embarrassing incidents from his school days. She spared no details, recounting how he was caught by their father and beaten half to death for peeping at the maid bathing, and how he once tried to play the knight by secretly releasing horses from the stable to practice riding, only to end up half dead from the fall. Well, it was a good thing the brother was already dead. Otherwise, after Madame Bedrick's thorough recounting to the entire carriage, he would have wished he were, at least in the social sense. By the time Madame Bedrick finally stopped to catch her breath, her throat parched, everyone in the carriage likely knew more about the deceased brother than he had known about himself, though it was entirely useless information. Having finished her speech, Madame Bedrick departed with her daughter, thoroughly satisfied. The latter walked with such hurried steps that it would not be an exaggeration to say she fled in disgrace. Yes, for the young lady, this was truly a stroke of terrible luck. Levi glanced around. Anthony had picked up another glass of wine and was now chatting up a lady. Levi hadn't noticed when she entered, likely while his attention was occupied by Madame Bedrick. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be an older spinster, but personal preferences were not Levi's concern. Perhaps some men simply preferred older women. Just then, Olivia arrived in the salon car accompanied by her maid and naturally took a seat near Levi. The young lady was now quite composed and serene. It appeared that, regardless of her earlier state, she had completely calmed down. If only you had arrived a bit earlier, Miss Olivia, Levi said, raising his teacup to her with a chuckle. Then you would have heard the life and times of Mr. Burke's Doris. Who is that? Madame Bedrick's younger brother, though it doesn't matter. In truth, it really didn't matter. Following this, everyone enjoyed a rather sumptuous dinner before retiring to their respective rooms to rest. Levi was no exception. He returned to his quarters, picked up the day's newspaper, and gave it a cursory scan. The papers distributed on the railway contained no strange news, making it a peaceful day. After reading the paper, Levi turned off the lamp and lay down to rest. At least for this night, he enjoyed a sound sleep. The next day of the journey passed quietly. Levi spent his time reading in his room and occasionally chatting with Olivia and the other passengers. Naturally, Madame Bedrick remained the most active among them. For her, talking to people seemed to be an innate source of joy, though how the passengers caught in her conversational trap felt about it was another matter entirely. Fortunately, everyone managed to get along reasonably well, with the sole exception of the man who looked entirely out of place in the first-class carriage. After visiting the salon car on the first day, he had likely realized he was incompatible with high society networking and had remained confined to his room ever since. Aside from him, the couple did not return to the salon either. Levi spotted them a few times going to the dining car, and it was clear the atmosphere between them was rather strained. In their stead, an Ibian gentleman wearing a checkered coat became a regular in the salon car. He was quite enthusiastic and boisterous, greeting everyone warmly. Word was he was a very famous merchant, and he certainly proved adept at handling social interactions. With just one more day, they would practically arrive at their destination. Unfortunately, this was not destined to be a smooth journey. When Levi awoke on the third morning, he realized the train was neither swaying nor moving. The entire train was dead silent, save for the pattering sound of raindrops striking the windows. What's going on? Levi muttered as he sat up and looked out the window. Peering through the dense curtain of rain obscuring the view, he discovered the train was not stopped at a platform, but rather somewhere in the middle of the tracks, seemingly caught halfway between stations. The surroundings consisted entirely of a dense forest beneath a gloomy sky. Levi changed his clothes and stepped out of his room, only to see the conductor running past in a hurry. Conductor? Did something happen? Oh, Mr. Levi. Hearing Levi's call, the rushing conductor stopped and let out a helpless sigh. My apologies. Did I disturb your rest? No, I slept quite well. But what is the situation right now? Why has the train stopped? Please rest assured, sir. The situation is not as severe as you might think. Go on. We just received word from the station ahead. It seems there has been a minor incident. You know, rocks, mud, fallen trees, blocking the tracks. They have to wait for the rain to stop before they can begin clearing it. What? This nearly sky-piercing shriek did not come from Levi, but from Madame Bedrick. Poking her head out of her room while wearing a dressing gown of highly questionable taste, she stared at the conductor with wide eyes. Are you telling me we have to stay here for several days? I am terribly sorry, madam. The conductor wiped away beads of sweat as he spoke. We cannot turn the train around at the moment. We can only wait for the tracks ahead to be cleared. Believe me, it won't be difficult. I must ask for everyone's patience, and everything will be fine. Is that all? What do you mean, sir? Hearing Levi's question, the conductor looked at him in confusion. I mean, nothing else has happened on the train, correct? Please do not worry, everything is completely normal at present. Good. That is fine then. Levi felt relieved and paid no further attention to these tedious matters. I am heading to the dining car. I assume breakfast is available now. Of course, sir. Levi sat inside the carriage, watching the weather outside. After a full day, the weather had not improved at all, instead, it grew progressively worse. Accompanied by the low rumble of thunder, raindrops as large as beans clattered loudly against the carriage body and glass windows, creating an unsettling rhythm that bred anxiety. The back carriages are an absolute mess, boss. Anthony had slipped into the salon car once again, though this time his face was clouded with misery. Is it really that unbearable? It certainly cannot compare to first class. Can you imagine it? A crowd of filthy men crammed into a tight space, smelling sour and rancid enough to make one gag. On top of that, they are shouting at the top of their lungs, spitting everywhere. Anthony made a face of pure disgust. What a miserable assignment. As he spoke, Anthony scanned the luxury of the salon car around them. It is much better here. Quiet, leisurely, and there is music playing. At this point, Anthony lowered his voice significantly. But boss, there is something I need to tell you. What is it? I overheard some of the passengers saying that they believe the train stopping here is an ill omen. Oh. Hearing this, Levi set down his teacup. What do you mean? They say that when this railway was being constructed, a significant number of laborers vanished in this forest. Because of that, it became known as the Death Forest. Legend has it that these woods swallow any ignorant souls who trespass, causing them to disappear entirely. Then how was the railway eventually finished? Word is that the military was deployed to blast a pathway through with explosives, which allowed the tracks to be laid. But they also say that even now, track maintenance workers and patrols still vanish occasionally. Of course, it is just a rumor. Anthony emphasized the last part, but both he and Levi knew that so-called rumors were often the most lethal truths in disguise. Moreover, of all times for the train to break down, it chose to stall right inside this particular forest. If one were to call it a coincidence, it was certainly a bit too convenient. Go back out and listen around. Ask for more details. Unless you want to disappear without a trace yourself. Well, when you put it that way. Sigh, all right. With a thoroughly dejected face, Anthony left the salon car. After finishing his tea, Levi sought out the train conductor and offered a suggestion. Can we reverse the train to the previous station and rest there temporarily? We are stranded in the middle of nowhere, which is not particularly safe for the passengers. A Nigerian Nairo, yes. Hearing Levi's proposal, a troubled expression surfaced on the conductor's face. Is there a problem? Levi remained calm outwardly and at peace internally. After all, what else could he do? This was hardly the first time he had encountered such a miserable turn of events. Yes. We actually had the exact same idea, but... A landslide blocked the tracks behind us as well. We cannot leave, at least not anytime soon. I see. Levi nodded silently. However, please do not worry, sir. The train is stocked with enough food and supplies to sustain everyone aboard for a full week. I am certain that this sudden torrential rain will pass by then, and the tracks will be cleared. Let us hope so. In other words, they only had 1 week of comfort left. Levi walked into the corridor and glanced outside. Under the sheets of driving rain, only the blurred, dark silhouettes of the forest were visible. The trees swayed violently against the gale, resembling the bristling fur of an agitated animal. What? How can this be? Suddenly, another sharp cry rang out, drawing Levi's attention. He turned to look and saw a stooped man clutching a document box to his chest, his eyes wide as he stared at the conductor. Did you not say we would arrive on time? Why is there a delay? This is completely out of our control, sir. The conductor was forced to explain the situation yet again. No one could have predicted this kind of emergency. Furthermore, the downpour is severe, and staying in motion risks causing a disaster elsewhere. The only thing we can do right now is wait. But. The man was clearly not articulate. He scratched his messy hair, his face a mask of utter frustration. But this will make me late. We can only offer our deepest apologies for the inconvenience. Faced with the conductor's standard response, the man paced in circles on the spot, anxious as a cornered beast. Then, noticing Levi watching him, he froze for a moment before turning on his heel and hurrying back toward his private cabin without a backward glance. However, just as the man rushed down the narrow corridor, one of the cabin doors suddenly swung open. Olivia stepped out, and before either of them could dodge, they collided violently. The small handbag Olivia was holding was knocked to the floor, and the box tightly held in the man's arms slipped from his grasp, opening with a loud bang as it hit the ground. Immediately, a mountain of items erupted from within. Had anyone ever witnessed the chaotic explosion of a heavily compressed suitcase bursting open, sending its contents flying everywhere? The document box before them achieved an effect worthy of a theatrical comedy. As the latches failed, the sheer variety of items inside seemed to burst forth with desperate enthusiasm. Out flew water cups, a toothbrush, a massive stack of books, clothing, shoes, maps, sausages, tea sets. And a veritable cascade of coins that scattered across the floor with a loud, ringing jangle. Are you traveling, or are you moving your entire household? Witnessing this spectacle, Levi was left utterly dumbfounded. It reminded him of migrant workers returning home for the holidays, carrying massive sacks stuffed with a bizarre assortment of goods. But you are clearly not heading home for New Year's, are you? And for that matter, if you are carrying this many things, why not use a proper travel trunk instead of forcing everything into a document briefcase? Furthermore, why on earth are you carrying so much loose cash in it? Even Olivia stood frozen in place, staring at the debris that practically buried her ankles. Clearly, the young lady could not comprehend how such a compact document box could possibly hold such an immense volume of items. Ah! I am sorry. I am so sorry. The man was thrown into an absolute panic. Apologizing profusely, he dropped to his knees and began scrambling to gather the scattered mess. He grabbed handfuls of items, desperately stuffing them back into the document box. Helplessly, Olivia sighed and knelt down as well, joining her maid to help the frantic man organize his scattered belongings. With a flushed face, the man swept everything from the carpet back into the document box, then hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Olivia. Thank you, young lady. You should be more careful in the future, and also. Before Olivia could finish her sentence, the man clutched his still unlatched document box tightly to his chest, rushed past them down the carriage, and vanished from sight. What a reckless individual. Watching the man's retreating figure, Olivia complained softly as she took her handbag back from her maid. At that moment, Levi walked over. Perhaps he is simply terrible at speaking to beautiful young ladies. Even if that is true, he should not have run off like that. I wanted him to check if he had recovered everything. As she spoke, Olivia glanced down at the carpeted floor. It appeared completely empty, everything seemed to have been retrieved. By the way, what happened? It is nothing too serious. Levi explained the update he had received from the conductor, causing Olivia to frown. Which means we will likely be delayed. Yes. If it is just a delay, that is fine, but... But what? It is better to be cautious. As he spoke, Levi reached out and gently patted the head of the small puppy that had poked its snout out from Olivia's coat. Keep an eye out. If there is any abnormality, beware of danger. Understood. I will be careful. Although the maid was standing right next to them, preventing Levi from speaking too plainly, Olivia immediately understood his underlying meaning from his actions. Following that encounter, Levi and Olivia shared lunch together before returning to their respective cabins to rest. However, the peace did not last long. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of his sleep, a series of urgent, heavy raps on the door woke Levi. He opened his eyes, stretched his arms as he stood up, and pulled the door open. What is the matter? I am terribly sorry to disturb you, Mr. Levi. Standing outside was a train conductor, his face deathly pale and drenched in sweat. We need your assistance. Seeing the sheer terror on the man's face, Levi did not even need to ask to guess what had occurred. And the reality was precisely as he predicted. When Levi followed the conductor into the adjacent carriage, a large crowd of passengers had already gathered. They stood around anxiously, whispering to one another with lowered heads. Upon seeing Levi arrive, they hastily parted to create a path. Levi stepped through the crowd, walked down the corridor, and entered the crime scene. It was a first-class cabin. The room was currently in complete disarray, and a man lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide and staring, entirely devoid of life. The deceased was none other than the frantic man who always insisted on clutching that document box. Well. This really is quite something. Levi stood at the threshold, remaining entirely silent. Did Inspector Lestrade's jinx actually come true? Sigh. Mr. Levi. Hearing Levi heave a heavy sigh, the conductor beside him looked up in confusion. Levi merely waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. I am just feeling a bit tired. Tell me what happened. Yes. The conductor nodded and began his explanation. Since it was nearly time for afternoon tea, I came by to ask if the guest required service. Previously, he always demanded that I deliver his morning tea, afternoon tea, and all 3 meals directly to his room. He never left. So, I came to inquire exactly as instructed, but no matter how much I knocked, there was no response. I felt something was amiss. This gentleman virtually never left his cabin, so I worried he might have suffered a sudden medical emergency. I used the train's master key to open the door to check on him, and then I found him lying on the floor, already, deceased. Levi examined the scene, then cast his gaze toward the periphery. Unsurprisingly, he spotted Anthony hovering among the onlookers. He extended a hand and signaled to him. Spotting the gesture, Anthony immediately trotted over with eager compliance. "Boss, you need me for something?" "Yes." Levi pulled Anthony to a deserted corner on the opposite side, stared intently into his eyes, and demanded in a low voice. "Tell me the truth. Was this your doing, boss?" Hearing Levi's question, Anthony looked completely bewildered. "You can't frame me like this, I swear." "All right, drop the act." Levi rolled his eyes. "I've known all along that you were here for this guy. Don't think I didn't notice. You didn't come to the salon car to flirt, you wanted an excuse to keep an eye on this man. His compartment is close to the salon car, so you would notice immediately if he made a move. You figured it all out, boss." "Of course. I am a detective, after all." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "And say what?" "I had no desire to get involved in some bizarre mess when I could just relax." Levi looked at Anthony as if looking at an idiot. "If this matter hadn't dragged me into it, I still wouldn't care. Give me the honest truth so I can figure out a way to resolve this trouble." "I swear, it really wasn't me." Anthony knew this was no time for joking around, and his expression instantly grew serious. "Fine. Since you've already guessed it, boss, I won't hide it from you. My mission was indeed to monitor this guy, but I absolutely did not kill him." "Monitoring?" "Exactly." Anthony nodded. "We received an intelligence report that this man, Robert Hardman, had private contacts with foreign spies. His trip to Bisbalo this time was to use the banquet of the Steam Machinery Exposition to strike a deal with a certain organization. That is why I boarded this train. My mission was to keep a close eye on him and identify the person he is trading with. Now it is completely ruined." As he spoke, Anthony covered his face and sighed deeply. "If you were on a mission, wouldn't it have been more convenient to stay in the compartment next to his? It is almost the end of the year, and the agency is short on funds. I am not like you, boss, with money to spare, enjoying fine food and drinks wherever you go. All right, let us investigate the crime scene first." With Anthony's assurance, Levi no longer hesitated. He walked back to the scene of the crime and began his investigation. First was the identity of the deceased. Anthony had already provided detailed information. The victim was named Robert Hardman, a researcher at the Imperial Steam Industrial Technology Institute who specialized in theoretical mathematics. According to Anthony's intelligence, Hardman was the type of researcher who was honest, unremarkable, and completely ordinary. R.A. However, he had secretly contacted foreign spies under agency surveillance more than once. At first, Anthony's agency believed the opposition intended to steal Imperial technological intelligence through Hardman, so they kept a close watch. They did not expect Hardman to reach a deal to deliver something to Bisbalo. To catch the big fish, Anthony's agency decided to have Anthony trail Hardman to see exactly who he was trading with. So, this guy is actually a traitor. A traitor traveling in a first-class compartment. So high profile. Those technicians at the Institute are all fools. They know absolutely nothing about scouting and counter-reconnaissance. Anthony clearly despised them. This guy submitted a leave request to the Institute under the pretext of visiting the exposition. I suppose he wanted to enjoy himself, which is why he chose a first-class compartment. In my view, this fellow simply did not understand the situation and was completely oblivious to his own danger. He probably received a large sum of money from that spy and wanted to live in luxury. Anthony shook his head as he spoke. He hated dealing with such rookies the most, it gave him no sense of accomplishment. Come to think of it, I did see a lot of money in his document box. That was likely his payment. By the way, boss, how did you see it? That guy held on to that box all day like it was his precious treasure. I wanted to see what was inside long ago, but he was incredibly vigilant, even taking it with him to the restroom. Oh, it was not that big of a deal. Levi told Anthony about his collision with Olivia, leaving Anthony speechless after listening. Next time, I should dress up as a woman and bump into him too. What was inside the box, boss? If you ask me, I did not see anything particularly strange. Levi thought carefully. His absolute memory was incredibly useful at times like this. He could recall the scene from his mind and examine it frame by frame. Clothes, toiletries, books, maps, a tea set, and a large bag of money. If you want me to name something suspicious, I cannot think of anything right now. However, right after that, he quickly stuffed everything back into the document box and rushed back without even a backward glance. That proved something very important was indeed in that box. He just disguised it. Anyone other than himself probably would not be able to tell. We can continue discussing that question later. Levi waved his hand. First, let us examine the scene. The scene itself was very straightforward. Mr. Hardman lay on the floor, a literal corpse. The cause of death was obvious, he had been struck on the back of the head with a heavy object. So the case itself is simple. Mr. Hardman had his back to the door, someone opened the door, entered the room, struck the back of his head with something, and Mr. Hardman fell to the ground dead. That is all. Levi briefly examined the scene and quickly reached a conclusion. So he did not lock the door. Given his careless nature, forgetting to lock the door does not seem surprising. Levi shrugged, then stared at the messy room. The current question is, what is the meaning of all this? Are you referring to this disheveled room? Anthony naturally understood Levi's point. Exactly. There are two explanations for this room. First, Mr. Hardman was rummaging through the room for something, and being so focused, he did not notice someone entering, and was then struck dead. Second, someone entered the room when Mr. Hardman was not paying attention, killed him, and then began turning the place upside down to find something. Boss, do you mean to say? Anthony's eyes lit up. The person who killed Hardman is the one who was supposed to meet him and take delivery of the item? But that does not make sense. Thinking of this, Anthony shook his head again. We have not reached the station yet. Why would they be in such a hurry? Wait, of course. Because the train is delayed. The train delay made it impossible for him to reach Bisbalu on schedule, so to save time, he had to act early. That means he is no longer on the train. Anthony grew more excited the more he thought about it. We just need to check the train passengers to see who is missing, and we will know the killer. Suit yourself. Levi shrugged with an indifferent look. Anthony rushed out excitedly to find the conductor. Levi continued to examine the carriage until Anthony returned dejectedly a while later. Boss, everyone is accounted for. No one has vanished or gone missing. Oh. You are not disappointed at all. Because that was your theory, not mine. Levi looked at Anthony as if looking at an idiot. I never said the spy took the item. Think about it, is there any need? This researcher did not seem to have a high emotional intelligence. A normal spy would just knock on the door, reveal their identity, state they are here for the trade, and take the item. Why kill him and cause such an uproar? And even if he was short on time, did this researcher carry some legendary divine artifact that allows someone to fly directly to Bisbalu from here? Even after taking the item, wouldn't he still be trapped on the train? Then what do you mean, boss? I am saying that the large sum of money in his document box is completely gone. Levi stared at the document box and narrowed his eyes. He remembered the man packing a fortune into it earlier. At the time, whether out of nervousness from seeing Olivia or for some other reason, Hardman had practically scooped up the cash in handfuls, stuffed it into the box, and fled. Now, all that money was gone. A large sum. How much? At least a few hundred to £1,000, I believe. Using cash instead of punch cards? Humph. Anthony sneered. As mentioned before, this world already had things similar to savings and credit cards. Unless people were incredibly bored, they would not carry hundreds or thousands of pounds on them. Wealthy individuals like Levi and Olivia usually carried a wallet with a bank punch card inside, along with some gold coins, shillings, and pennies for change. They would use the card for large transactions and cash for ordinary expenses. Except for criminals. Through the difference engine, the government could investigate the time, location, and depositor of every single transaction. Therefore, criminals preferred to use cash directly instead of punch cards to avoid detection by the police, who could follow the clues to arrest them. The same applied to spies, of course. By the way, a 1-pound gold coin weighed about 8 grams, so 1,000 pounds would be 8 kilograms, well, it was not exceptionally heavy. Boss, do you mean to say someone saw that this guy had so much money, grew greedy, and killed him for robbery? Anthony looked incredulous, but Levi nodded. From the current perspective, this case matches the characteristics of a typical robbery and murder. But, who knew he had so much money? That is hard to say. Levi shrugged. When he collided with Olivia, myself, Olivia, her maid, and the conductor were all present. The problem is, after this guy packed his things, he rushed back to his compartment clutching the bag like that. I dread to think how many people saw him along the way. Levi sighed helplessly. A foolish victim certainly increased a detective's workload. In any case, your trip just now was not in vain. At least it proves the killer is definitely on this train. Furthermore, they should be in one of the 2 first-class carriages. Why? Because passengers from second and third class cannot come here. Have you forgotten how you sneaked in? Fair point. In any case, let us begin the interrogations. Levi made his decision. From Levi's perspective, the case itself seemed incredibly straightforward, a classic breaking and entering that ended in homicide. Someone had targeted the man's money, killed him, and made off with the cash. It was as simple as that. However, the intelligence Anthony provided complicated the situation. It was entirely possible that a spy had eliminated the man to retrieve an item, then staged the scene to look like a robbery to throw off suspicion. Such a possibility could not be ruled out. According to the autopsy, the time of death was roughly half an hour before the body was discovered. This meant the perpetrator had plenty of time to stage the scene. Ultimately, the necessary protocols still had to be followed. Levi explained the situation to the conductor and requisitioned the salon car to begin questioning the passengers one by one. As Levi had mentioned, his targets were the passengers staying in the 2 first-class carriages. To understand the context, one had to look at the overall layout of the Orient Express. Locomotive, supply car, first-class luggage car, first-class carriage A, first-class carriage B, salon car, dining room, ordinary luggage car, second-class carriage, third-class carriage. Originally, the train ended at the salon car without any carriages attached behind it. However, with the steam machinery exposition approaching, the railway company had attached 3 additional carriages to maximize their profits. To ensure the comfort of the first-class passengers, those from the rear carriages were strictly forbidden from entering the first-class section. Given that the ordinary luggage car and the salon car stood between first class and second class, an ordinary person would have no reason to wander over and look for trouble, unless they were a professional like Anthony. The ultra-luxurious first-class carriage A contained 3 compartments, occupied by the following guests. Room 101, Levi. Room 102, Olivia Baskerville. Room 103, Mr. and Mrs. Hardman, the honeymooning couple who had kept their distance from Levi earlier. First-class carriage B was slightly less opulent, featuring 6 compartments. Room 201, Robert Hardman, the victim. Room 202, Joanna Bedrick, the highly talkative lady. Room 203, Lisa Bedrick, Madame Bedrick's daughter. Room 204, Anna Louise, Olivia's maid. Room 205, Anthony Carist, the Abian merchant in the flamboyant checkered coat. Room 206, Chris Blanche, the lady Anthony had attempted to chat up earlier. As a side note, first-class carriage A actually included a smaller servant's bed alongside the master's large bed. Strictly speaking, although carriage A only had 3 compartments, it effectively contained 6 beds. The only difference was that while first-class carriage B was divided evenly, the servant beds in first-class carriage A were noticeably smaller. Olivia, however, had left the servant's bed to her little puppy, opting instead to purchase a separate room in first-class carriage B for her maid. It was a textbook display of extreme wealth and indulgence. Levi sat on the sofa in the salon car with Anthony acting as his assistant. Although Levi considered the man highly unreliable, he currently lacked any other option. Naturally, Olivia was the first to enter. "Good afternoon, Miss Olivia. Please, have a seat." Levi stood up politely and gestured for Olivia to sit across from him. "This is merely a routine inquiry." "I understand. I heard that gentleman died. Why? Was it not an accident?" "Based on the current evidence, it appears to be murder. The culprit stole his money and took his life. To take a life over such a trivial sum of money?" Olivia knitted her brows, her voice laced with genuine confusion. As expected of an old money aristocrat, her immediate reaction was a perfect example of, "Let them eat cake, with grave Thailand bot." Truly remarkable. Levi silently gave Olivia a thumbs up in his mind. That amount of money is a fortune to an ordinary person, more than enough to make them risk everything. I cannot comprehend it. Is money truly more valuable than human life to them? Olivia looked thoroughly bewildered. Sometimes money is just the catalyst, but that is beside the point right now. Levi decisively steered the conversation back on track. "While we both know what transpired earlier, I would like you to recount your actions this afternoon from the beginning." "Let me think." Olivia placed a finger against her chin, reflecting for a moment. "I intended to head out for lunch, but Anna mentioned she had forgotten something. I accompanied her back to her room, and we bumped into that gentleman on our way out." "Ah, I see." Levi nodded. He had wondered why Olivia was coming out of the guest rooms in first-class carriage B earlier, and now he had his answer. "After that, I had lunch with you, Mr. Levi, and returned to my room to rest. I slept for about 2 hours, and after waking up, I played with Xiao Hei for a while. Then I heard a commotion outside, went to investigate, and learned that someone had met with misfortune." "So you remained in your room the entire time after lunch?" "Yes." "And where was Miss Louise?" "I instructed her to return to her room and rest." "Had you ever encountered the victim prior to this?" "I saw him once in the salon car, but never again after that." "Did you hear or notice anything unusual while you were in your room?" "Nothing at all." As she spoke, Olivia gently stroked the puppy's head. Xiao Hei did not notice anything either. Levi figured the formidable hound possessed absolutely no interest in petty human squabbles. "Very well, thank you." With the questioning concluded, Levi escorted Olivia out. Turning around, he caught Anthony staring at him with a mischievous grin. "What are you smiling at?" "Chief, you and the young lady of the Baskerville family seem quite close. You are already on a first-name basis." "What about it?" "Oh, nothing. I just wonder how Miss Katie would react if I mentioned this to her." Levi raised an eyebrow at Anthony's teasing. "You know, detective fiction relies heavily on dramatic flair." "What do you mean?" "For instance, if the detective's assistant turns out to be the actual murderer, it makes for an excellent plot twist at the end, does it not?" Chief." Anthony's eyelid twitched. "I already told you it wasn't me." "True, but you remain a prime suspect. Do you want to see if I can have you thrown into a cell for a few days?" "I apologize. I was wrong. Go call the next person." "Right away." Anthony left deflated, returning a moment later with a man whose expression was dark and annoyed. The man glared at Levi with clear displeasure. "We did absolutely nothing." Before Levi could even ask a question, the man burst out shouting. "My wife and I were resting, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Bringing us here is a complete waste of time. You would be better off catching the actual killer." "Please calm down, sir." Levi waved his hand, signaling the man to sit. "This is a standard routine inquiry." The man huffed and threw himself onto the sofa, his eyes still fixed angrily on Levi. "First, your name." "Enrinis Hardman." And your occupation? I am a designer. A designer? Levi raised an eyebrow at the response. Then you must be quite well known. There is no need for sarcasm. Mr. Hardman glared fiercely at Levi. That is correct, I am a nobody. I have no fame to speak of. The only reason I am traveling in a first-class carriage is because I recently inherited a substantial fortune. Does that satisfy your curiosity? I see. Levi nodded calmly. Did you know the victim? I did not. I never expected to encounter such a neurotic individual in first class. Neither my wife nor I had any interest in that sort of person, so we did not bother interacting with him. What did you do this afternoon following lunch? As I stated, my wife and I dined, then returned to our compartment to rest. I only woke up and went to investigate when the shouting started outside, which is when I discovered someone had died. Did you observe or encounter anything out of the ordinary? Not unless you count the corpse. Very well, thank you. Please have your wife come in next. Why must you question her? Mr. Hardman stood up, staring aggressively at Levi. I am her husband, and as I told you, we were together the entire time. You are wasting your time. Or are you implying that I am the killer? Whether it is a waste of time is for me to decide, not you. You may leave now. Mr. Hardman glared at Levi, gritting his teeth, but ultimately turned and stormed out of the salon car. Anthony immediately slipped back over to Levi's side. Inheriting a massive fortune. Chief, care to wager whether he married that beautiful lady before or after he got the money? Unless he is the one who ends up dead, I have no interest in guessing. Levi dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Bring the next person in. You got it. Moments later, Mrs. Hardman entered the carriage. It was undeniable that she possessed a delicate, deeply moving charm. While purely in terms of raw beauty she fell slightly short of Olivia, her temperament more than made up for it. Her large, misty eyes held a vulnerable quality that naturally evoked a desire to protect her. Compared to the proud, commanding presence of Olivia, a woman of this gentler nature was far more adept at drawing the attention of men. Good afternoon, detective. Mrs. Hardman lowered her head in a polite bow, and Levi gestured toward the seat opposite him. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hardman. I hope you do not mind answering a few questions. Of course not. Mrs. Hardman blinked, her deep green eyes looking at Levi like still pools. First, your name. Elena Hardman. What did you do this afternoon? My husband and I finished our lunch and returned to our room to rest. This is my very first journey by train, and the travel has left me rather exhausted. I completely understand. Levi nodded sympathetically. Unfamiliar environments can be mentally draining. I experience the same thing from time to time. The detective suffers from this as well. Hearing Levi's response, Mrs. Hardman seemed to brighten slightly. Yes, which is why I generally prefer staying at home rather than traveling around. To confirm, were the two of you together the entire time? I am not entirely certain. You are not certain. Upon returning to the compartment, I fell asleep almost immediately. When I eventually woke up, my husband was not beside me. He returned a short while later. Did he mention where he had gone? I inquired, and he informed me he had gone outside to smoke. Does your husband smoke frequently? Occasionally, but not excessively. Suddenly, the door to the salon car swung open, and Mr. Hardman walked in with a dark expression. He cast a sharp glance at his wife before turning his gaze to Levi. Are you finished with the questions? May we leave now? Certainly, we are done for the moment. Levi remained unbothered by Mr. Hardman's hostile attitude. He offered a polite nod and directed a warm smile toward the woman. Thank you for your cooperation, Mrs. Hardman. You are very welcome, Mr. Levi. It was the least I could do. Mrs. Hardman replied with a gentle smile of her own. Mr. Hardman's face darkened further as he stepped between them, cutting off their line of sight. He assisted his wife to her feet, and the couple left the carriage together. How fascinating. Watching them leave, Anthony chuckled softly. Chief, you truly are a dangerous man. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Levi rolled his eyes. Go fetch the conductor. The conductor Anthony had summoned was the very same one who had discovered the corpse. He appeared to be in his early 30s, his face distinctly pale. As he stepped into the salon car and caught sight of Levi, his lips trembled slightly, though he quickly managed to regain his composure. Hello, Mr. Detective. Yes, hello. Please, take a seat. Levi gestured for him to sit down, then asked for his name and age, which the conductor provided honestly. Then, Levi spoke again. I would like you to recount the circumstances of how you discovered the body once more. Of course, sir. At the time, I went to the guest's room to ask if he required afternoon tea. Although that gentleman disliked leaving his room, he insisted on enjoying morning tea and afternoon tea every single day. You certainly seemed quite attentive to him. Because he gave me a very generous tip, sir. The conductor offered an embarrassed smile. And then? I knocked, but there was no response. I worried that something might have happened to him. As you know, that guest almost never left his room. Perhaps he was just in the restroom. I didn't think of that at the time, sir. I simply knocked and asked if he was inside, but no one answered. I was worried he might have suffered a sudden medical emergency or something. Why would you think that? Levi interrupted the conductor's narrative, causing the latter to blink in surprise. Ah, because he looked very unhealthy. Moreover, when I delivered his meals previously, I noticed medication left on his desk. Medication? Yes. I don't know the exact medicine, sir, but it seemed the gentleman was regularly taking something. I see, continue. We conductors carry a master key for emergencies, so I brought it out and unlocked the door. That was when I saw the gentleman collapsed on the floor. It gave me a terrible fright, and I hastily backed out. Then I came looking for you. Could you tell me what you were doing earlier this afternoon? I recall not seeing you when I returned to my room. My apologies, sir. Hearing Levi's inquiry, the conductor's face flushed slightly. It wasn't intentional. It's just that there was too much to do. In fact, prior to that, I had to go to the rear carriages to calm the passengers. They were all quite displeased about this sudden torrential downpour. Levi tilted his head and glanced at Anthony, who gave a firm nod. That is indeed true. Then, seeing that afternoon tea time was approaching, I rushed back. Which means, after you returned to the first-class carriage, you went straight to the victim's room. Yes, that's correct. The conductor spoke with an uneasy, restless expression, though it was perfectly understandable given the circumstances. The victim had been a generous tipper, so it was only natural that the conductor had been more attentive to him than to the others. So, to summarize, you knocked on the door, received no response, and out of concern for the guest's well-being, you unlocked the door, entered the room, discovered the corpse, and immediately came back out. That is exactly how it happened, sir. When you entered, was the room already in such a state of disarray? Yes. The conductor nodded. I have never seen a room so messy either. It truly gave me a fright. Levi stared intently at the conductor, contemplating the matter for a brief moment. Very well, thank you for your assistance. It is my duty, Mr. Detective. With the conversation concluded, the conductor rose and took his leave. Levi watched his retreating figure vanish down the corridor, then pondered in silence. Boss, do you think he's the killer? Anthony leaned in close once more. I think he's pretty suspicious too. After all, conductors have a master key. He could easily slip inside undetected. Indeed. Levi nodded. But that is not important right now. Please invite Madame Bedrick in. Upon hearing Levi's request, Anthony's face twisted as though he had just swallowed a whole toad. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and went to fetch the woman. The result was exactly as expected. So that man is dead. I knew something like this would happen. Striding into the salon car, Madame Bedrick was just as talkative as before. Before Levi could even begin his questioning, she launched into a relentless tirade. Just looking at him, one could tell he wasn't a proper sort of person. Sharing a carriage with him was an absolute stain on my eyes. The mere thought of such a shifty, suspicious character sleeping right next door to me gives me goosebumps all over. Heaven knows where he managed to scrounge up so much money. If you ask me, he must have been a thief or a bandit of some kind. You knew he was carrying a large sum of money? Levi stared directly at Madame Bedrick as he asked the question, causing her ceaseless complaining to abruptly cut off. What I meant to say was, this is a first-class carriage, isn't it? Anyone who can afford to be here must be wealthy. Take myself, for instance. But he was different. People who earn their living through honest labor are filled with confidence. Only those who live off unearned gains and possess a guilty conscience would hide away in their rooms like that wretch, acting all secretive so nobody knows what they're up to. Madame Bedrick seemed thoroughly incensed, her face turning a bright crimson. I even tried to strike up a conversation with him out of sheer kindness, and he completely ignored me. Utterly boorish. How could anyone call him a gentleman? You spoke with him? I heard from the conductor that he almost never left his room. I wouldn't know about that. I simply couldn't sleep last night, so I decided to go for a stroll. That's when I saw him peeking out of his door, looking around like a common thief. At the time, I thought perhaps he couldn't sleep either, and I intended to have a chat with him. But to my astonishment, the moment the fellow saw me, he looked as though he had seen a ghost. He slammed the door shut and retreated into his room, absolutely outrageous. As she spoke, Madame Bedrick began to tremble with rage. She was clearly deeply offended. Please calm yourself, Madame Bedrick. The man is already dead, there is no use venting your anger on a corpse. Levi offered a few words of comfort to soothe Madame Bedrick before turning his gaze back to her. You mentioned you saw him last night. What time was it exactly? Around 1 o'clock in the morning, I believe. I couldn't sleep, and when I checked my watch, it read 10 minutes past 1. I decided to take a walk along the carriage corridor, and after about 5 minutes, I ran into him. Was the conductor not present at the time? I didn't see him. And what about earlier this afternoon? I was in my room chatting with Lisa. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred. You didn't hear any sounds coming from next door? No, I didn't hear a single thing. I see, thank you for your cooperation, Madame Bedrick. Levi concluded his questioning and escorted her to her feet. Madame Bedrick continued to grumble incessantly as she left, complaining about the train's terrible service, the wretched weather, and the annoyance of the delay. Levi simply turned a deaf ear to it all, politely seeing her out. In stark contrast to her talkative mother, Miss Lisa was the exact opposite extreme. It was unclear whether Madame Bedrick simply did all the talking for the household, but upon entering the room, the young lady remained completely silent, acting like a mute. Only when Levi asked for her name did she respond in a voice so faint it was barely audible. Otherwise, Levi truly would have believed she was incapable of speech. Miss Bedrick, did you know the victim? Shook her head. Did you see the victim at all today? Shook her head. Then may I ask, what were you doing earlier this afternoon? Miss Lisa's voice was tiny, whispering on the verge of silence. I was listening to Mother speak. What were the two of you discussing? She was complaining about the weather, saying the train was delayed, she was unhappy. What did you think of the victim? This time, Lisa remained silent for a long moment. Mother disliked him, and I didn't like him either. Why is that? Sometimes, he would stare at me. Lisa's voice grew lower and lower, her head dropping so low it was nearly buried in her chest. What do you mean? Whenever I went to Mother's room to knock on her door, he would always open his own door and stare at me with a smile. Levi and Anthony exchanged a meaningful glance. I didn't hear Madame Bedrick mention this. I didn't tell Mother, because she would start a fight. Well, that was easy to imagine. Given Madame Bedrick's volatile temperament, she would likely drag the man straight out of his room and lambast him in front of everyone. Did you happen to hear any sounds coming from next door at that time? Lisa fell into a lengthy silence before shaking her head. No. But that doesn't seem to align with what Madame Bedrick implied. Levi stated calmly, keeping his eyes fixed on Lisa. The young lady froze, then shook her head once more. I don't know. I don't know anything. I strongly advise you to tell the truth, Miss Bedrick. Levi leaned back against the sofa, crossing his fingers. Ever since his interview with Madame Bedrick, he had realized the mother and daughter were acting strangely. Upon entering the car, Madame Bedrick had been uncharacteristically hyperactive and talkative, barely allowing him to utter a word. Yet, it was precisely because her speech flowed so seamlessly that Levi's suspicions had been aroused. When ordinary people spoke, particularly when recalling past events, they would inevitably pause to gather their thoughts. Madame Bedrick, however, had launched into a grand, uninterrupted lecture right from the start, almost like an actress who had memorized her lines in advance. Crucially, her demeanor was not an act, her emotions were entirely genuine. Therefore, there could only be one conclusion. The two of you know exactly what happened next door. Levi locked his gaze onto Lisa. Madame Bedrick was a social butterfly and difficult to crack, but her socially anxious daughter was a different story entirely. Let me guess. You were terrified of that man, so you went to Madame Bedrick and explained the situation. Your mother was furious upon hearing this. She marched over to his room to confront him, an altercation broke out, and in the heat of the moment, the two of you accidentally killed him. No, that's not true. Hearing this, Lisa cried out in a sudden panic, her voice completely abandoning its previous mosquito-like whisper. It wasn't like that at all. We never imagined he would actually die. Levi kept his eyes fixed on Lisa, who suddenly realized her slip of the tongue. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. Please explain the circumstances in detail, Miss Bedrick. Why yes. Lisa lowered her head once more. After finishing lunch, I was called to Mother's room. She asked me if something was wrong. At first, I didn't want to say anything. I just said I wasn't feeling well. But Mother wouldn't have it, she insisted I must be in some kind of trouble. And then, she said if I didn't tell her, she would ask everyone on the train. For someone with severe social anxiety, that was practically a death sentence. So, I told Mother. She was furious when she heard it. She said during afternoon tea, she would drag him to the salon car so everyone could see what a shameless man he was. And right then, we heard a dull thud from next door. At what time? 3:28. You remember the time remarkably clearly, Miss Bedrick. Levi looked at her with surprise, and she lowered her gaze further. Because, while Mother was ranting, I kept staring at the pocket watch in my hands. Understandable. Just like a student tuning out a teacher's lecture by checking the clock. Did Madame Bedrick hear it as well? Mother was startled. She thought the man had overheard her complaints. Then she lowered her voice, and told me she would find the conductor to deal with him. Sharp-tongued but easily frightened at heart, which perfectly matched Madame Bedrick's personality. We kept waiting for the conductor to notify us about afternoon tea. Mother intended to lodge a complaint about that gentleman then. But instead, we heard a scream, and when we went out to look. Hearing this, Levi narrowed his eyes. Are you saying the conductor never came to notify you? Yes, that's right. Mother and I kept waiting for him, but he never showed up. Very well. Thank you, Miss Bedrick. Levi rose to see Lisa out, then fell into deep thought for a brief moment before proceeding with the remaining inquiries. The statements from the remaining two guests were largely identical to the others. They claimed to have been resting in their room since lunch and were entirely unaware of the situation outside. Furthermore, just like Miss Bedrick, they confirmed that no conductor had ever come to invite them for afternoon tea. At this point, the entire picture had become perfectly clear. Anthony. Levi beckoned Anthony over, gesturing for him to lean closer. Go find the train captain, then take him to. He lowered his voice, whispering a series of instructions into Anthony's ear. Anthony blinked in surprise, then gave a firm nod. Got it, boss. With that, Anthony turned and departed. Levi remained seated on the sofa, gazing out the window. It was already dusk, but due to the dense shroud of storm clouds, the entire world outside appeared pitch black. The rain showed no signs of letting up, instead, it seemed to pour down even harder. Levi stared through the glass at the dark forest, a sudden sensation washing over him. It felt as though something deep within those pitch-black woods was watching this train. Like a hunter hidden away in the underbrush, patiently observing and tracking its prey. Levi activated his soul vision, scanning the surrounding area. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Was it merely an illusion? Boss. Anthony's voice rang out, pulling Levi's gaze back to him. Anthony looked thoroughly excited, while the train captain standing beside him bore a grim countenance. Did you find it? We found it, exactly where you said it would be, boss. TSK, as expected of a famous detective. Alright, let us gather everyone here and bring this case to a close. Before long, the passengers were assembled in the salon car. Levi stood in the center, facing the crowd. My apologies for taking up everyone's time. Levi nodded to the group. In truth, this is a very ordinary case. I ask that you do not trouble yourselves too much over it. An ordinary case. Madame Bedrick furrowed her brow. Indeed. The case itself is quite simple. The victim, Mr. Hardman, was murdered, and a large sum of money he brought with him was stolen. A large sum of money? Several passengers exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this. Clearly, they could not comprehend why someone traveling alone would carry so much physical cash. Yes. This is a straightforward case of robbery. The culprit spotted the money inside Mr. Hardman's document box, allowed greed to take over, and subsequently attacked and killed him to seize the cash. The process was quite simple and rather dull. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Conductor? Wait, what are you talking about? Hearing Levi's words, everyone turned their startled gazes toward the conductor, who looked entirely taken aback. Are you accusing me of killing Mr. Hardman? Precisely. In fact, I suspected you right from the very beginning. After all, there were only 2 sets of footprints found inside Mr. Hardman's room. One belonged to Mr. Hardman himself, while the other belonged to a slender man roughly 1.75 meters tall. The wear on the soles of those prints indicated someone who spends a great deal of time walking. However, since you claim to have entered the scene yourself, we couldn't entirely rule out the possibility that you had simply walked in to inspect the body, correct? Yes, exactly. The conductor managed to calm himself down, hastily offering a rebuttal. I merely saw the passenger's corpse and rushed inside to check on him. But you told me earlier that you were startled out of your wits, immediately backed away, and came to find me. Levi's perfect memory was not to be underestimated. I apologize. My mind was completely frazzled. I must have misremembered. Very well, let us move straight to how the crime was committed, Levi said, cutting off the conductor's defensive remarks entirely. At noon today, the victim approached the conductor to inquire about the train delays caused by the mudslide. On his way back to his room, he accidentally collided with Miss Olivia, who was emerging from the servants' quarters. The impact caused the victim's document box to burst open, spilling its contents across the floor, including nearly £1,000 in cash. That much money? The others gasped in shock. Why on earth was he carrying so much cash? Someone naturally voiced the question. With the advent of punch cards, ordinary people rarely carried such large sums of physical currency anymore. Even among the wealthy, who would willingly lug around hundreds or thousands of pounds in gold coins. It wasn't as if they were conducting weight training exercises. That is a question only the victim himself could answer. Levi made a sweeping gesture. At the time, the individuals present were myself, Miss Olivia, her servant, and you, Mr. Conductor. I believe it was at that exact moment that you caught sight of the victim's money. Perhaps you merely noted the fact at the time without any immediate malice, or perhaps the dark thought took root right then and there. Regardless, as afternoon tea approached, you made your way to the victim's room and used your master key to quietly unlock the door. The conductor remained silent, his jaw clenched tight as he stood his ground. The victim was not asleep at the time. His back was turned to you, seemingly searching for something. His document box was wide open, the money lying exposed for anyone to grab. Seeing this fortune, you took action, striking the victim down from behind. You then gathered all the cash and staged the scene to appear as the first witness discovering the body. After all, so long as no one saw you, nobody could prove exactly when you had entered the room. Levi smiled and offered a simple gesture. And please, do not bother asking me for evidence. It has already been found. Inside the conductor's restroom within the luggage carriage, we discovered these gold coins, along with a blood-stained hammer. What else do you have to say for yourself? That money belongs to me. It's my personal savings. Oh. Then how do you explain the blood stains and fingerprints on them? Levi signaled Anthony, who held up a massive pile of coins to display them to the crowd. Dark red stains of blood were clearly visible across the gleaming gold surfaces. Witnessing the bloody currency, the expressions of the onlookers shifted drastically. Mrs. Hardman turned her head away entirely, unable to look. If you insist this money is yours, then surely you won't mind if I conduct a fingerprint analysis. If it truly belongs to you, I imagine the victim's fingerprints shouldn't be present on them at all. In that exact instant, the conductor's face drained of color completely. Following that, the conductor finally confessed to his crime. It was actually quite simple. Initially, the conductor claimed he had merely gone to remind the victim about afternoon tea. When he knocked and received no answer, he opened the door. He then saw the victim with his back turned, rummaging through a leather suitcase. Upon spotting the massive amount of money inside, greed instantly flared in his mind. Seeing that the victim was oblivious and no one else was around. Of course, according to the conductor's own account, he hadn't intended to kill the man. He only wanted to knock him unconscious and steal some cash. Like everyone else on the train, he assumed this suspicious-looking man had obtained his wealth through illicit means and wouldn't dare make a scene even if his money went missing. However, due to his clumsy execution, he accidentally bludgeoned the man to death. Since the deed was done, he figured he might as well go all the way. He couldn't let a murder go to waste, so he took every last coin. Next came the standard procedure of writing the confession, signing it, and pressing his thumbprint. Once that was done, the conductor was locked directly inside the storage room of the luggage car. The corpse was packed into a crate and tossed into the ordinary luggage car, bringing the matter to a close. But Anthony couldn't hold back his complaints. "This is exactly why I say I absolutely despise these amateurs who are worse than rookies," he muttered quietly to Levi while rifling through the victim's room for any potential secret intelligence. Even a professionally trained spy wouldn't die in such a ridiculous manner. Robbery and murder. If idiots like this can be spies, why on earth am I stuck roughing it in a third-class carriage? Anthony's resentment was practically skyrocketing at this point. It seemed life in the third-class carriage truly was a miserable ordeal. That actually reminds me of something. Levi stroked his chin, examining the room before him. When you think about it, even you know this man wasn't suited to be a spy. I'm certain his handlers knew it too. In that case, why did they trust him to deliver something? What do you mean, boss? I suspect that what they wanted was the man himself, not just some piece of intelligence. Him. Anthony froze upon hearing Levi's response. That's highly unlikely. It's not like we didn't investigate him. The guy was an orphan with no significant background. He was just an ordinary researcher in the institute, not even qualified to lead his own research group. What would anyone want with a guy like that? Perhaps he was a neglected genius, or maybe he was being suppressed by his superiors. In any case, since the other party was willing to pay cold, hard cash, it proves he possessed something they highly valued. Put that way, it does make sense. Knowing the realities of their own trade, Anthony understood that no agency had an infinite budget. He himself was forced to ride in third class. Judging others by his own circumstances, no matter how wealthy a rival intelligence agency might be, they wouldn't waste funds bribing a complete nobody for no reason. In their line of work, people truly didn't act without guaranteed returns. Well, keep searching at your own pace. I'm heading back to sleep. Levi let out a yawn. Now that the murder case was solved, it was no longer his concern. Besides, no other passenger would dare sleep in this room anyway, so he might as well let Anthony take his time investigating. Anthony didn't mind either. As a spy, he had dealt with countless similar situations. Searching for clues in a room where someone had just died was nothing, more often than not, they had to search the actual corpses, RAE. Levi returned to his room to rest, and the other passengers naturally retreated to their respective cabins. The trainmaster, however, was forced to personally take over the duties in the first-class carriage. He was deeply depressed. Having a murder occur on his train was bad enough, but the killer turning out to be one of his own conductors was an absolute nightmare. Once they reached the station, this news would inevitably leak out. None of the wealthy guests in the first-class carriage would show any leniency to the railway company. When that time came, being berated by his superiors would be a merciful outcome. If he were to be dismissed. The thought made the trainmaster feel as though his entire world were collapsing. For the rest of the first-class passengers, the matter was largely resolved. Since the case was solved, the incident was effectively over. Nonetheless, the event left many feeling anxious, and few dared to remain alone. Madame Bedrick, for instance, was completely unwilling to sleep right next door to a murder scene and moved directly into her daughter's room. The night deepened. Nightlife in this era was rather dull. On previous nights, passengers would gather in the salon car to play cards, chat, and pass the time. But after today's incident, no one was in the mood for social activities. Essentially everyone returned to their rooms to rest after dinner. This is just too terrifying, Mississippi. Olivia's maid, Anna, was clearly too frightened to stay in her own room alone and had run over to Olivia's quarters. By comparison, this room felt much more secure. I never imagined such a horrific thing could happen on a train. When traveling abroad, one must always remain vigilant, Olivia said as she sat in her chair, allowing her maid to brush her hair. Indeed, it's frightening. What if that conductor had targeted us for robbery? I'm not worried about that. Olivia genuinely harbored no fears on that front. After all, Little Black was right by her side. If anyone mistook him for a harmless, cute puppy, Olivia wouldn't mind letting them become a meal in Little Black's stomach. Then again, Mr. Levi is truly remarkable. At this topic, the maid grew excited. I can't believe he caught the killer so quickly, after only spending a single afternoon on it. Ah, yes, indeed, it was quite impressive. Olivia nodded in total agreement. She had witnessed Levi handle cases before, but those had involved supernatural elements. This, however, was a completely ordinary murder. Levi had simply examined the scene, questioned a few individuals, and immediately apprehended the culprit. Furthermore, he had executed it all with total ease. It forced Olivia to view him with a newfound level of respect. All done, Mississippi. The maid finished styling Olivia's hair, and the noble lady leaned forward to examine herself closely in the mirror. Splendid, Anna. Your skills are as excellent as always. As she spoke, Olivia opened the small handbag beside her, intending to make her final preparations before bed. But the moment she reached inside. What is this? Olivia pulled a card from her bag with a look of confusion. It was a punch card, and on the surface, it appeared quite ordinary. The only strange aspect was its color. Unlike typical cards which were beige, this punch card was entirely black. What a peculiar object. Olivia examined it curiously. In this world, the material used for punch cards was similar to a blend of heavy cardstock and plastic, making it durable yet flexible. They were almost exclusively white or beige. While certain bank savings punch cards were coated in specific colors, Olivia had never once seen a black punch card. Anna, what is this? A black punch card? Hearing Olivia's question, the maid stepped closer to inspect it. I'm sorry, mistress, I have no recollection of this. I just found it inside my bag. Are you certain you didn't pack anything unusual? Ah, now that you mention it. The maid seemed to recall something, but before she could finish her sentence, she was suddenly cut off by a low growl. Grr. The small puppy, which had been dozing on a nearby chair, suddenly bolted upright. It stared fixedly toward the exterior window, letting out a hostile rumble from its throat. What's wrong, little black? Noticing the puppy's bizarre behavior, Olivia instantly grew alert. She knew this was no ordinary dog, it was the guardian spirit of the Baskerville family. Ever since that fateful incident, Olivia had kept it by her side at all times, even sleeping in the same room. Yet, she had never seen Little Black act like this. Abandoning her investigation of the black punch card for the moment, Olivia slipped it back into her handbag. She stood up and approached Little Black. The small puppy was currently arching its back fiercely, its eyes locked onto the window as low growls vibrated through its chest. What is happening with Little Black? Anna walked over, equally perplexed. Could there be a wild beast out there in the forest? Perhaps. Olivia watched Little Black, reaching down to stroke his fur, but the hound remained tense, staring out into the dark. Olivia followed its gaze, but she could see absolutely nothing. Due to the reflection of the bright indoor lighting, the window glass acted like a mirror, merely displaying the interior of the cabin. The situation outside was completely obscured. Anna, turn off the lights. Yes, Mississippi. The maid walked to the door and flipped the switch. In an instant, the room was plunged into darkness, mirroring the absolute blackness outside. Aside from the howling wind and the rhythmic patter of raindrops, nothing could be seen or heard. We need to find Mr. Levi. Staring out the window, Olivia made a swift decision. She didn't know why Little Black was displaying such extreme wariness, but it was glaringly obvious that some form of danger was lurking nearby. Levi had previously warned her to seek him out immediately if the hound ever exhibited unusual behavior, and this was undeniably one of those moments. Fortunately, Levi had not yet fallen asleep. The reason was simple, he was currently in his room, admiring the reward he had just pulled from his system chest. Well, well. I certainly didn't expect to pull such an excellent piece of gear. Levi was thoroughly excited as he handled the magnificent item in his hands. Much like how solving the case aboard the Northern Star had granted him a custom outfit, cracking this murder mystery had earned him an additional bonus chest. He had originally assumed it would be another set of clothing, but to his surprise, he had unboxed a firearm. It was another revolver. Its exterior appearance was virtually identical to the Persuader. The only major difference was its pristine coloration. It featured a pure silver frame paired with ivory-white grips, creating a striking contrast with the pitch-black Persuader that had been altered by the Goddess of Night. Could the system be acting a bit petty, deliberately trying to compete with the Goddess of Night's aesthetic? Aside from the color, this revolver also differed from the Persuader in its caliber. While the Persuader chambered the standard .455 round, this new weapon was a massive .50 caliber. Because of this, its cylinder was slightly smaller in capacity. The Persuader could hold 6 rounds, whereas this new revolver could only hold 5, a necessary compromise given the significantly larger size of the .50 caliber ammunition. Of course, a larger bullet inherently meant devastating stopping power. When Levi shot a human with the Persuader, he could still manage to leave them alive. But if he used this gun, their survival would be entirely up to fate. I'll call you the Punisher. Levi was exceptionally pleased with his new firearm. After all, what man wouldn't prefer something bigger, thicker, longer, and more powerful? To be entirely honest, Levi had occasionally felt that the Persuader's firepower fell short. It was more than sufficient against ordinary humans, but whenever he faced massive, non-human entities, he was forced to either rely on the Eye of the Reaper for a burst of rapid fire to overwhelm them through sheer volume, or deploy his cane gun. The latter, however, was a bolt-action rifle mechanism and completely unsuited for close-quarters combat. The arrival of the Punisher was perfectly timed, seamlessly covering the gap in his short-range firepower. The only pressing issue at the moment was his lack of ammunition. He only possessed the 5 rounds preloaded into the cylinder. Still, it wasn't a major concern. Once they reached their destination, he could easily find a gunsmith to purchase some spares. At least, that was Levi's plan. Right up until Olivia knocked urgently on his door. The dim lounge felt like a prison cell to the conductor. No, to be exact, it was a prison cell. Sigh. Sitting on his chair, the conductor sighed helplessly. How could he be so unlucky? He was full of regret now, deep regret. Whether he regretted letting his greed get the better of him, or regretted making his move on a train where a famous detective was present, only the conductor himself knew. Tap, 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 tap. Bean-sized raindrops pelted against the window, the constant noise grating on his nerves. Once they reached the next station, he would definitely be handed over to the police, tried, and executed. At that thought, the conductor suddenly stood up. No, he couldn't just die like this. He wanted to live. Mulling over his options, the conductor walked over to the window and tried to push it open. He had made his decision. He could sneak off the train right now and slip away while no one was paying attention. Maybe he would be caught again in the future, maybe not. But at least this way, there was a chance. Anything was better than staying here and waiting for death. Heave, heave. With that in mind, the conductor began trying to force the window open. Unfortunately, the windows in this lounge were fixed and extremely narrow. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't move it even a fraction of an inch. If it really didn't work, he would smash it open. At this point, the conductor no longer cared whether the noise would attract anyone. He looked around, grabbed the chair he had been sitting on, and raised it high above his head toward the window. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the lights in the entire room flickered violently. Along with the flickering illumination, a dark shadow emerged right behind the conductor. Who's there? The conductor turned his head and looked behind him, but there was nothing there except a firmly locked door. Could it be his imagination? The conductor turned back around, raised the chair again, and smashed it hard against the window. Thud. The chair slammed heavily into the window, leaving a visible crack in the glass. It had to be said that the craftsmanship of this glass was unexpectedly excellent. A with tilde new B. Again. The conductor lifted the chair once more and swung it toward the glass a second time. Thud. The glass shuddered violently, and a hole finally broke open. Seeing this, the conductor grew even more excited. He raised the chair a third time, then suddenly spun around and brought it down with all his might. Crash. The chair slammed heavily into the dark shadow standing directly behind him. If it had been an ordinary person, this strike would have been enough to knock them to the ground. But the figure remained standing there perfectly straight, completely motionless. Instead, the chair in the conductor's hands shattered with a loud crack, leaving only a single chair leg still clutched in his grip. Who are you? Looking at the dark shadow, the conductor questioned in a trembling voice. Then, the flickering lights brightened once more, and he finally saw the person standing before him clearly. The man wore somewhat stained and messy clothes, had disheveled hair, and stared at the conductor with lifeless eyes. The conductor knew who he was, because it was precisely because of this fellow that he was in this predicament right now. But, he was supposed to be dead. Why you should be dead? Don't come over here. The conductor's eyes widened in sheer terror as he stared at the man who should have been a corpse. No, strictly speaking, he really was dead. There wasn't a single shred of vitality in the eyes staring back at the conductor, they looked like 2 cloudy glass marbles. The man opened his mouth and let out an indistinct, muffled cry. Then, the conductor watched as something began to extend from inside the man's open mouth. No, a wretched, piercing shriek echoed through the entire carriage, causing Levi and Ovelia, who were in the middle of a conversation, to freeze simultaneously. What happened? Whatever it is, it can't be good. As Levi spoke, he turned and ran toward the source of the sound. Ovelia followed closely behind him, clutching little Black tightly in her arms. The tiny puppy curled up in Ovelia's embrace, glaring fiercely down the corridor ahead while letting out a low, menacing growl. Just then, the train conductor also came running over. What happened, Mr. Levi? I don't know either. Let's go check it out first. It was already late at night, so both the salon car and the dining car were completely empty. Levi led Ovelia and the train conductor through 2 deserted carriages before arriving at the ordinary luggage car. Click. The train conductor used his master key to unlock the door to the ordinary luggage car. The group peered inside and were instantly shocked. The ordinary luggage car, as the name implied, was used to store the luggage of ordinary passengers. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be anything here aside from suitcases and trunks. But reality proved otherwise. Inside the ordinary luggage car, thick vines resembling giant serpents were spreading out in all directions. They were pouring out from the adjacent, originally locked conductor's restroom, multiplying at a visible and almost unimaginable speed. Holy Lord above, what on earth is that? Looking at the bizarre and eerie scene before him, the train conductor cried out in alarm. As if hearing his scream, the vines that had been spreading outward suddenly shifted direction. They locked onto the three people standing at the doorway and lunged straight toward them. Woof, woof. In that split second, just as the vines launched their attack, the tiny puppy that had been nesting in Ovelia's arms leaped forward. It extended its paws and slashed through the air. Levi heard a sharp slicing sound, and several deep, clean claw marks instantly ripped across the floor of the carriage. The encroaching vines were chopped into several segments as if struck by invisible blades, falling to the ground and rapidly turning into withered, dried-up twigs. Woof. 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 After destroying the vines that attacked them, Little Black turned toward the side and began barking furiously. Levi followed the direction of Little Black's gaze and realized it was staring at the conductor's restroom, which had previously been tightly shut but was now burst open by the mass of vines. He hastily drew the persuader, stepped up to the restroom, and peered inside. The sight that presented itself inside caused even Levi to take a sharp breath in surprise. Within the room, the conductor and the man he had murdered were locked in a tight embrace. Countless vines and branches were erupting from their mouths, eyes, ears, nostrils, and any other opening available. Furthermore, the skin of both men had transformed into something resembling the bark of a century-old tree, making them look like two human-shaped wooden statues. Damn, what kind of monstrosity is this? Staring at the horrific thing before him, Levi gasped. At that moment, the vines slithering out of the two corpses like giant serpents accelerated once more, shooting straight toward him. Confound it. Levi cursed inwardly. He hastily rolled to the side, activated the Eye of the Reaper, aimed at the two corpses, and pulled the trigger. Bang! An incendiary round detonated instantly. The scorching white phosphorus flames engulfed the vines and the two corpses in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the entire conductor's restroom was ablaze with roaring fire, and the vines, as if soaked in oil, were rapidly consumed and incinerated by the flames. At the exact same time. Roar! A deafening roar, sounding almost like a clap of thunder, echoed from the outside. It seemed to come from all directions, as if the entire forest itself was howling in rage. Immediately after, Levi felt the train begin to shudder slightly, like a precursor to an impending earthquake. However, he knew this wasn't an earthquake, because a mission notification had already appeared in front of his eyes. Mission activated, escape to safety. Mission objective, lead as many people as possible to escape this forest. Is it really that dangerous? Looking at the mission objective, Levi's expression remained unchanged, but his heart sank in surprise. Up until now, the missions given by the system had always required him to eliminate or find something. This was the first time it had explicitly told him to run away. In other words, the entity residing in this forest was something he couldn't afford to provoke right now. Even if the system had ordered him to fight, Levi wouldn't have done it. Currently, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light, and he didn't even know what kind of existence was in this forest. He had been so busy solving the murder case earlier that he forgot to ask Anthony about the legend surrounding this forest. Even if he knew, there was no way he could fight under these conditions. It would be better to just run away first, and then ask MI7 for reinforcements later. It would be best if they could secure an airship and bomb this entire forest to smithereens from above. Of course, that would have to wait until he made it out alive. Fortunately, although the system's request was rather extreme, Levi wasn't completely out of options. Train conductor. Levi withdrew his gaze and looked at the pale-faced conductor beside him. I need you to start the train immediately. Right now. Alright now. Exactly. Or do you want all of us to stay here and die for no apparent reason? No, of course not, but the mudslide. That's not an issue. Go, now. It's better than staying here and waiting to die. Alright. The train conductor didn't know exactly what was happening, but he had seen those python-like vines moving on their own and knew that staying here would bring nothing but disaster. Very quickly, the conductor led Levi and Ovelia back toward the front carriages. Levi instructed Ovelia to wake up everyone else and gather them, while he followed the conductor to the locomotive. Start the train immediately. Right now. Facing the conductor's command, the driver responsible for operating the train was completely taken aback. Yes, right now, immediately. But the conditions outside are terrible. The driver pointed outside the train and shouted at the conductor. The floodwaters are overflowing and have even submerged the tracks. Advancing under these conditions is extremely dangerous. What? The train conductor leaned his head out to check outside. Sure enough, under the reflection of the lights, the tracks beneath the train were almost entirely flooded, and even a portion of the wheels was submerged in water. We must leave, unless you want to die here. However, Levi's decision remained firm. But before the train conductor could say anything else, several thick vines suddenly burst from the darkness ahead, wrapping toward the locomotive like massive tentacles. Levi fired almost at the exact same moment. Bang! Bang! The flames erupted once more. Accompanied by bizarre, agonizing shrieks, the vines retracted into the dark again. What on earth is that? The driver had also witnessed this scene, and he stood frozen in utter shock, even wondering if he was trapped in a nightmare. Move! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. This time, the driver did not hesitate any further in the face of Levi's command. Although he didn't know what was happening, he could be certain it was nothing good. Fortunately, to maintain the internal power demands of the train, the locomotive had remained running. The driver quickly engaged the controls, and with a long, echoing whistle, the train began to gradually move forward. Train conductor, you and Ovelia go check on the situation in the other carriages. Understood. What about you, Mr. Levi? I need to prepare a few things. I'll be right behind you. Yes, sir. The train conductor and Ovelia quickly turned and left. Once they were gone, Levi looked around to ensure no one was watching him, then extended his hand. Along with his movement, a pitch-black skull appeared within his palm. Indeed, Levi hadn't made his decision blindly. The reason he was confident they could escape this forest was precisely because of the object in his hand, the ghost ship core. Levi opened his palm and slammed it hard against the wall of the carriage. Immediately after, a system prompt appeared. Do you wish to attach the ghost ship core? Attach it. There was no law stating that a ghost ship could only be a seafaring vessel, after all. Woo-woo. The train whistle wailed. The locomotive hurtled through the forest, which had completely transformed into a vast swampland. Submerged beneath the surging floodwaters, the trees thrashed violently in the roaring gale, looking like the wicked claws of monsters. Any ordinary train facing such a predicament would have been utterly helpless, left with no choice but destruction. Fortunately, this was no ordinary train. At least, not anymore. A freezing chill mingled with thick water vapor spread outward in all directions, coating every tree it touched in a thin layer of white frost. The train flew across the water, its massive headlamps casting a light as cold as moonlight. Strangely enough, if anyone were to look from the outside, they would see that the entire train didn't seem to be running on tracks at all, it resembled a ship floating upon the water's surface. The massive locomotive acted like a prow, slicing through the waves as it charged ahead. Fortunately, no one was bored enough to look outside at a time like this. Inside the carriages, panic had already broken out. Go gather all the passengers from the second and third class carriages and move them into the salon car. Levi barked orders at the conductor and the crew, who scrambled to carry them out. The people in the first-class carriage were also deeply unsettled, completely in the dark about what was happening. What on earth is going on? A flash flood. A flash flood? Levi obviously couldn't tell them that there was something wrong with the forest itself. Luckily, it was the middle of the night and no one could see outside. He began deploying his deceptive skills to bluff them completely. Days of continuous heavy rain have triggered a landslide on the nearby mountain. A mudslide is rushing down the slope straight toward us. We must leave this area at maximum speed, or we will be completely buried alive. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Madame Bedrick shrieked in terror. Then shouldn't we hurry up and run? The train has already been pushed to its maximum speed. If all goes well, we will clear the danger zone in half an hour at most. Levi glanced at Madame Bedrick. Before that happens, I want everyone back in their compartments. Wait there calmly. Do not cause a scene. Is that understood? Faced with Levi's command, the passengers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. But Levi didn't care what they thought. His expression hardened as he addressed them once more. Return to your rooms immediately, pack your personal belongings, and hold on to the handrails in your compartments to steady yourselves. We want to prevent anyone from falling and getting hurt. Any more questions? This time, the passengers obediently followed Levi's orders, returning to their respective rooms to pack their things. What a hassle. If you don't give them something to do, they just won't stay quiet. Watching the first-class passengers return to their rooms, Levi finally let out a sigh, though his expression remained solemn. After transforming the train into a ghost ship, Levi could observe the surroundings through the vehicle itself. Although it was pitch black outside, the actual situation was incredibly grim. The tracks beneath the train had been completely entangled and destroyed by vines. If the train were still running normally on those rails, it would have been immobilized long ago. The only reason the train could still hurtle forward was the massive flood caused by the torrential rain. It was precisely this flood that prevented the forest from unleashing its full power. Most of the vines were swept away by the roaring waters before they could take effect. RN. However, this only seemed to infuriate the entity further. Though Levi still didn't know what kind of creature he was dealing with, it was clearly determined to stop them from escaping in one piece. Sigh. It was a shame this was just a train. If it were a real ship, well, without weapons, it wouldn't matter anyway. Fortunately, the phantom fog inherent to the ghost ship core seemed to possess perception-disrupting and concealment effects, causing several of the entity's attacks to miss. But the creature clearly hadn't given up. Through his supernatural awareness, Levi could see countless vines swimming through the floodwaters like water snakes, lunging toward the train. As expected, it still wasn't enough. Seeing this, Levi's expression grew grim. This was exactly why he had ordered the conductor to move the passengers from the rear carriages to the front. The train was currently too long with too many carriages, making it an easy target. Moreover, the excessive weight was severely restricting its speed. Even though Levi had used the ghost ship core to transform the vehicle into a ghost train, he still had to obey the fundamental laws of physics. Before long, the passengers from the rear carriages were ushered in by the crew. Unlike the first-class passengers, most of these travelers looked completely drained. They resembled a flock of bewildered sheep just awakened from a deep sleep, entirely oblivious to the situation. Has everyone been transferred? Levi looked at the conductor, who nodded quickly. I am certain. Everyone has been moved forward. Make absolutely sure no one was left behind. No missing children, right? In movies, during these race-against-time scenarios, a common cliché was discovering a missing child, forcing the protagonist to run back, find them, and then narrowly escape death together. Perhaps directors knew how annoying this trope was, which was why the character who wandered off was usually a child. After all, children were small and couldn't understand reason, so audiences were far more forgiving. If it were an adult, the audience's immediate thought would just be to let them die. Levi felt the same way. What he hated most was when everything was perfectly prepared, only for a stray child to ruin the plan. Nothing was more frustrating than that kind of development. Please rest assured, Mr. Levi, we verified everyone's tickets. No one is missing. Good. Prepare yourselves. Starting from the ordinary luggage car, decouple everything else. Wait a minute. What are you doing? A nearby passenger overheard the conversation between Levi and the conductor. Horrified, he began to shout. Our luggage is still back there. There is no time. We must leave immediately. To increase the train's speed, we have to cut off the rear carriages and lighten the load. No, absolutely not. Upon hearing Levi's words, a huge uproar erupted among the passengers. Are you telling us to abandon our belongings? My invention is in there. How do you plan to compensate me? Are you out of your mind? Why must we abandon our luggage? Exactly. No way. In an instant, the carriage turned into a chaotic mob as passengers surged toward Levi and the conductor. The train crew grew incredibly tense, looking at the angry crowd with no idea how to handle them. Faced with the protests, Levi didn't say a word. He simply raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot cut through the air, instantly silencing the arguments. The crowd stared at the gun raised high in Levi's hand, their mouths open, but not a single sound came out. If you don't want to abandon your luggage, you are welcome to go back and stay with it, Levi said, lowering his weapon as he scanned the crowd. After all, the fewer people we have, the lighter the load, and the faster we go. Faced with Levi's blatant threat, the passengers swallowed hard, none of them daring to speak another word. Although they still didn't know what was happening outside, instinct told every single one of them that danger was rapidly approaching. Clang! Suddenly, the train shuddered violently, as if something had grabbed it in a vice grip. Caught off guard, the passengers standing in the carriage lost their balance and tumbled to the floor in a heap. Whoa! Ouch! What happened? Damn it, it caught up. Levi gripped a nearby handrail, gritting his teeth. He could already see that the vines had seized the very last third-class carriage and were rapidly creeping forward. Even though the train had accelerated to its absolute limit, it still couldn't break free from the entanglement. Hey, you're really pushing your luck, aren't you? A surge of anger flared up inside Levi. Of course, if he wanted to escape the vines, he could easily use the ghost ship spirit form ability, but that skill wasn't meant for frequent use. More importantly, breaking free once didn't mean the entity wouldn't try a second time. Since this thing wanted to hold on to him so badly. Conductor. The detective? Is there anything highly flammable or explosive on this train? Furious, Levi intended to teach the creature a lesson. Naturally, relying solely on the revolver in his hand wouldn't be enough, but if he had something a bit more potent. Flammable? Explosive? Detective, we don't carry such dangerous materials on this train. I do. Just as the conductor answered, a passenger stepped forward. He wore thick glasses and looked quite frail. The flame combustion machine I invented can set an entire house ablaze in just a few seconds. Setting a house on fire is nothing. Another inventor scrambled up from the tangled heap of fallen passengers. The super explosive device I invented can completely level a building. And me. When it comes to fire, duration is what matters. The flame combustion machine I invented can sustain a flame for several hours without dying out. A chubby man panted as he scrambled to his feet, shouting loudly. But another person quickly jumped out to counter him. What's the use of maintaining a flame for hours if it's just like a candle? The super fuel I invented can maintain a temperature above 800 degrees. Blast radius. Blast radius is what matters most. My convergent compression explosive device can restrict the explosion to a specific zone. Even if you stand right behind it, you won't suffer a single scratch. Listening to the chaotic bickering of the crowd, Levi felt completely numb. He stared at the group of inventors and asked quietly, "Where are these inventions of yours?" "In the luggage car, of course." Levi silently looked at the conductor, whose face had gone entirely pale. This is more dangerous than an actual ammunition depot. It seemed they really needed to implement strict security screenings for trains in the future. Levi had no idea he had been traveling alongside a walking armory for the past few days. The one who invented the fuel, come with me. Levi motioned with his hand. The fuel inventor smirked triumphantly at the others, raised his chin proudly, and quickly followed Levi and the conductor through the dining car toward the luggage car. Where is your fuel? The ordinary luggage car was currently in complete disarray, with various trunks and bags scattered all over the floor. To be honest, Levi hadn't paid any attention to these bags before, but now he knew they weren't ordinary luggage, they were bombs, incendiary devices, and landmines. Why did so many people love creating explosive devices? Was explosions truly a man's romance? Right over there, detective. The inventor pointed toward a corner of the luggage car. Levi followed his gaze and spotted a wooden barrel resting against the wall. From the outside, it looked no different from a wine barrel. How do you detonate it? Its ignition point is incredibly low, please don't worry, detective. The inventor boasted proudly. Just a single spark will set it ablaze instantly. And inside is a special raw liquid I spent all my blood and sweat developing. Its power is boundless. It is truly the Holy Lord's blessing that I survived these past few days in one piece. Crack. 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 As Levi was complaining internally, deep dent suddenly slammed into the walls of the carriage, as if something outside was squeezing the train with immense force. What's going on? Oh no. Conductor, decouple the carriage immediately. Ah, yes, detective. The conductor finally snapped out of his daze. He rushed forward and yanked open the coupler used to connect and lock the carriages together. Soon, the luggage car shuddered as it disconnected from the dining car where Levi stood. However, the moment the luggage car separated from the dining car, Levi saw several thick vines creeping over like old tree roots, extending straight toward his carriage. Whoa, what kind of monster is that? Staring at the thick vines wrapping around the vehicle, both the conductor and the inventor stood dumbfounded. Levi grit his teeth, and then the perception of time began to slow down. Levi slammed an incendiary round into the cylinder, raised the persuader, and aimed at the slowly separating luggage car. Completely ignoring the vines that flew toward him like the long hair of a vengeful spirit, he lined up his sights with the wooden barrel sitting in the corner of the luggage car. Then, Levi pulled the trigger. Ref. Time snapped back to its normal pace. The bullet whistled through the air, striking the plain-looking wooden barrel perfectly. In the next split second, an unimaginable sight unfolded. Boom. Flames erupted into the sky. The blinding flash transformed into a massive pillar of fire, tearing through the heavy dark clouds and torrential rain, illuminating the entire area with a brilliant, dazzling glow. White flames surged outward, incinerating everything they touched. The vines that had been coiled around the carriage like pythons were instantly reduced to ashes by the unparalleled blast. Even the thick mist surrounding the ghost train was blown away by the scorching shockwave. The entire train began to shudder and shake violently. Furthermore, under the glare of the headlamps, the driver could now see the tracks ahead completely blocked by the mudslide. We're going to crash. The driver screamed and closed his eyes, instinctively bracing for the impending impact. But to his utter surprise, the train continued to glide smoothly forward without the slightest hint of collision. When the driver opened his eyes again and peered cautiously ahead, he discovered that the mudslide covering the tracks had vanished entirely, replaced by a perfectly clear, level rail line. Phew. Only then did Levi lean against the carriage wall, letting out a long breath. He lowered his right hand, withdrawing the ghost ship core. Turning his head to look back, he saw a dense mushroom cloud of smoke billowing into the sky, refusing to dissipate for a long time. How should I put it, these inventors are truly terrifying. After finally crossing that cursed forest, the group arrived at the next station. One could only imagine the sheer shock of the platform staff when they saw such a train roll in. As for the specifics, Levi naturally claimed it was the result of a flash flood, forcing them to risk a breakthrough. The railway company staff did not pry further, content to accept the explanation at face value. Following this, the staff prepared a new train for everyone, and Levi compensated each of the second and third class passengers with retirement funds of £10. Although those inventors seemed unreliable, it was thanks to their inventions that Levi had managed to escape the pursuit of that bizarre forest. Since the luggage and belongings of those poor devils had gone up in smoke during the explosion, Levi was more than willing to grant them some compensation. Beyond that, Levi also intended to build a rapport with them. After all, judging by the blast radius, the whimsical ideas of these inventors were incredibly potent. Who knew if a genius of demolition might emerge from among them in the future? Right now, what Levi lacked most when dealing with those monsters was raw, overwhelming firepower. The inventors were absolutely overjoyed by Levi's compensation. They were not wealthy people to begin with, and attending the Steam Expo was entirely to secure investments. Although their creations had dissolved into thin air, they were still alive, and the blueprints were perfectly preserved in their minds. As long as they had funds, they could simply rebuild everything when they returned. The compensation Levi offered was exhilarating for them. For ordinary people, this was a substantial sum, more than enough to offset their losses. Consequently, they were filled with nothing but gratitude toward Levi, promising that if they created any new inventions in the future, they would definitely inform him first. This was exactly the outcome Levi had aimed for. In stark contrast to the ecstatic inventors, Anthony was having a miserable time. The target he was tracking and monitoring was dead, and not even an intact corpse remained. He had practically stripped the wallpaper off that cabin and still found nothing useful. It was a certainty that he would be done for once he returned. Therefore, when he said his goodbyes to Levi, his face was entirely devoid of life. Well, I'll take my leave now, boss. Sigh. Is it really that bad? You don't know our superior. He isn't someone easy to fool. I've botched things so badly this time. If I get kicked out, you've got to take me in, alright? We'll see when the time comes. While Levi was casually humoring Anthony, he saw Ovelia walking toward them. Miss Ovelia, is something the matter? There is an unusual matter, Mr. Levi. Ophelia nodded to Anthony, then looked toward Levi and drew a punch card from her handbag. I actually should have mentioned this to you last night, but so much happened all at once that I didn't have the time. Please look at this. As she spoke, Ophelia handed over the black punch card. What is this? A punch card? Levi took it curiously and examined it, though he clearly knew nothing about it. This punch card does not belong to me. Oh. I asked Anna, and she mentioned she might have accidentally swept it into the bag while gathering things from the floor. Gathering things from the floor. Ah, right, I remember. Hearing Ophelia's explanation, Levi reflected for a moment and immediately recalled the incident where Ophelia had collided with the victim. Not only had the victim's case burst open across the floor, but the handbag she was holding had also dropped. At that time, Ophelia hadn't gathered the items herself, instead, she had her maid retrieve them. In other words, the maid had accidentally slipped this item into the bag at that moment. Levi looked at the punch card in his hand. It wasn't entirely far-fetched. The punch card was black and rather inconspicuous, looking somewhat like a comb or a similar accessory. If the maid hadn't paid close attention while gathering the scattered items and shoved it inside, it was perfectly plausible. Wait, which meant? This belongs to the victim. I believe so. Really? This time, the cry did not come from Levi, but from Anthony. He practically lunged to Levi's side, staring wide-eyed at the punch card. Miss Baskerville, are you certain? Faced with the agitated Anthony, Ophelia was taken aback for a moment but still spoke. I cannot be entirely certain, but when I left my room yesterday afternoon, this strange object was not in my bag. I discovered it inside by evening. The only time this bag left my hands was in the afternoon when I collided with that man, so I believe it should be his property. Thank you so much, Miss Baskerville. At this moment, Anthony looked exactly like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. He clutched the black punch card, turning it over and over in sheer excitement. Ophelia, meanwhile, cast a puzzled glance at Anthony, wondering why he was so thrilled over a mere punch card. However, seeing Levi signal her not to worry about it, she did not pry further and soon took her leave. Once Ophelia had departed, Levi looked back at Anthony. Is this the item you were looking for? Very likely. Anthony stared intently at the black punch card, nodding vigorously. When that fellow was murdered earlier, wasn't the killer searching the trunk for something? I suspect this might be exactly what he was looking for. So what exactly is it? Are you going to take it back for inspection? No, that won't do. Anthony's excitement flared for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and shook his head. I must find out what this thing actually is. Otherwise, if I foolishly bring it back and it turns out to be some love letter written by that man, my superior will strangle me alive. So I'll continue traveling with you, boss. It just so happens that I know an expert in this field in Bisbalu. We can have him examine it then. If we can figure out what this punch card is used for, perhaps we can deduce what the other party is truly after. After this, the railway company dispatched another train for the passengers. Unlike the Orient Express, however, this train did not feature any additional carriages. Furthermore, the majority of the second and third class passengers no longer intended to travel to Bisbalu, most opted to take the return train back. Consequently, only the first class passengers, along with Anthony and a handful of second class passengers, boarded the new train to continue their journey to Bisbalu. The rest remained on the platform to wait for the return trip. Compared to the Orient Express, the rooms on the new train were relatively less luxurious. Yet, after surviving such a night, Levi was in no mood to fret over minor details. Upon entering his room, he collapsed onto the bed and opened the system's mission log. Quest, escape to safety, completed. Time elapsed, S. Rescue efficiency, S. Impact evaluation, S. Overall rating, SSS. Lifespan plus 300, bonus plus 100. This mission was remarkably difficult. Staring at the addition of 400 days to his lifespan, Levi knit his brows. Indeed, if he hadn't possessed that trump card, the Ghost Ship Corps, under last night's conditions, he would have been lucky just to escape the forest alive. But this matter wasn't over yet. Levi had already made up his mind. Once he reached Bisbalu, he would find an opportunity to file a report with MI7. If possible, he would bring a squadron of bombing airships back to settle the score. He would rain incendiary rounds down to burn the entire forest to ash, and see how arrogant it could be then. Mystery resistance plus 10%. Strength attribute plus 10. Bonus skill selection available. Steady shot / burst fire / piercing shot. Ah, here it is again. The last time Levi had faced this three-way skill choice, he had passed up burst fire and piercing shot to select ricochet shot, which had proven to be incredibly effective. Now it was another three-way choice for marksmanship skills, though ricochet shot was gone, replaced by steady shot. Following the logic of his previous choice, he bypassed burst fire and piercing shot once more to select steady shot. As a passive skill, the function of steady shot was quite straightforward. It allowed the user to execute highly stable shots, much like pressing a key to steady one's aim when looking through a sniper scope in an RPG game. This skill was quite useful for Levi, especially now that he could dual wield. A stable aim was absolutely paramount. Next was the mystery resistance. It had now accumulated to a total of 45%. He wondered if reaching 100% would grant him something akin to magic immunity. If it included magic reflection, that would be even better. When Levi played games, reflection mechanics were always his absolute least favorite. Conversely, if he could become the very thing he hated most, nothing could be finer. This time, his strength had increased by 10 points, bringing it directly to 50, though it wasn't particularly impactful. After all, in terms of base attributes, 50 represented the baseline of an ordinary, average human. Levi had long since discovered that within the system's attributes, 90 was considered the peak of human capability, while 50 was the average. In other words, falling below 50 meant being weaker than an ordinary person. In truth, if given the choice, Levi would have preferred to invest points into agility or perception. However, since the system was providing the rewards, he had no say in the matter. Incidentally, the steady shot skill wasn't placed after the marksmanship attribute like ricochet shot had been, instead, it appeared behind the strength attribute value. This revelation allowed Levi to discern a pattern regarding how the system distributed skills. Evidently, the skills offered by the system were calculated based on the thresholds of specific attributes. Because his strength attribute had met the requirement, the system had presented the option for steady shot. Had he raised a different attribute, the marksmanship skill offered by the system might have assumed an entirely different form. Having confirmed his gains from the mission, Levi let out a yawn and drifted off to sleep. After an exhausting night, he was spent. He only hoped this train wouldn't present him with any further crises. Fortunately, from that point onward, the journey proceeded exactly as Levi hoped, free of any murders or complications. A day later, Levi and the others finally arrived at the Steel City, Bisbaru. The City of Steel, Bisbaru. As the industrial hub of the Empire's northern region, Bisbaru was renowned across the entire continent. The reason was simple, it was the birthplace of both the steam engine and the difference engine. Because of this, Bisbaru was the most technologically advanced and heavily industrialized city in the Empire. It was a sacred ground for countless inventors, a place where everyone dreamed of birthing the next creation that would change the world. The city itself left a striking impression. Stepping off the platform, the first sight to greet visitors was a cluster of massive towers. Though they closely resembled the wizard towers described in fantasy stories, they served a completely different purpose. Those high towers were actually colossal difference engines. They stored data and information for every distinct district in the City of Steel, constantly interacting and exchanging variables before channeling everything into a towering steel skyscraper at the very center of the city. That central tower stored all the data for the Bisbaru region, encompassing everything from economic metrics to military logistics. One could easily say that the tower served as Bisbaru's brain. All of this had been explained to Levi by Ovelia. I intend to implement a system like this in the Delicat region, Ovelia remarked. That way, we can maintain a far more precise understanding of our harvests, tax revenues, and overall regional status. Besides, I am thoroughly sick of rummaging through cellars just to retrieve documents that have been half-eaten by moths and rats. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Levi recalled the agonizing experience of digging through records back at the Baskerville estate. For someone who had lived through the information age, that kind of archival work was truly a form of torture. In contrast, he fondly remembered checking residency records back at the Fog City Police Bureau. All he had to do was input the data, wait a moment, and the mechanical system would go clack clack clack, spitting out a paper slip containing the target's entire family identity details. While it still paled in comparison to the fully interconnected internet era Levi had once known, it was at least functional. Searching for a single piece of paper in a room spanning hundreds of square meters without knowing where it had been filed was a genuine nightmare. Ovelia's trip to Bisbaru was not merely to order the latest models of agricultural machinery, she also intended to establish an information processing center. In fact, many regions across the empire had already begun implementing these systems one after another. However, the equipment required a massive capital investment and was highly specialized, demanding a large workforce to maintain. Speaking of personnel, Levi had recently spotted an interesting piece of news in the newspapers. Various departments requiring difference engines had begun hiring large numbers of female textile workers who had previously lost their jobs to steam-powered automation. Their primary duties involved reading cards, punching holes, and sorting the data files. Because textile workers were highly skilled at meticulous manual labor, and since these tasks required low technical expertise but high repetition, they fit the role perfectly. This meant that the widespread unemployment caused by the expansion of steam power was being mitigated to some extent. It was, admittedly, a fascinating societal shift. Since this news had broken right before the steam machinery exposition, its underlying implication was clear. To any qualified leader, regional unemployment was a persistent headache. The workers displaced by the rise of steam machinery represented a particularly volatile issue that demanded a solution. Now, it seemed that by purchasing difference engines and providing those displaced workers with a basic level of training, they could easily transition into skilled, low-level clerks. For the textile workers themselves, this was an excellent outcome. Even though the work was tedious and micro-intensive, at least they got to sit in an office. Naturally, Ovelia could not execute such a massive procurement entirely on her own. She had already dispatched a delegation a week in advance to handle the preliminary arrangements, leaving her with only the final decisions to make. That delegation had fortunately encountered no forest monsters or mysterious murder cases along their journey. Upon exiting the train, Anthony hurriedly took his leave, a departure to which Levi gave little thought. He and Ovelia boarded a carriage and began touring the city together. The maid, meanwhile, took charge of transporting all their luggage directly to Ovelia's hotel. Frankly, Levi's first impression of the city was that it looked like an enlarged version of Anvil Street. Steam machinery was ubiquitous, and even the buildings were constructed from cast iron and steel. He noticed several bizarre structures that functioned as machines themselves, massive gears the size of houses turned sluggishly, driving long metal chains that rose from the underground depths before disappearing into the upper structures. Ends. The entire city reverberated with the rhythmic, synchronized clanging of mechanical parts, making the metropolis resemble a colossal, perpetual music box. I take it this is the first visit to our city for both of you. No matter the era or the world, carriage drivers always shared a common trait: they loved to chat. Indeed it is, Levi replied with a nod from the front passenger seat. He was quietly pleased to note that the carriage they were riding in was a product of his own workshop. It seemed Uncle Hank's business initiatives were yielding excellent results. I figured as much. After all, the steam machinery exposition is about to begin. Ah, this time of year always feels like a grand festival. Every street and alleyway is bursting with excitement. The driver readily opened up, clearly delighted to converse with a generous customer. Every year's exposition is unique, but this year is truly extraordinary. I hear exhibitors from all over have brought incredible novelties. Oh, and then there's the National Research Institute. Word is they are putting the 8th-generation difference engine on display. Can you believe it? I heard its gear transmission distance is measured in kilometers. It boggles the mind. They've also made compact models for household use, though I haven't the slightest clue what a household needs one for. I certainly don't need a machine to calculate how much I earn each day. The driver let out a hearty laugh, and Levi offered a polite nod in response. If the topic had been about RAM, motherboards, CPUs, or graphics cards, he might have had something to contribute. But when it came to a mechanical difference engine, he was completely out of his depth. What exactly was a gear transmission distance? And how could it possibly span kilometers? Are there any other interesting machines featured in this year's exposition? Levi asked, steering the conversation down a different path. The question instantly reignited the driver's enthusiasm. Oh, absolutely. Take this steam carriage you're riding in right now. To be frank, I've driven quite a few steam vehicles in my time, but this is exactly how a proper carriage ought to feel. It's comfortable, smooth, and you don't have to worry about stray exhaust clouding your vision. The designers from the old days were absolute fools. I have no idea why it took them so long to realize the engine belongs in the back. Quite true, Levi replied smoothly. Levi kept the driver company throughout the journey, gathering a wealth of casual intelligence regarding the upcoming event. Before long, the carriage pulled up to the venue of the steam machinery exposition. All right, here we are. The driver brought the vehicle to a halt by the curb and gestured toward the crowds gathering a short distance away. Levi looked out the window and saw a veritable sea of people packed tightly together. You'll want to watch out for the independent inventors loitering outside, sir. The ones inside the venue represent legitimate, registered companies. The fellows out here have neither the reputation nor the capital to secure a booth, so they're forced to work the streets. Gentlemen like yourself and young ladies of wealth are prime targets for their swindles. Those charlatans love to spin grand tales to part naive folks from their gold. They call it venture investment, but once they have your money, they'll just claim the experiment failed and walk away clean. There's nothing you can do about it. You make an excellent point. Thank you for the advice. Levi did not argue. The driver's assessment was entirely accurate. Steam technology was currently experiencing a period of chaotic, unrefined growth where formal theories had yet to catch up with practical application. There was no telling what strange contraptions these street eccentrics might piece together. The logic was identical to the internet boom of Levi's past life. Back then, any smooth-talking scammer could find a wealthy mark with more money than sense and pitch them grand illusions about venture capital, virtual currency, or global interconnectivity. It was all a massive, untethered bluff. As long as the funding landed in their accounts, they would happily promise to build a digital matrix by tomorrow morning. As for whether the venture actually turned a profit, they would simply hide behind technical jargon, claim the industry was too complex for outsiders to understand, and declare that financial losses were an entirely normal part of the process. It was the exact same formula as a pyramid scheme. They would advertise a specialized blanket infused with cosmic meteorites, claiming that sleeping beneath it allowed one to align with universal wavelengths, curing all ailments and boosting vitality. With a pitch like that, charging an exorbitant sum for a blanket suddenly sounded perfectly reasonable to the gullible. Levi stepped out of the carriage, opened the rear door, and extended his hand to Ovelia. She glanced at him, took his hand, and stepped gracefully down onto the pavement. Together, they walked toward the grand entrance of the exposition. The pairing of a handsome gentleman and a beautiful lady, both dressed in aristocratic, fashionable attire, immediately signaled immense wealth. Before they could even reach the gates, a swarm of street inventors converged upon them. Sir! Please, look at my invention. It is an infinite power instrument. It can drive itself indefinitely without consuming a single scrap of fuel. It will make you a fortune. My lady, over here. The sole communicator I invented allows you to converse directly with the deceased. Wouldn't you care to try it? Look at mine. My matter converter can transform ordinary water into milk or beer. It is incredibly convenient, operating at the mere touch of a button. This is the premier whitening powder. A single application ensures your skin remains permanently delicate, fair, and radiant. Listening to the outrageous claims echoing around him, Levi found himself utterly speechless. He did not slow his pace for a moment. Keeping one hand positioned defensively near Ovelia, he used his cane with the other, tapping it left and right to clear a path through the surrounding crowd. Naturally, none of the solicitors dared to physically block their advance. If they crossed a line and caused a gentleman like Levi to summon the authorities, they would spend the next several days languishing in a prison cell. These people were merely looking for an easy mark to swindle out of an investment, they had no desire to face actual incarceration. Seeing that neither Levi nor Ovelia displayed the slightest shred of interest, they offered a few parting remarks before turning away to seek other targets. It was only when they reached the primary entrance, flanked by burly, heavily armed police officers, that the remaining street inventors finally retreated. Watching them disperse, Ovelia let out a quiet sigh of relief. I never imagined there would be so many of them. And they aren't exclusively imperial citizens either, Levi noted. It seems this city has drawn an immense number of foreign minds looking to strike it rich with their creations. Having resided in Mist City for a considerable time, Levi had grown adept at distinguishing the local accents of the Empire from those of foreign lands. It was a relatively straightforward distinction to make. Unlike the common attendees who were forced to wait in long lines, Ovelia and Levi held VIP status. They possessed the privilege of utilizing the fast-track lane, navigating past the dense crowds under the deferential guidance of the security guards. The two finally stepped inside the main hall of the steam machinery exposition. Well, this is, quite fascinating, to say the least, Levi remarked, taking in the spectacle. If the devices showcased by the inventors outside the gates were nothing more than eccentric toys, the displays inside the venue represented the true pinnacle of industrial steam engineering. Just beyond the entrance, positioned on either side of the main thoroughfare, stood two metal statues measuring 3 meters in height. Crafted entirely from polished brass, the figures were spinning and dancing in a continuous loop, mimicking the clockwork movements of automated figurines inside a luxury music box. Beside the pair of dancers stood an entire orchestra composed of similar metallic figures, executing a synchronized musical performance. Though Levi could not speak to the artistic merit of the composition, the visual presentation was undeniably spectacular. How marvelous, Ovelia murmured, watching the steam-driven metal creations with evident delight. To Levi, the concept of a robot was entirely familiar. He had seen comparable attractions during his childhood visits to amusement park haunted houses, mechanical displays designed to turn, move, and emit frightening sounds. In his estimation, these brass figures were simply a more sophisticated iteration of that exact technology. Still, perhaps he could utilize his own skills to construct a genuine puppet based on these principles. Amused by the thought, Levi focused his attention back on the young woman beside him. Shall we begin our tour, Miss Ovelia? Lead the way, Mr. Levi, she replied with a smile. Levi had to admit that this steam machinery exposition was truly eye-opening and quite fascinating. The entire venue was primarily organized around the various nations of the continent. Naturally, the Empire occupied the absolute center and the most prominent location, and the style of steam machinery from each country varied significantly. As the birthplace of both the steam engine and the difference engine, the Empire had always maintained that true steam orthodoxy resided within its borders, making its core themes advancement, elegance, and nobility. Simply put, when it came to steam engine and difference engine technology, the Empire absolutely refused to lag behind any other nation, and even being caught up to was entirely intolerable. The Empire's strength was indeed formidable, but setting aside those steam mechas and aerial battleships, what Levi valued most was the innovation shown in the difference engines this time. Levi didn't quite grasp the technical details of binary or decimal systems, but a certain revolutionary technology regarding the difference engine interfaces at the exhibition caught his attention. The brand new difference engine interface utilized a visualized display screen technology. Although the interface was extremely rudimentary, Levi knew exactly how incredible it was. Previously, inputting programs into a difference engine felt like using DOS, you had to input commands yourself to drive the machine. Now, this visual interface instantly transformed the programmatic input method into a more intuitive visual format, an advancement no less significant than the transition from DOS to Windows. If this were a web novel, Levi would have stepped up right then to discuss business opportunities with them, working together to make it big and striving to become the Microsoft of this world. Unfortunately, the Empire was no fool and guarded this technology with extreme vigilance. Fully armed guards stood watch nearby, and one look told Levi that he wouldn't be able to get a piece of this fresh pie, so he stopped thinking about it. After all, he was just a detective and had no intention of pursuing a business career. As for the second excellent thing, it was the radio station. That was right. Although Levi didn't know how the Empire had managed it, they had actually developed radio stations and radios. Levi was absolutely thrilled about this. After all, a radio counted as a modern amenity. He didn't understand those difference engines or steam mechas, but when it came to the benefits of information distribution, Levi believed he understood it better than anyone else in this era. Miss Olivia, I suggest you add this to your purchase list as well, Levi said in a low voice, stepping up to Olivia's side. This? Why? Olivia was clearly somewhat surprised. Isn't this just a box that makes noise? This thing is not that simple, Levi shook his head. I don't mind telling you that this will become a medium for information dissemination that is far more popular and widespread than newspapers. Furthermore, don't you want to promote agricultural mechanization in the Delicat region? This will be an indispensable assistant for you. This thing. Exactly. Levi nodded, looking intently at Olivia. As you said, it is just a box that makes noise, which means people will gather to listen to it. And so? Not everyone reads newspapers, Miss Olivia, Levi explained to her in a low tone. You must know that to implement agricultural mechanization, the most troublesome factor is the farmers. Many of them are illiterate. Even if you publish explanations in the newspapers, they won't understand, nor will they bother to look. But a radio broadcast is different. It can play anytime and anywhere, and anyone can hear the content it transmits without spending a single copper coin. By utilizing a radio station, you can completely explain the reforms you wish to carry out to the citizens of the entire Delicat region. When you put it that way. Hearing this, Olivia immediately fell into deep thought. She was no fool. It was just that unlike Levi, who had lived in an information age, Olivia, as a person of this era, did not yet possess a full understanding of just how powerful information and intelligence could be. However, listening to Levi's explanation, Olivia quickly realized the benefits of this technology. But radios are very expensive, ordinary families probably can't afford them at all. Olivia had naturally looked over the price quotes for the radio station and the radios. Radios in this era were nothing like the portable ones from Levi's previous world, their size was roughly comparable to a washing machine. As for the price, well, it was like a newly invented VR gaming headset. Ordinary people wouldn't buy one just for fun when they had nothing better to do. They didn't have that kind of spare cash. Ah no. Exactly. Therefore, my recommendation is that all expenses should be covered by your Baskerville family. You will invest in constructing the radio station yourselves, purchase the radios yourselves, and install them in the taverns across Delicat. After all, taverns are currently the places where the common people gather most frequently after finishing work, and they are also the places where information circulates the fastest. But that means the radio station will be a completely losing business with no revenue at all. On the surface, it certainly appears that way, Levi understood Olivia's perspective. But free things are often the most expensive, Miss Olivia. Think about it carefully. Levi looked at Olivia and smiled slightly. Those farmers work hard every day, and their only recreation afterward is to go to the tavern for a drink, chat, brag, and pass the time. Then one day, a brand new thing suddenly appears in the tavern. It doesn't cost you any extra money, yet it can tell you the news that happened in the Delicat region that very day, play beautiful music, and even tell some interesting stories. Wouldn't you grow to like it? And once people get used to it and adapt to it, they will accept everything it reports. At that point, if one day the news comes through the broadcast that the Baskerville family is carrying out agricultural mechanization reforms in the Delicat region, they would agree. It isn't some kind of brainwashing machine, Miss Olivia, Levi chuckled. But at the very least, they will genuinely know what it is. It won't be hearsay or rumors, but authoritative news coming from an official broadcast. Besides, this equipment is very expensive. So. This also ensures that those reckless fools won't dare to smash them to vent their anger, or else they will face prison time. That is true. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Olivia's face. I think I understand your meaning, Mr. Levi. But according to your description, this broadcast doesn't seem to be exclusively for my use. Of course not, Miss Olivia, Levi shook his head. You could use it that way, but I advise against it. People naturally possess a rebellious mindset, I doubt you would want to listen to someone nagging in your ear all day long. You can set up multiple programs on the station to capture the listener's attention. Listeners? That is truly an interesting word. Olivia's eyes lit up. It seems you have a lot of ideas about this thing. Mr. Levi, if I do purchase this equipment, could I trouble you to help me brainstorm and strategize? Of course, it would be my honor. After this little interlude, the two continued to look at the steam machinery of other nations. It had to be said that aside from the empire, the steam machinery of other countries also possessed some fantastical and ingenious concepts. For instance, the steam machinery of the Republic of France focused primarily on magnificence, they practically wished to punch openwork patterns into every single sheet of iron. Honestly, it was indeed aesthetically pleasing and truly magnificent, but as for the structural strength, Levi felt it was hard to say. When you turned a sheet of iron into something resembling a carved flower, wouldn't it just get smashed to pieces by a single hammer blow? But apart from that, what Levi found most amusing was the location of the Republic of France's exhibition hall, it was situated directly opposite the Kingdom of Crant. It was hard to believe this wasn't an intentional move by the Empire. The reason was simple. While the Empire certainly didn't get along with the Republic of France, the Empire wasn't the only one with a grudge against them. In fact, just a few years ago, the Republic of France, which was still the Francis Kingdom at the time, had broken out into a war with the Kingdom of Crant. Francis declared war on Crant, only to be beaten so badly they couldn't find their teeth, and Crant pushed back all the way into their capital. Even the coronation ceremony of the current King of Crant had been held right inside the royal palace of Francis, which could be considered an absolute humiliation. The failure of this war also directly led to the post-war overthrow of the Francis royal family and nobility, who were sent to the guillotine one after another. The newly transformed Republic of Francis had not abandoned its hatred for the Kingdom of Crant because of this change, not to mention that due to their defeat, Francis had been forced to cede 2 territories to Crant. Naturally, the Empire had laughed so hard their teeth nearly fell out over the matter. We hear your royal palace in Francis is quite nice, even the King of Kront went to your royal palace for his coronation. This incident had already been compiled into the Empire's Encyclopedia of Francis jokes. In contrast to the magnificence and extravagance of Francis, the steam machinery of the Kingdom of Kront displayed a completely different level of precision and durability. Although overall they couldn't compare to the Empire, in terms of small inventions and creations, the Kingdom of Kront had already shown a standard not inferior to the Empire. Looking at this made Levi murmur inwardly, but he was just a detective, and aside from murmuring to himself, he didn't have much else to say. The next two major national pavilions belonged to the West Europa Empire and the Sasha Alliance. The West Europa Empire was located in the northwest of the continent, a purely bitter and frigid land that was vast but sparsely populated. Perhaps because of this, their machinery followed a simple, massive, black, and heavy route that relied on brute force. Precision, advancement, and luxurious elegance were all discarded. What they required first and foremost was a primitive, robust construction capable of working freely even in winters with temperatures dozens of degrees below zero. Even if parts broke, they were easy to replace, and the designs were simple and direct enough that anyone who wasn't an idiot could operate them. If nothing else, purely in terms of volume, the steam machinery of the West Europa Empire was the largest. As for efficiency and the like, anyway, everyone generally looked down on these simple, massive, black, and heavy primitive designs that lacked any real highlights. In fact, even the representatives from the West Europa Empire themselves looked listless. Levi inquired out of curiosity and learned that it seemed the West Europa Empire was currently experiencing its own internal undercurrents. After all, the transformations brought about by the steam industrial revolution were all-encompassing, and no country could escape them. Consequently, various social problems had naturally emerged. The empire could be considered to have made a stable transition, and Francis could be considered to have undergone a regime change, while the West Europa Empire was not faring much better. Due to their trade disputes with the Kingdom of Kront, riots had recently broken out inside the West Europa Empire. The imperial family had taken suppressive measures in response, but the effects were limited. If things continued this way, it was highly likely that the West Europa royal family would follow in the footsteps of Francis and gather together at the guillotine. The Sasha alliance was also a bizarre entity. It was a nation composed of one king, 2 countries, and 3 governments. In name, the Sasha alliance was ruled by a single king, but in reality, it consisted of 2 countries with independent internal affairs. Yet, these 2 countries had each surrendered their national sovereignty, handing over finance, diplomacy, and national defense to the jurisdiction of the central government. With such a strange setup, it was understandably difficult for them to mobilize the resources of the entire nation to develop steam machinery like the Empire or the Kingdom of Kront did. In fact, compared to the other nations, the Sasha alliance had no notable achievements in steam machinery craftsmanship. Their level was relatively backward among these continental countries, and the items they put on display were mostly things left over by others or technologies with no real developmental future, so their pavilion had the fewest visitors. However, among all these national pavilions, the one Levi appreciated the most was the pavilion of Ellis, not because their steam industry development was particularly strong or impressive, but because of the gourmet food of Ellis. That was right. Ellis had directly transformed its mechanical industry exhibition into a food expo. The machines they displayed were all related to the production of delicious food, such as winemaking machinery, juicers, brand new bread baking ovens, and the like. Just walking past and catching the aroma of that food made one feel an intense appetite, as if they could devour 3 bowls of rice right then and there. Levi couldn't help but open his wallet, placing an order for a set of fully mechanical kitchen utensils. At the very least, they looked quite convenient and practical, and it wouldn't be bad to take them back for Irene to use. In any case, he had plenty of money, so he wasn't worried about the cost. I truly didn't expect that Mr. Levi would actually fancy these things. Olivia didn't have much interest in kitchen utensils, so seeing Levi actually place an order left her quite surprised. Easy-to-use kitchen utensils can also make food taste better, and there are some things inside this set that I quite like. What Levi liked most was that among this set of kitchen utensils exhibited by Ellis, there was actually a refrigerator. A refrigerator. Fruit juice, soda water, adding ice, it would be absolutely refreshing. Of course, the refrigerators of this era certainly couldn't compare to the ones from Levi's previous world, but being able to freeze food and drinks was more than enough for Levi. Unfortunately, Ellis had not yet developed an ice cream machine, otherwise, Levi would have been even more thrilled. The steam machinery exposition was scheduled to run until the middle of the month, and the exhibits were far too vast to see in just a day or two. For the first 2 days, Levi had accompanied Olivia, but by the 3rd day, the two decided to split up. Olivia was, after all, the feudal lord of Delicat. Having spent 2 days enjoying herself with Levi, it was time for her to focus and return to her official duties. Left to his own devices, Levi began wandering aimlessly through the exposition to pass the time. During the previous days, they had thoroughly explored the national pavilions. Today, Levi planned to look over the creations of independent inventors. The exposition had reserved a specific section for private inventors from various countries. Naturally, those qualified to exhibit here were not the smooth-talking charlatans found on the streets outside, but genuine, accomplished innovators with real substance. Compared to the conventional and structured national pavilions, these private inventions were incredibly imaginative, showcasing a wild variety of ideas. Levi even caught glimpses of concepts reminiscent of modern civilization. For instance, there was a small submersible capable of diving hundreds of meters beneath the sea, and a voice printer that could automatically print text from spoken words. Of course, considering it required the speaker to enunciate a single syllable every 3 seconds, the machine was currently little more than a novel curiosity. Aside from these, Levi also noticed several interesting mechanical puppets. In truth, creating automata had been a universal human dream since ancient times. However, unlike modern times, where people were oversaturated with films about robot invasions and rebellions, the scientists and inventors of this era had absolutely no concept of machines turning against humanity. They designed these various automata solely to replace human labor. Of course, the research concepts regarding automata in this era were still primitive. After a quick circuit, Levi found nothing particularly intriguing or capable of catching his interest. Most of the automata on display could only perform monotonous, repetitive movements controlled by gears and mechanical linkages, lacking any capacity for retrieval or calculation like a modern AI. Furthermore, they were clumsy and incredibly heavy. So, in the end, they were just another passing amusement. Yet, in certain aspects, this world had already begun to make strides. Take the graphical interface resembling Windows that he had seen earlier. The scientists back then had proudly displayed the internal components of that monitor to everyone. Levi had leaned in for a look, only to see a dense cluster of minuscule, exquisite gears, levers, pistons, and tiny cylinders. When the scientists started rambling about increasing rotational speed to improve efficiency, boosting numerical values through compound calculations, and the wear rate of decimal shafts, he could not understand a single word. In modern times, everyone knew the CPU was vital, operating at incredible speeds to run countless programs. But in this era, Levi could not fathom how mechanical gears and rotating shafts could achieve what a CPU did. Though he did not understand the exact physics of a CPU either, it surely had to be superior to gears and shafts. Besides, shouldn't a monitor require a cathode ray tube, wires, and a motherboard? Whatever. Heaven only knew what bizarre evolutionary path the science of this world was taking. To Levi, the whole setup looked no different from magic, even if the locals considered it perfectly scientific. He sighed softly. After completing a lap around the private inventor section, Levi was starting to feel a bit tired. Many of the gadgets here were fascinating, but none were of any practical use to him. Perhaps he should head back to the Ellis Pavilion to see if they had introduced any other interesting culinary machinery. After all, nothing was more important than a good meal. Moreover, Levi was quite fond of an inflation machine invented by Ellis. It used carbon dioxide to aerate water, creating bubbles and turning ordinary water into sparkling water or carbonated drinks. To think he could enjoy carbonated beverages in an era like this was truly marvelous. At the thought, Levi felt his mouth water. It was definitely worth another trip to the Ellis Pavilion. Perhaps they had brought out something new today. After all, a man needed simple goals in life. Just as Levi made his decision and prepared to head over to the Ellis Pavilion for a feast, he witnessed an unexpected scene. A short distance away, on the side of the street, a little girl stood entirely at a loss, looking around anxiously. Yet, despite the crowds of people passing by her, not a single person spared her a glance. How unusual. Was she a lost child? Observing the little girl, Levi reached up to stroke his chin. She appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a luxurious silk gown, and looked as adorable as a porcelain doll. She clearly came from a wealthy family, likely brought to the exposition by her parents. It was undeniably rare, as people seldom brought such young children to an event like this. Furthermore, there were no servants by her side. Judging by her attire, she undoubtedly belonged to the upper class. By all rights, a child of her age should be escorted by attendants. Well, since he had nothing better to do anyway, he might as well go check on her. With that thought, Levi walked over and approached the little girl. Looking down at her, he offered a warm smile and spoke. "Hello, young lady. Is there anything I can help you with?" Hearing Levi's voice, the girl turned around. When her eyes fell upon him, a clear flash of surprise and brilliance appeared in her gaze. She stared blankly at Levi with her mouth slightly open, completely dumbfounded, as if she were looking at a ghost. "Miss? Are you all right?" Seeing no response, Levi pressed further. This time, his inquiry snapped the girl out of her daze. Her face flushed bright red as she lowered her head, stammering shyly. Hello, sir. Hello, young lady." Levi removed his hat and knelt down to match her eye level. "You look a bit troubled standing here. Would you mind telling me what happened?" I. The girl's imperial language was not particularly fluent, but her pronunciation was quite clear. This indicated she was definitely not a native of the empire. Given the educational standard of this era, a 7 or 8-year-old girl capable of speaking a foreign language meant her parents were likely high-ranking officials or nobility from another country. "I cannot find Papa and Mama. Separated from your parents?" "Yes." The girl nodded in embarrassment. "This place is very fun. I was looking around, and when I turned back, Papa and Mama were gone." How strange, Levi thought, frowning slightly at her story. "Where is the person who was supposed to look after you?" I do not know. She was right next to me before." Levi pondered the situation. He felt he might be stepping into a complicated matter. It was normal for adults to lose track of a child when engrossed in business discussions, but for a servant specifically tasked with watching the child to vanish suggested this might not be a simple case of getting lost. Then again, he was a detective, helping a lost child was hardly outside his purview. Thailand bot. How about I take you to the reception office, young lady? Levi decided quickly. I am sure your parents are very worried, and they will likely head to the reception office to look for you. More importantly, the reception office could verify the girl's identity. Once they knew who she was, finding her parents would be a simple task. My name is Levi, and I am a detective. What about you, lovely young lady? My name is Anna. I am a lovely young lady. The girl did not possess a vast vocabulary, and she clearly wanted to mimic Levi by adding a title to her name. After struggling for a moment, that was the best she could come up with. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Anna. Levi extended his hand toward the girl. Then, please allow me to escort you. Yes. The little girl replied in a sweet, childish voice. She was indeed incredibly endearing, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, and her smile made her look just like a doll. She then placed her tiny hand into Levi's with an air of mock maturity. Levi stood up and began guiding the girl toward the reception office. It was already midday, and the crowds within the exposition were thinning out. Lunchtime was prime time for business discussions, particularly for the delegations attending the expo. Sharing a meal with clients to negotiate a major contract was standard practice. Levi walked at a leisurely pace with Anna, but after a short distance, he came to a sudden halt. Miss Anna. Yes. What is it? Do you recognize those people ahead? Levi gestured with his chin toward the path in front of them. A short distance away, several men dressed in blue uniforms were marching directly toward them. In fact, there were others approaching from behind as well. Levi did not turn around, but through his puppet bird, he had long since detected that they were being tailed. Not only that, Levi knew these men had only recently entered the exposition grounds, and the moment they arrived, they had come straight for his position. How interesting. I do not know. Anna's eyes widened as she stared at the approaching men, shaking her head anxiously. As they spoke, the group converged on Levi, blocking his path and completely surrounding him and the little girl. They bore the fierce, stern demeanor of military men. Anna watched them with deep unease, shrinking back to hide behind Levi. Good day, gentlemen. Is there something I can do for you? Levi remained entirely unbothered by the figures blocking his path. Maintaining his smile, he inquired calmly. Hand over the girl. The leading man glared at Levi, his expression remaining completely wooden. His imperial tongue was stiff and heavily accented, instantly marking him as a foreigner. Oh. And why should I do that? Levi naturally had no intention of complying so easily. If he simply handed her over just because he was told to, where would his dignity be? What is your relationship with this child? That is none of your business, Imperial. The man was clearly displeased by Levi's questioning. He evidently viewed Levi as a fragile, helpless gentleman, and decided he was not worth wasting breath on. With a sharp wave of his hand, the surrounding men instantly advanced on Levi. Then, they froze. Because Levi had drawn his gun. As an Imperial, on Imperial soil, I have every right to concern myself with whatever I please. Levi gripped the persuader tightly, locking his gaze onto the leading man. Unless you would prefer to discuss this with me. A sharp gunshot rang out. Levi had not even shifted his stance. Behind him, a man who had attempted to lunge at him while he was speaking let out an agonized scream and collapsed to the ground. In the same breath, Levi flicked his right wrist, realigning the barrel of the persuader directly at the leader. Negotiations failed, then. The leader offered no reply. Instead, the remaining men drew their own weapons from beneath their coats. Well, it seemed negotiations had indeed failed. Levi sighed inwardly. But it mattered little. After all, there was always more than one way to persuade someone. In the beginning, the thugs were completely confident in their operation. Although a small mistake had occurred along the way, they had still managed to corner their targets in time. Now, they just needed to finish their job. As for this pretty boy, he seemed entirely useless in their eyes, just a weak man of the Empire who would easily fold after a few threats. But, that was not the case. The thugs drew their weapons and raised their muzzles, and then, gunfire erupted. Bang! Ricocheting bullets tore through the crowd. Accompanied by wails of pain, the firearms in the thugs' hands dropped to the ground one after another. They cried out in agony, clutching their right hands as they stared at the man before them in shock and disbelief. Levi still stood perfectly straight, leaning on his cane with his left hand while holding a gun in his right. Damn it, charge him together. With no time to figure out how Levi had done it, the leader of the thugs roared. The men lunged at Levi from all directions. Something was wrong. Seeing this, Levi raised an eyebrow. At first, he thought these people were just ordinary kidnappers. But looking at their readiness to die, he immediately realized he had been dragged into a rather troublesome situation. From the way these men threw themselves forward without a care for their own lives, it was clear they were not opponents who could be easily scared off. Since that was the case, he had no choice. With that thought, Levi made up his mind. He took a step forward, blocking Anna's view, and in that instant, time began to slow down. Levi released his grip on his cane with his left hand, reached into his coat, and drew his other revolver, the Punisher. Then, he raised both barrels and aimed at the enemies. Spreading his arms wide, Levi spun on the spot like a dancer. Flame erupted continuously from the muzzles of the Persuader and the Punisher. Bullets flew out one after another, striking the lunging thugs without mercy. By the time his feet touched the ground again, both guns were back in their holsters. The cane he had released had not even had time to fall before it was caught firmly in his grip once more. Then, time snapped back to normal. Bang! 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 The thugs had absolutely no idea what had just happened. They only felt that in that split second, they were not facing a single man, but an entire fully armed fire team. Suspended in midair, they had no way to dodge. They could only watch helplessly as bullets tore into their bodies, sending them crashing to the floor. Ugh! The leader of the thugs crashed heavily onto the ground. He gritted his teeth, clutching his chest. He did not know what material the bullet inside him was made of, but it made him feel as if more than half of his body had frozen over. His jaw clenched tightly, and even the breath exhaled from his mouth felt incredibly icy. But none of that mattered, as long as someone successfully subdued that man and took the target. The leader raised his head and looked forward, desperate to see the man beaten to the ground and the target secured. Unfortunately, all he saw was the young Imperial detective standing there completely unmoved, casually leaning on his cane. Not a single one of his men had even managed to get within a meter of him. Wee woo. At the same time, a piercing siren wailed. Levi turned his gaze away from the struggling thugs as the officers responsible for security finally rushed over. Well, it was hardly a surprise. With such an attack happening at the exposition, the Empire naturally would not let it slide easily. Soon, Levi and the little girl were taken to the police department for investigation and questioning, while the attackers were rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible. Since Levi had clearly stated his identity, the police did not make things difficult for him, merely asking the two of them to wait in a lounge. Anna was obviously very anxious about the whole situation. She never left Levi's side. Even while sitting on the sofa, she reached out and tightly clutched the corner of Levi's coat. Clearly, to Anna, even inside a police department, Levi was the only one who could give her a sense of security. Compared to Anna, Levi was much calmer. After all, this was not his fault to begin with, and he believed he would be let out before long. However, things moved even faster than Levi had anticipated. While Levi and Anna were waiting in the lounge, before he could even finish a single cup of tea, the door was suddenly pushed open. Levi watched as a middle-aged man in noble attire with a well-groomed little mustache and a very elegantly dressed woman wearing a sun hat rushed in, their faces filled with anxiety. Our new beta. Anna. Anna. My baby. Papa, Mama. Seeing these two, the little girl who had been leaning against Levi smiled with relief. She jumped up, ran over, and threw herself into the woman's arms. The woman held her tightly, weeping with joy. Oh, Holy Lord be praised, I was worried sick. My child, thank goodness you are all right. The man watched the two of them with a smile before turning his gaze toward Levi. He walked over and extended his hand. You must be the famous Imperial detective, Mr. Levi. You flatter me, I am merely an ordinary detective. Levi stood up and shook the man's hand. Although this person looked like someone of high status, he was not a citizen of the Empire after all, so a polite acknowledgement was enough. Anna is our treasure. You probably cannot imagine how frantic we were when we realized she was missing. Frankly speaking, I was quite surprised myself. Levi glanced at the little girl who was still embracing her mother. After all, it is not every day that one encounters an adorable young lady left completely alone on the street. Encountered? Yes, there was no one around her at the time. I thought it was strange, so I approached to speak with her. Though I am not entirely sure what exactly happened. Levi trailed off, but the man clearly understood his meaning and nodded with a serious expression. I understand, Mr. Levi. Thank you again for your help. You might not know what this means to my wife and me. The man wanted to say more, but a person who looked like a secretary quickly approached and whispered a few words into his ear. A troubled look appeared on the man's face, and he ultimately had to nod to Levi in apology. I am sorry, we have urgent matters to attend to and must leave. In a few days, when we are free, we will certainly express our proper gratitude to you. Please do not refuse. After saying this, the man shook Levi's hand once more and hurriedly turned to leave. Levi waved goodbye to Anna as she followed her mother out of the room. Well, that wrapped things up. For Levi, it was just a minor favor. He did not particularly care whether they thanked him or not. Judging by their status, they probably were not lacking in wealth either. As for what kind of reward he might receive later, he would worry about that when the time came. Afterward, Levi also left the police department. The moment he stepped out the door, he saw Anthony approaching him from the side. Boss is truly the boss, you really are something. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Anthony spoke while giving Levi a big thumbs up. What is it? What are you talking about? Levi glanced at Anthony, who grinned back at him. I assume you still don't know the identity of that gentleman just now. I don't. Some foreign noble, I suppose. He isn't just any ordinary noble. Anthony shook his head. That was Archduke Franz Fernando, the Crown Prince of the Sasha Alliance United Kingdom. Oh. So it was him. Hearing Anthony mention the name, Levi finally recalled the information about that man from his memory. This Archduke Fernando was the nephew of Franz I, the King of the Sasha Alliance United Kingdom. The original heir, the Crown Prince, had committed suicide due to mental illness, making him the new successor to the throne. Of course, Levi had no interest in this kind of royal drama. The main reason Archduke Fernando was famous was because of his marriage. His marriage could be described as a real-life version of a fairy tale prince and Cinderella. The Archduke's wife was a commoner, which had drawn immense criticism when they first married. Later, when Archduke Fernando became the Crown Prince, rumors about forcing him to divorce his commoner wife to find a new queen never stopped. Yet, Archduke Fernando remained completely unmoved, showing nothing but deep affection and protection for his wife. So, that little girl is a princess. Huh, a princess in name, but she has no right of succession. Anthony chuckled. This was also something mentioned in the news reports. Because Archduke Fernando's wife was a commoner, their children held no rights to inherit the throne. Furthermore, I did some digging. The people who attacked you seem to be from the Seth Duchy. The Seth Duchy? Exactly. Word is that the Sasha Alliance United Kingdom plans to make a move against the Seth Duchy recently. It's highly likely those guys wanted to kidnap the little princess to use her as leverage against Archduke Fernando. It's really a good thing you were there, boss. As he spoke, Anthony patted Levi on the shoulder. If the little princess of the Sasha Alliance United Kingdom got kidnapped by people from the Seth Duchy right on the Empire's territory, the Empire would completely lose face. I see. Hearing this, Levi nodded, finally understanding the cause and effect of the event. No wonder those attackers fought with such reckless disregard for their lives. It turned out they were actually death soldiers willing to sacrifice themselves for their country. They were definitely cut from a different cloth compared to ordinary thugs. However, despite knowing the truth, Levi did not care much. He was a citizen of the Empire, and the Seth Duchy would never have the courage to provoke the Empire. At worst, he just wouldn't visit Seth in the future. But speaking of which, you didn't come looking for me just to flatter me, did you? Levi narrowed his eyes at Anthony. Knowing Anthony's character, he wasn't the type to be this enthusiastic for no reason. As expected of boss, you really know me best. Anthony stared at Levi, and then, he practically fell to his knees. Boss, save me. Something terrible has happened. Levi's expression remained perfectly calm, without the slightest hint of emotion. He had known nothing good would come from Anthony looking for him, and reality proved him right. As mentioned before, as soon as Anthony stepped off the carriage, he had gone to find someone to figure out exactly what was stored on that black punch card. What he had not told Levi was that he had not approached an ordinary person, but rather Dr. Franco Tester, a renowned scholar with considerable achievements in the field of difference engines. The doctor had been immensely interested in the black punch card Anthony brought him, stating he needed to study it thoroughly and telling Anthony to return in a few days. Then, 2 days later, when Anthony arrived at Dr. Tester's residence again, the place had already become an absolute mess. So, what you are saying is that when you arrived, the place was already like this? Levi pointed at the room in front of them. The interior was in complete disarray, with signs of drawers turned upside down and wardrobes ransacked everywhere. It looked as though a band of thugs had paid it a visit. Yes, and the only survivor is this young lady. Anthony pointed to the girl standing not far away, watching them with a guarded gaze. She looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, with golden hair, though her clothing was quite ordinary. And she is? Dr. Tester's granddaughter. When I found her, she was hiding inside the fireplace. Which means the attack happened not too long ago. Exactly. Just this morning. Anthony nodded, then turned his gaze toward the girl. Miss Tester, this is Mr. Levi. I am sure you must have heard of him, the most famous detective in the entire empire. He will definitely be able to find Dr. Tester. Levi kept his eyes half closed, looking at Anthony with an expression one might reserve for an idiot, though he refrained from speaking. Regardless, this was a case, and Anthony was at least a member of his team. Even if, in Levi's opinion, their group was a complete ragtag bunch where not a single person was an official member of MI7. Forget it, let me handle this. Levi gestured for Anthony to step aside, then walked up to the girl and looked at her. Hello, young lady. I am Levi. I am Chia Tester. I know you must be very anxious right now. Could you tell us exactly what happened? If possible, the more detailed, the better. The girl looked at Anthony, then back at Levi, before biting her lower lip. Grandfather has been studying that strange punch card for the past 2 days, she began. Today was the same. After eating breakfast, he locked himself in the study room. I was originally reading when a group of people suddenly rushed inside. It gave me quite a fright, and I don't even know how they managed to open the door. Then grandfather told me to hide, so I did exactly as he said and crept into the fireplace. After that, I heard grandfather shouting angrily at them, and then those people seemed to hit grandfather. Then they turned the place upside down, looking for something. I don't know. I stayed hidden there until the noise outside stopped, and then I heard this gentleman's voice. As she spoke, the girl shot a fierce glare at Anthony. I heard his voice, and only then did I crawl out of the fireplace. Clearly, based on her behavior, she believed all the trouble her family was facing had been brought upon them by Anthony. And in truth, she was right. Were they here looking for the punch card? Yes, they asked grandfather where that punch card was, but grandfather refused to say, though I think they probably didn't even know what that thing actually was. NES. Oh. How do you know? Hearing this, Levi instantly became interested. Because when they questioned grandfather, they called it that black piece of paper. Anyone who understands difference engines and mechanical principles would never call a punch card that. Yes, that makes sense. It was just like a compact disc. An elderly person unfamiliar with the technology would only call it that round shiny disc. As for whether it was a CD, a VCD, or a DVD, they wouldn't understand the difference. Regarding that punch card, did your grandfather say what it actually is? What secrets are hidden inside it? At this point, Anthony also crowded closer in a desperate hurry, staring intently at Chia. The latter looked at Anthony with dissatisfaction, but she still puckered her lips and answered his question. If you want to know what secrets are inside, then you are bound for disappointment, sir. That card is nothing but a pile of junk data. Junk data? Yes, data that cannot be processed at all. I don't know where you managed to get that thing, but its card-reading logic falls into a dead loop. Simply put, its data is completely meaningless to a difference engine. Moreover, through the loop, it generates a massive collection of data that is incredibly difficult for a difference engine to process. Saying this, the girl lowered her head despondently. My own difference engine was completely ruined because of it. How is that possible? Hearing the girl's answer, Anthony was completely dumbfounded. Meaning, there are no secrets at all inside that card? Yes, the data itself does not contain any top-secret information. I think it is likely a card that was discarded as waste. How could it turn out like this? Hearing the girl's reply, Anthony lowered his head in deep disappointment. On the contrary, Levi furrowed his brows, his expression growing serious. Miss Tester, may I understand it this way, this card will consume a massive amount of a difference engine's calculating resources? Yes, the way it is punched is rather special, and the data stored inside is the same. It seems to be some kind of exceptionally complex calculation equation. As I am sure you know, difference engines also run programs through calculations. Therefore, once it reads the contents of this punch card, it will automatically begin to restore the internal program content through calculation. However, the calculation method used by that black card is extremely tedious, forcing the difference engine to mobilize a considerable amount of resources to calculate it. What is worse, it ultimately cannot even calculate a result. Chia spoke, letting out a helpless sigh. At least the difference engine I use has been completely ruined because of it. It will need to be thoroughly repaired later, with all the carrying rods and gears reset. Although Levi could not understand the technical jargon she was saying, it sounded like resetting an operating system back to factory defaults. Sigh. Anthony was thoroughly dejected now. Clearly, the news brought by Chia made him incredibly depressed. He had originally thought that the punch card would contain some top-secret spy intelligence. I don't think so. However, at that moment, Levi spoke up. He looked toward Chia and inquired, Miss Tester. I would like to ask, does that card require consuming the processing power of a difference engine? Yes. Don't look at a punch card as just having a few simple holes punched into it, the positions and numbers of these holes are highly deliberate. Speaking to this point, Chia also seemed to grow excited. Only with the precise number and the precise position can the correct data be read, and subsequently restored. This involves a very lengthy process, and it cannot be achieved randomly. Then, I would like to ask. Levi interrupted Chia's technical lecture. He got a headache whenever he heard this kind of stuff. If this punch card were to be read by those towers in Bisbalu, what would the result be? I recall those towers store all the data for the Bisbaru region. Faced with Levi's sudden question, both of them were stunned. Are you referring to the central data tower? Chia furrowed her brows, rapidly making an estimation. In terms of processing power, the central data tower is definitely much stronger. However, the reading of this card utilizes a tedious equation structure that requires a massive amount of processing power to unravel. If things go on like that, the information processing speed of the central data tower should slow down. What if it can't unravel it? Levi stared intently at Chia, speaking one word at a time. There is no equation in this world that cannot be unraveled. Numbers are. Assuming it takes 100 years to unravel, then it becomes meaningless. Levi interrupted Chia's words once again. If it occupies a massive amount of the central data tower's processing power, rendering it unable to function, do you have a way to resolve this problem? Chia furrowed her brows once more, before beginning to mutter to herself. As things stand right now, this equation is extremely complex and will mobilize the entire power of the difference engine. This will cause an incalculable impact on the upper-level data. If one wishes to completely eliminate this impact, the only way would be to reset and restore every single gear and carrying axis of the entire central data tower. As she spoke further, Chia's face turned deathly pale. By the Holy Lord, all the information for the Bisbaru region is inside there. Once it stops working, the entire Bisbaru region will fall into complete paralysis. As expected. Hearing this, Levi nodded. He already understood exactly what was going on. Now we know what that black punch card is meant for. Boss, you figured it out. Indeed. Looking at Anthony and Chia, Levi nodded. Miss Tester just mentioned that this card will cause any difference engine that reads it to fall into paralysis, making it completely unusable. The only method of repair is to reset and restore it, but that will erase all the data stored inside, is that correct? Yes, Chia nodded. That is precisely the function of this card. Hearing Levi's answer, the two of them were simultaneously stunned. You mean, breaking the difference engine? Exactly. Levi stared at the two of them. This is a type of weapon, a weapon specifically designed to destroy the databases of difference engines. A virus. Indeed, while listening to Chia's narration, Levi felt her description sounded very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Later, he remembered, wasn't this the exact same thing as a computer virus from his own world? Anthony, do you remember? Levi looked toward Anthony. Weren't you wondering earlier why the other side insisted on having a researcher who couldn't even take care of himself and possessed absolutely zero field agent capabilities run all the way here? Now the situation is completely clear. I suspect that researcher is the creator of that black punch card, and the organization you mentioned very likely realized the power of his creation, which is why they bought him off. But difference engines are, after all, specialized machines, nobody understands them better than their creator. Therefore, they absolutely had to have that researcher come over in person. Stated that way, it does make sense. Hearing Levi's analysis, Anthony instantly grew energized again. Indeed, everything aligns perfectly this way. What difference engines and databases were, Anthony was just as clueless as Levi. However, the moment it was explained that the black card was a weapon and that the researcher was the creator of that weapon, Anthony immediately understood the implications. Indeed. This is no longer the era when Luddism was on the rise, all difference engines are strictly protected. It isn't as simple as a bunch of workers breaking them apart with iron hammers and steel pipes. But this card is different. Although its color is somewhat strange, it is still just a punch card. Nobody would pay attention to it at all. They could walk right inside in broad daylight, insert this thing into a card reader or something else, and then directly leave, damn it. There is more than one. However, at this moment, Chia's voice rang out once again. The two men turned their heads to look, only to see the girl staring blankly at them. When those people dragged grandfather away, they said, they were only short of this last one. So, that punch card, there is more than one. Alright, now we know where the problem lies. Levi reined in his thoughts, beginning to ponder once more. This issue was clearly far more severe and far more urgent than the daughter of some Grand Duke being kidnapped. In any case, let us find that old doctor first before discussing anything else. From the outside, the entire Tester residence appeared completely peaceful. However, the tranquility of the street was shattered moments later when the sudden blare of sirens broke the silence. Passers-by watched in astonishment as police cars sped to the scene, surrounding the estate. No one knew what had happened. Many curious neighbors stepped out of their homes, gathering in small groups to watch the officers hurrying back and forth in a frantic rush, whispering and speculating about what could have occurred. Among the crowd, a young man wearing a peaked cap watched the commotion. A cold sneer flashed in his eyes as he saw the police enter the Tester residence. Turning away, he slipped out of the gathering crowd and headed into a nearby subway station, catching a train toward the southern district of Bisbalu. This area was filled with abandoned factories slated for demolition, and the surrounding streets were completely deserted. The young man glanced left and right before approaching one of the warehouses. He reached out and knocked on the door. A small observation slot slid open, revealing a pair of cold, indifferent eyes that carefully inspected him before unlocking the door and ushering him inside. What's the situation? They called the police after all. The authorities have already arrived, the young man whispered, casting a quick glance around the interior. What about the old man? Has he talked yet? The boss is interrogating him right now, but there's not much progress. The old man insists he knows nothing, the man who opened the door replied with a cold grunt. Are we absolutely certain that signature card is in the old man's hands? We turned that house upside down earlier and found nothing. The young man in the peaked cap seemed highly anxious. If we made a mistake. The boss doesn't make mistakes, the other man interrupted sharply. We already confirmed that the fellow stayed in the target's compartment the longest. Furthermore, the moment he stepped off the train, he came looking for this old man. It's obvious he discovered something, otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out Dr. Tester. We must find that card and complete our sacred mission before they realize what it's actually used for. What if we can't find it? That thing is so small. What if they just flushed it down the toilet? That's not our concern. How is it not our concern? The young man in the peaked cap growled in anger. I'm utterly sick and tired of this city, this steel, blasphemous, filthy city. Look at these people, what are they doing? Every single day, they conduct experiments that blaspheme the deities, talking about nothing but heresy. This city is practically hell. We must save it from the clutches of those evil mechanists, no matter the cost, no matter the method. And yet, you're still just an insignificant nobody. Compared to the young man's passionate outburst, the other man was visibly calmer. Alright, go report the situation to the boss. You didn't come back just to whine to me. The young man snorted coldly, turned, and walked deeper into the warehouse. He passed through 2 doors and followed a flight of stairs down into a room. The interior was exceptionally dark, illuminated only by a few burly men standing along the walls. They were bare-chested, muscular, and held burning torches. In the center of the room stood a man draped in a thick fur robe, looking like a tribal barbarian. At this moment, the leader was narrowing his eyes, staring intently at the elderly man tied to a chair in front of him. The old man's hands were cuffed behind his back. His appearance strongly resembled the portraits of scientists found in textbooks: fluffy hair, a thick white beard, and clothes that were somewhat stained, though clearly not due to his own living habits. "Boss," the young man said as he entered the room, greeting the barbarian leader. "A lot of police have gathered outside the Tester estate. It seems someone reported the incident. It's useless even if they called the police. That pack of brainless idiots will never find any clues." The leader flexed his fists and glared at the elderly man. "All right, Dr. Tester, my patience is limited. Tell me, where is that black card?" "And I will answer you once again, young man," the old man replied. His voice was somewhat weak, but it remained remarkably steady, seemingly entirely unfazed by the threat of the imposing brute before him. "I have no idea what you're talking about. We know the man from the Orient Express came to see you. Don't play dumb with me. I merely asked him to bring me some local delicacies." The old man's voice remained calm, a trace of smugness even playing across his brow. "As for some black card, I've never even seen it. Stop joking around." The leader lunged forward and grabbed the old man by his collar. "Do you truly believe that without that card, we'll be unable to destroy this city?" "Oh. Then how do you intend to do it? With iron bars and stones?" The old man chuckled as he looked at the savage leader, completely disregarding the clenched fist hovering before him. With diuresis nui. You don't need to know." The leader tightened his fist but refrained from striking. With his immense strength, a single punch might very well send the old man straight to the afterlife. In truth, it was manufactured by your own kind, wasn't it? You mechanists are truly amusing. You create the very tools that will bring about your own demise. It's entirely the will of the deities. You see, in the end, you'll destroy yourselves. I truly cannot comprehend why you people remain so obsessed with these absurd delusions." The old man shook his head as he looked at the barbarian. "Progress is unstoppable and irresistible. Even if you succeed today, it will change nothing. Do you honestly believe this will make us abandon knowledge? Abandon the spirit of inquiry? Abandon the adventure of exploring the world? Why? Because it's wrong." The leader glared back, his powerful frame shifting slightly. "When the deities created humanity, they assigned them a specific place and duty in this world. Our role is to be like gardeners in a garden, diligently tending to the world for the deities. It is not to usurp their position and claim to be the masters of this garden." The more he spoke, the more agitated the leader became. "Now you have strayed down the wrong path. Blinded by your own arrogance, you have abandoned the guidance of the deities and taken it upon yourselves to reshape this world. Look at what this world has become. Morals are depraved, the air is foul, and all warmth between human beings has vanished, replaced only by cold indifference and brutality. Is this correct? Is it not true that machinery can bring nothing but destruction to mankind?" The old man sighed and remained silent. He had encountered these Luddites in his youth. He could not understand them then, and he understood them even less now. "What exactly is your goal? You expect a single card to destroy the entire Steel City? You must know that's impossible." "Nothing is impossible." The leader appeared immensely proud of his scheme. "You have absolutely no idea how many companions we have hidden throughout the Steel City. You people are too immersed in your grand speeches to notice. The moment this city ceases to function normally will be the moment we strike. When that time comes, we will utterly level this city to the ground." "Truly foolish." "What did you say?" "I said, you people are just as foolish as always." The old man lifted his head, his cloudy eyes suddenly appearing incredibly calm and clear. "You view machinery as a curse, a gift bestowed by some devil, but that is simply not the truth. Humanity studies the world and explores the world. Everything we manufacture is built upon the foundation of the knowledge we comprehend. And that knowledge does not appear out of thin air, nor is it some sudden divine revelation. It is accumulated across generations through our understanding of nature. Everything we have achieved is merely because we stand on the shoulders of giants." "Shut up. I don't want to listen to your gibberish," the leader roared, interrupting the old man. It was unclear whether his mind simply lacked the capacity to process the concepts being explained to him. "You've crossed the line, plain and simple. The world was never meant to be like this. It must return to the past. To that beautiful, vibrant era of singing birds, fragrant flowers, and pastoral poetry. Not like this current world, defiled by steel and soot, turned into an absolute garbage heap. Then you're welcome to find a village in the countryside and enjoy the pastoral scenery there." The old man chuckled, causing the leader to glare at him with even greater fury. "You think I would flee? Like a coward? No, we won't run. We will take this world back. We will restore it to its former beauty." Midway through his declaration, the leader suddenly froze. His gaze dropped, and he abruptly ripped a button off the old man's collar, staring at it intently. Though it looked like an ordinary button from the outside, turning it over revealed a completely different story. The interior was packed with tiny, intricately turning gears. "What is this thing? What kind of trickery have you filthy mechanists concocted now?" "Heh, it's merely a little toy," the old man replied with a calm smile. I usually enjoy wandering around, and I frequently end up losing my way. So, to ensure my family can always locate me, I designed this small radio transmitter. Ah, my apologies. I suppose you people have absolutely no concept of what that means. Speak plainly. To put it simply, through this little device, they are able to track my location. Rumble. Before the old man could finish his sentence, a sudden roaring sound echoed from a short distance away. Hearing the bizarre, mechanical thrumming, the men in the room looked around in bewilderment. In the very next instant, the heavy brick wall beside them suddenly split open. Emerging from the cloud of debris was a steam mecha standing a full 3 meters tall. What on earth is that thing? Beholding the massive steam mecha materializing from the dust, the crowd was struck with panic. They desperately raised their firearms and opened fire on the mechanized suit. Bang! 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 For a moment, gunfire echoed continuously throughout the warehouse, but the bullets proved completely useless against the armored hide of the machine. The mecha swung its heavy arms and charged straight into the warehouse. Simultaneously, a youthful, innocent voice echoed from the cockpit. "Grandpa, I'm here to save you." Hearing the voice, the old man's expression instantly froze. The savage leader reacted immediately. He spun around, seized the old man, and pressed a sharp dagger firmly against his throat. "Freeze right there, or I'll kill him on the spot." Faced with the threat to the old man's life, the previously rampaging mecha instantly went dead silent. It froze mid-motion, standing completely motionless. "Get out of that machine right now." With a sharp hiss of escaping steam, the armored faceplate at the front of the mecha slid open. A 14-year-old girl was sitting inside, glaring at the leader with absolute fury. You shameless scoundrel." Though the girl was clearly enraged, it was obvious that she had no choice but to comply under the threat to her grandfather's life. Moments later, she was forced out of the cockpit and bound tightly alongside the old man. Sigh. "Kia, what am I going to do with you?" Looking at the dejected girl tied up next to him, the old man was utterly speechless. The leader burst into a loud laugh, walking over to stand before them and eyeing the captured girl. "Is this your granddaughter, Dr. Tester? Could that card be hidden on her person? It doesn't matter if you refuse to speak." The leader let out a cold sneer. "Search her. Strip her clothes and search every inch. You dare." Hearing this, the old man finally lost his composure. He glared at the barbarian, intending to berate him fiercely. However, he quickly realized there was no need. The leader suddenly stiffened. The old man and the girl widened their eyes in absolute shock as the leader's face fragmented before them like a shattered puzzle. They could even see the teeth from his mouth spinning through the air before splashing onto the floor. Simultaneously, the deafening roar of firearms erupted. Bang! 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 The piercing gunfire caused the two captives to instinctively close their eyes. They could hear nothing but the thunderous shots echoing next to their ears, accompanied by the frantic screams and agonizing wails of the cultists. No one knew exactly what was transpiring, and none of them dared to do anything. They could only curl into terrified spheres, instinctively trying to shrink away from the lethal sound. The onslaught did not last long. Within moments, the gunfire ceased entirely, replaced by an elegant, composed voice. "All right, you two, you may open your eyes now." Hearing the voice, the grandfather and granddaughter tentatively opened their eyes. Standing before them was an impeccably dressed young gentleman. He held a cane in one hand and a black revolver in the other, gazing down at them with a calm expression. "To be perfectly frank, your actions do not entirely surprise me, Miss Chia," Levi said with a faint smile. The warehouse was dead silent. Levi walked forward to untie the old doctor, nodding to the girl slumped on the floor beside them. Chia stared back at him, dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. "How did you? I assume you want to know why I am here." "The reason is quite simple. Naturally, I have my methods. The moment I had Anthony call the police, I knew someone on their side would definitely pass the word. All I had to do was identify that informant and follow him." Levi scanned the floor. The attackers were all lying on the ground, reduced to lifeless corpses. "Furthermore, I also know that the research on that punch card actually had nothing to do with Dr. Tester. Miss Chia, you were the one responsible for it. If I were to make an even bolder guess, the card was never on Dr. Tester at all. It is on you, correct? How did you know?" Hearing this, Chia stared at him in open-mouthed shock, looking like a squirrel that had just discovered its entire winter food supply had been stolen. "Simple. You told me yourself." "Me? I never said." "You did." Levi wagged a finger. "During our earlier conversation, you complained that the card had broken your difference engine, remember? You also mentioned that resetting it would take a considerable amount of time. Ah. Moreover, you are far too familiar with this card. If Dr. Tester had been the one researching it, you should not have known the details so intimately. And the machine it broke should not have been your difference engine. Am I right, Dr. Tester?" Untying the last knot, Levi turned toward the elderly man with a smile. The old man could only offer a bitter smile in return. "You truly live up to your reputation as a famous detective. It was just a very ordinary deduction. However, we cannot remain here any longer. To be honest, Miss Chia, I am incredibly curious as to how you managed to get this thing here. Levi looked at the steam mecha not far away with a complex expression. He had to admit that Chia's arrival had taken him completely by surprise. He never expected this young lady to possess such capabilities. I used the material supply transport channel. Chia explained with some embarrassment. After all, she had driven the machine out of the house in a sudden rush of blood to her head, and even she did not quite know what she had been thinking. Alright, let us discuss the details after we return. As he spoke, Levi urged the two of them to get back inside the mecha immediately. Although it was just an ordinary engineering mech, it had been modified from a Hound-class design, so carrying 2 or 3 people was not an issue. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the cockpit. Levi and the old man each found a seat and buckled their safety belts. If possible, Miss Chia, please take me to the central data tower first. According to the information I gathered just now, those thugs will launch an attack on the central data tower very soon. What? Having just sat down in the pilot's seat, Chia barely had time to settle before she almost jumped out of her skin. They are going to attack the central data tower. That is indeed the case. Their leader told me so himself just moments ago. The old doctor also nodded with a serious expression. Furthermore, because of our raid here, they might launch the attack ahead of schedule once they realize they cannot establish contact. We must rush to the central data tower at maximum speed to warn them to prepare defenses, AO. But don't they lack this card? I heard there are 4 cards in total. 3 of them have already been delivered, and the one in our possession is the final piece. The unconscious control ability was truly convenient. Levi had easily gathered a wealth of useful information just by casually strolling through the warehouse. Indeed, there are 4 massive difference engines inside the central data tower that perform data integration for the Bisbara region. Chia operated the controls with nimble hands. The massive iron giant spun around swiftly, quickly exiting the warehouse and speeding down the road ahead. In that case, the data interface on that punch card makes sense. However, an incomplete program should not be able to function effectively, right? According to my previous analysis, the punch card we hold is the core. Without it, even if they insert the other 3, the damage caused should be quite limited. They are Luddites, Miss Chia. Levi interrupted her. Can you expect people who spend their days dreaming of pumpkin carriages and white horses to understand scientific principles? It is enough for them to know that inserting the black cards into the card readers can destroy the entire Steel City. But. Faced with Levi's response, Chia was momentarily left speechless. But at the very least, they would need someone who knows the trade, right? A plan like this could not have been conceived by Luddites. There was indeed someone who knew the trade. Unfortunately, he is dead. Dead? Yes, killed by a robber. Levi was quite speechless when he reached this point. He now understood that the reason the fellow insisted on keeping the final card with him was to prevent the other party from backing out after the fact. As for the programming of a difference engine punch card, those Luddites who could barely count to 100 certainly did not understand it. This meant that before the plan succeeded, that man should have been safe. Well, he should have been. But now, the expert was dead. The remaining group was running around like headless flies, but they could hardly cancel the plan because of it, could they? What else could they do? They had to bite the bullet and push forward. As for why the other party had not assigned him a bodyguard, who knew? Perhaps they thought a first-class carriage would be perfectly safe. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a first-class carriage was very safe. This was not Marizia, that lawless place. It was impossible for someone to rob a train halfway through its journey. Who could have anticipated a conductor turning into a murdering thief? It was not a detective novel, after all. In any case, he was not the one who had to deal with the fallout. Levi was certain that when the contact here learned of that unlucky bastard's death, he would have exhausted every curse word in his vocabulary. I truly never expected such a thing to happen. By this time, Chia had driven the mecha onto the cargo platform heading toward the upper data tower platform. Finding himself bored, Levi recounted the story to them as a joke. After listening to his tale, both the old doctor and Chia were utterly speechless. Who could have imagined such a sequence of events, though for those Luddites, it was far from a laughing matter. In this world, all sorts of bizarre things can happen. At least from my perspective. Levi shrugged, about to add something more, when a sudden clang echoed out, and the rising cargo platform ground to an abrupt halt. What happened? The old doctor looked around, and Chia also wore a look of surprise. Did the elevator malfunction? At a time like this? I don't think it's a simple malfunction. Watch out, grab the outer wall. Before the words could fully leave Levi's mouth, the cargo platform beneath the mecha plunged violently downward. Fortunately, almost simultaneously, Chia operated the mecha to leap from the platform. Its 2 steel claws dug firmly into the adjacent wall, saving them from sharing the platform's fate. The platform slid all the way down the tracks, and a dull, heavy crash echoed from below moments later. One did not even need to look to know it had been smashed into pieces. What on earth is going to happen? An accident? Perhaps it is more than just an accident. Levi peered through the observation port. Several muffled impacts and faint screams could be heard in the distance. In any case, we need to get up there as quickly as possible. This time, without needing Levi's prompting, Chia knew exactly what to do. She carefully manipulated the mecha, utilizing its 4 large claws to scale the wall, climbing upward skillfully and rapidly. This was clearly no easy feat. It took them a considerable amount of time before they finally reached the top-level unloading platform. By now, the mecha had become incredibly fragile. After all, it was designed for hauling cargo, not engineered for climbing walls. It was akin to a person operating an excavator with 4 arms to scale a cliff. It could climb, but what it looked like upon reaching the top was another matter. Clang! As the mecha hauled itself onto the unloading platform, another mechanical arm detached from the strain and fell to the ground. Instantly, several police officers rushed forward, raising their weapons and surrounding the mecha. Step out of the vehicle immediately. Do not make any sudden movements. We are not enemies. Levi opened the hatch, stood up inside, and nodded to the crowd before leaping down. I am Detective Levi. What is happening here? The central data tower is under attack. A familiar voice echoed from the crowd. Levi turned his head to see Anthony pushing through the officers, panting heavily as he waved his hand to the others. Lower your weapons. Hearing Anthony's command, the police officers hesitated for a moment before lowering their guns. Levi glanced at Dr. Tester and Chia, who were carefully stepping down from the mecha, and walked over to Anthony's side. What is the situation? Didn't you go to warn the governor? After discovering Dr. Tester's disappearance, Levi and Anthony had split up. Levi went to search for Dr. Tester, while Anthony took charge of warning the governor about the potential threat. I went. And? The governor did not believe me at first. Anthony looked around, shrugging helplessly. The subtext was clear, whether the governor believed it or not now, he had no choice. What happened? I convinced the governor to send men to reinforce the defenses at the central data tower. However, before we even entered the doors, the workers inside staged an uprising. An uprising? Yes, they barricaded the main gates and pulled out weapons. Currently, only the internal security personnel of the central data tower are resisting, but they are achieving very little. Have you called for reinforcements? Communications are completely chaotic. The call I placed to the governor went straight to the dining room. Furthermore, there seems to be a problem with transportation. Yes, the cargo platform we just used to come up dropped down. It seems the impact of this incident is even greater than we imagined. Levi turned to look. Fire and thick smoke could be seen rising throughout the Steel City. It was obvious that the failure was not limited to just the elevator platforms. In all likelihood, systems connected to the difference engines, such as the subway, were experiencing issues as well. Was that card not found? That card was not lost. The problem is that there is more than one. Levi explained the results of his investigation at the warehouse to Anthony, whose expression shifted drastically. You mean to say there are 4 of those damn things in total? Yes, Miss Chia said our card is the core. While the other 3 can cause some disruption to the central data tower, the effect should not be massive. You call this not massive? Anthony widened his eyes, staring at the apocalyptic scene in the distance. Then what qualifies as massive? Blowing the entire city into the sky? It is useless to argue about this with me. The urgent priority now is to enter the central data tower and deal with those cards before they take full effect. The only thing Levi felt fortunate about was that the calculation method of the difference engines in this era was entirely mechanical. That meant the transfer of each digit physically rotated the gear representing that number to a designated position before starting the calculation for the next digit. This meant they still had enough time to resolve this mess. Had it been the electronic era, they would be completely doomed. That will not be easy. Those rioters can operate mechas. They have taken control of several internal maintenance mechas and blocked the main thoroughfares. With the weapons in our hands, we can do absolutely nothing against them. As he spoke, Anthony pointed ahead. Levi looked over and saw that in front of the central data tower, a group of police officers had set up barricades using vehicles and wooden crates, firing toward the entrance. Inside the gates, several mechas were attempting to halt the police advance. They carried no weapons, but the sweeping movements of their massive mechanical claws were powerful enough on their own. This is indeed a problem. Faced with such massive mechas, Levi had no good solutions either. Just then, another familiar voice reached his ears. It seems you require assistance, Mr. Levi. Miss Ovelia? Why are you here? Seeing Ovelia appear, Levi was somewhat surprised. She offered a slight smile. I was planning to come here for a final financial settlement, but I did not expect to encounter these minor troubles. Her eyes darted toward the entrance. If you need help, I believe I can assist. Are you certain? Levi glanced at the puppy poking its head out from Ovelia's coat, knowing full well what she intended to do. Will this be an issue? Of course not. Her Majesty the Queen has already granted permission, expressing her hope that my family and I will contribute our strength when the Empire faces a threat. As she spoke, Ovelia patted the puppy's head. Furthermore, if all goes smoothly, I might be able to earn a favor from the governor of Bisparu. After all, building connections is very important for me. That is true. Levi was not surprised. Ovelia was now the feudal lord of Delicat, so she naturally needed to establish her own network of relationships. Extending a favor to the governor of Bisparu carried no disadvantages for her. Then I will trouble you to assist us. To be honest, the Queen allowing Olivia to use this kind of power in broad daylight caught Levi somewhat by surprise. But upon closer reflection, he understood her reasoning. For the longest time, Levi's work had revolved around eradicating these anomalies, leading him to subconsciously assume the Empire favored suppression and elimination above all else when dealing with the supernatural. Yet, Olivia's response hinted at a deeper strategy. Perhaps the Empire's stance on these matters was not a blanket ban as he had presumed. Instead, they were selective. If that were the case, then Her Majesty truly was a formidable ruler. Levi had previously pondered whether a policy of absolute concealment was genuinely effective. This was especially true if rival nations realized they could not best the Empire on a mechanical front, prompting them to try and overtake it on the curve. For instance, the Republic of Francis might very well be covertly collaborating with the Holy Lord Church to exploit supernatural forces. When such phenomena inevitably spilled into the public eye, it would not be a matter easily resolved by a simple rationalization. Evidently, the Queen preferred integration and containment over wholesale destruction. This suggested that the exploration newspaper was more than just a running joke about forcing scientific explanations onto the bizarre. Levi had considered this aspect before. The reason such explanations became a joke was that everyone knew that no matter the anomaly, the paper would always pivot to a scientific justification. It was like a movie where the audience predicted the ending from the opening scene. It worked once or twice, but as the routine grew familiar, public interest waned. Moreover, if mysterious incidents occurred too frequently, merely hiding behind science would lose its efficacy. But what if they truly existed, and were officially acknowledged? What if, out of 10 supernatural investigations published by the Exploration newspaper each year, 9 were debunked while 1 was validated as genuine? In that scenario, the publication would transform from a scientific parody into a medium of official imperial validation. This approach would cultivate a specific mindset among the citizens: any phenomenon verified by the paper was undoubtedly real, while anything unverified was precisely as the paper explained. Consequently, whenever rumors of strange events circulated, the public would naturally conclude that if the Exploration newspaper did not acknowledge it, it had to be a hoax. After all, if it were real, the paper would have validated it. Indeed, selective acknowledgement offered far greater credibility than total denial. Conveniently, this era differed fundamentally from Levi's previous world, where scientific rationalism reigned absolute. Here, people were highly receptive to diverse philosophies and beliefs. Practices like seances, alchemy, and shamanic sorcery might have been dismissed as nonsense by scientists, but the general public remained deeply fascinated by them. Still, Levi recalled suggesting something similar early on, only to have the proposal rejected at the time. Yet now, the Queen's shifting attitude implied she had realized the threat posed by these mystical anomalies was not as overwhelming as initially feared. Levi was well aware he was not the sole asset of Military Intelligence Section 7. His own squad consisted entirely of external operatives, while MI7 maintained its own dedicated units tasked with investigating and neutralizing supernatural threats. Although the old butler had never shared many details regarding those covert teams, the Queen's current confidence made it clear that disciplined personnel, when properly coordinated and equipped with powerful weaponry, were fully capable of neutralizing these threats. And if a situation proved entirely unmanageable, they could always call for external assistance. In essence, the Queen possessed supreme confidence in the Empire's steam technology, believing it robust enough to suppress any meddling entities, and thus intended to gradually introduce the supernatural to the public. It was a logical conclusion. While such phenomena were pieces of a mystery and possessed bizarre capabilities, they were largely useless to the state infrastructure. Olivia clearly understood this reality. The infernal three-headed hound was exceptionally powerful, a fact Levi knew intimately, but it contributed nothing to regional governance. Could it command the weather? Could it accelerate the planting and harvesting cycles across Delicat? From Levi's perspective, aside from its fantastical ability to alter its size at will, the beast possessed a destructive capacity roughly equivalent to a standard imperial night mecha. Faced with the concentrated fire of an aerial fortress, even a creature of its caliber would have no choice but to retreat. Thus, despite possessing the hound, Olivia still had to travel to Steel City to procure mechanized equipment. From an individual standpoint, the beast was awe-inspiring, but from the perspective of a national ruler, it was a minor variable. This was particularly true for the contemporary empire, where functioning without steam machinery was completely unthinkable. It was no longer confined to military applications. Steam systems had integrated into every household, becoming an indispensable part of daily life. Levi recalled a novel he had read in the past, set in a modern world featuring a conflict between a magic faction and a scientific faction, where the former confidently vowed to utterly eradicate the latter. He had openly sneered at the premise. Eradicating science in the 21st century? What would that even entail? It meant forcing humanity back into a primitive age, abandoning electricity, automobiles, aircraft, manufacturing plants, and all mechanized assistance. Was such a regression possible? Of course not. Any magical faction bold enough to proclaim such a goal would instantly face the collective fury of society, turning the entire world against them. Even if magic offered alternatives, why would the masses abandon systems that already served them perfectly? The Queen's current confidence likely stemmed from the same foundational reality. The Empire's steam technology was unparalleled, yielding innovations that appeared downright futuristic to Levi. Furthermore, the improvements to daily life were undeniable, and the vast majority of citizens desired nothing more than a stable existence. Those who preferred dressing like cultists to perform rituals in subterranean crypts would always remain a minute fraction of the population. Even so, was it truly wise to stage such a display within Steel City? Levi glanced at the self-satisfied Olivia beside him. She claimed to possess Her Majesty's explicit authorization, and Levi doubted she would act foolishly on a matter of this scale. Still, utilizing a mythical beast to resolve a crisis in Steel City, the ultimate monument to the Empire's mechanical mastery, carried an undeniable note of irony. These thoughts flickered rapidly through Levi's mind as the group finally reached the perimeter held by the police forces. Quickly, maintain the barrage. Do not stop firing. At the front line, the officers were still unleashing futile volleys, fully aware that their standard firearms were utterly ineffective against the massive engineering mechas. In many instances, heavy construction machinery possessed a destructive capacity far exceeding standard combat models. Hey! Who are you people? Clear the area immediately. The commanding officer noticed Levi and Olivia approaching and rushed forward to intercept them. However, Olivia showed none of the courtesy she extended to Levi. Tilting her chin upward, she fixed her gaze upon the officer. I am the Lord of Delicat, Lady Baskerville. Mind your manners. Ah, the Lord? Lady Baskerville? Stunned by her sharp reprimand, the officer stumbled over his words before quickly recovering his composure. My lady, I must urge you to leave this area at once. The insurgents have seized the central data tower, and I am here to resolve this matter for you. Olivia snapped her fan shut, cutting him off cleanly. Levi offered a brief glance before addressing the officer with a calm smile. Have reinforcements been requested? Communications are in absolute chaos right now. We have dispatched runners to nearby districts, but the local transit routes are similarly obstructed. In that case, we shall handle the situation. But, those mechas. We have our methods, Levi cut the officer short. As a precaution, and to prevent any unnecessary panic, I must ask that your men withdraw from the immediate perimeter. Very well. I understand. Whether he viewed the exchange as a pointless distraction or was simply overwhelmed by the crisis, the officer quickly relented. He turned and blew his whistle, signaling the men stationed at the main gates to fall back. The retreating officers looked as though they had received a royal pardon. Their reaction was understandable, a situation of this magnitude was properly the responsibility of the military. Had the communication lines and transport links remained functional, the army would have already launched a crushing counteroffensive. If only things had gone smoothly. Excuse me, are you intending to go inside? Another voice intervened. Levi turned to find Miss Kia Tester staring at him, her face completely pale as she posed the question. Indeed we are. Is something the matter, Miss Kia? I believe I can be of assistance. Kia clenched her small fists, her gaze locked onto Levi. I have already analyzed the data card from earlier and thoroughly comprehend its operating principles. The remaining cards should function on an identical logic. I might be able to find a way to reverse their instructions. Then we shall rely on your expertise. Levi raised no objections. His original plan had been to breach the facility, eliminate the insurgents, and then locate an engineer to handle the systems. After all, who among them actually understood the machinery? As it stood, Kia appeared to be their only viable option. With time working against them, there was not a single moment to lose. And who might this be? This is Dr. Tester's granddaughter, Miss Kia Tester, Levi introduced her to Olivia. She possesses critical insight into the source of this disruption and can likely aid us in neutralizing it. Is she capable? When addressing anyone other than Levi, Olivia consistently maintained an aura of aristocratic arrogance. Her sharp gaze swept over the young girl, causing Kia to tremble in intimidation, her voice catching in her throat. We shall find out once she tries. Very well, provided she does not flee in terror. By then, the police officers had successfully completed their withdrawal. Olivia offered them a brief nod before stepping forward, gently lowering the small puppy from her arms. Little Black, show these fools the extent of your power. What a ridiculous name. Then again, if Olivia preferred it, so be it. Levi offered a silent internal critique. The bystanders, catching sight of the tiny puppy Olivia had placed on the ground, displayed uniform expressions of bewilderment. Clearly, none of them could fathom how such a miniature creature was meant to oppose the towering mechas. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the puppy trotted forward a couple of paces, shook its head, and tilted its snout toward the sky. A whoa. The resulting sound was entirely disproportionate to a young dog's physical frame. The howling echo completely drowned out the distant roar of steam, forcing even the insurgents entrenched at the entrance of the central data tower to turn toward the source. Immediately following the cry, a dense cloud of pitch-black mist erupted violently from the ground, forcing the surrounding crowd to scramble backward in alarm. Only Olivia remained stationary, completely unfazed as the darkness enveloped her figure. A moment later, the shroud dissipated, revealing a terrifying entity stepping into the light. It was a three-headed hound. The beast stood every bit as majestic and imposing as it had during Levi's first encounter with it. Its three elongated heads scanned the perimeter, its crimson eyes cold, unyielding, and radiating a suffocating aura of terror. Gah! What kind of monster is that? Faced with the colossal hound, the surrounding officers panicked, retreating in sheer terror while several instinctively raised their rifles. Silence. Olivia's voice cut through the panic once more. The crowd looked up to find her seated atop the beast, looking every bit the noble knight as she looked down upon them. This is the guardian of the Baskerville family. Any disrespect shown to it is an insult to my house. One had to admit, the young lady possessed quite the theatrical flair before an audience. Observing the imperious display, Levi arched an eyebrow. Olivia turned her gaze toward him, extending a hand. Please mount, Mr. Levi. Bring the young lady along as well. Let us move, Miss Kia. Wait, what? Kia had clearly never envisioned riding such a terrifying creature. She stood completely frozen, resembling a lifeless doll as Levi lifted her onto the hound's back before mounting behind her. Lady Olivia. Yes. What is it? I take it this is not your first time doing this. Judging by her fluid movements, Levi had already guessed as much. Naturally. Back in Delicat, I take Little Black out for rides every single day. Even the horses run much faster and with far greater energy whenever he is around. Of course they did. If they failed to exert themselves, they would likely end up as the hound's next meal. Levi offered a silent moment of condolence for the horses of the Baskerville estate. Now, Little Black. Seated sideways upon the beast, Olivia raised her closed fan with immense flourish, pointing it directly toward the entrance. Let these fools taste the righteous fury of the Baskerville family. Woof. 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 At her command, the three heads of the hound locked onto the entrance of the central data tower. With a collective roar, the beast charged forward into a dead sprint. The speed of the infernal three-headed hound was far beyond imagination. When it set off, Levi felt his vision blur. The next moment, they had already left their original spot and arrived at the main entrance of the central data tower. What was even more incredible was that despite such rapid speed, Levi remained seated stably on the hound's back. Even though he could feel the oncoming airflow, he showed no signs of being thrown off or shaken at all. Where did the inertia go? As for this question, blame it on magic. What is that thing? Just as Levi was mourning the laws of physics in this world, the rioters at the main entrance also spotted the infernal three-headed hound charging straight at them, instantly screaming in terror. A monster. A monster. Shut up. Hurry and stop it. To ordinary people, the three-headed hound was indeed a strange creature, perhaps even a monster. But that was just it, the public was ignorant. A dog with 3 heads that happened to grow a bit large was not that strange, right? However, for the Luddites, it was a completely different story. They knew those ancient, mysterious legends very well. Because of this, when the three-headed hound turned into black lightning and charged at them, those mythological stories immediately surfaced in their minds, the pitch-black hound of hell with 3 heads, roaring as it emerged from the shadows, dragging its prey into the eternally burning fires of hell. What are you standing around for? Hurry and stop it. Along with the rioters' command, 2 massive engineering mechs quickly spun around, attempting to block the hound's path. These engineering mechs were a tall wall of defense when facing humans, but in front of the hound, they were like 2 cardboard boxes. Facing the mechs blocking its path, the hound merely extended its front paw and swiped forward. The steel mechs, sturdy enough to withstand bullets, were torn apart directly by the sharp claws of the three-headed hound. The thick steel plates let out a piercing screech, folding and ripping open with ease, turning into scattered wreckage that flew backward in the blink of an eye before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud. The wreckage of the mechs, fully 2 to 3 meters tall, spun and smashed into the ground, making the surrounding rioters shudder instantly. Just imagining what would happen if such a thing smashed onto them was enough to make an ordinary person's legs go weak with fear. As it happened, most of the people here were ordinary people. Roar. Clearing the obstacles at the entrance with ease, the three-headed hound strode through the main doors with its head held high. At this moment, those rioters were so terrified that they almost collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Levi swept a glance over them and noticed that these rioters were all wearing blue, janitor-like uniforms. Obviously, they had entered the central data tower using this identity. He just did not know whether they had sneaked in or originally worked here. After all, that primitive man had also said that their companions in this city were unexpectedly numerous. Clatter, 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 clatter. Almost at the same time, accompanied by rushed footsteps, the police officers also quickly rushed inside. Handcuff all of these guys for me. The leading police officer gave an order, and soon the other police officers quickly stepped forward, capturing all the rioters who had collapsed to the ground in fear or had not yet had time to resist. Are Nigerian Naira? These police officers were doing a pretty good job. Seeing this scene, Levi was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that even if these police officers dared to come in, they would only do so after he and his companions had left. He did not expect them to be quite fearless, though they carefully bypassed the three-headed hound, they did not show any signs of being afraid of it. They were completely different from those guys who collapsed to the ground in terror, shaking like sieves. Are these the ordinary people of this era? Levi looked at those police officers, somewhat surprised. It seemed that the people of this world were indeed somewhat different from his original world. Perhaps this was a cultural difference. But no matter what, this was a good thing. Alright, next which way should we go? Levi looked at the paths extending in all directions before him, completely dumbfounded. Ordinary buildings usually had 2 or 3 paths, divided into left and right or left, middle, and right, but the paths here numbered a full 6, looking just like a clock face. The third one on the left. Just then, Kia's voice came from beside Levi. She seemed to have just recovered from the shock of riding the terrifying three-headed hound, speaking with a pale face. I have been here a few times before to adjust the data transmission of the central data tower. I know this place fairly well. Then your coming along wasn't in vain. Let's go. Little Black, the third one on the left. Ophelia issued the command, and then the hound let out a howl, charging into the third path on the left. However, how should I put it, this really is a spectacular sight. Yeah. Walking into the path and looking at both sides, both Levi and Ophelia could not help but express their admiration. The so-called path was actually not just a path, it was more like a long bridge. On both sides of the bridge, thick, massive metal rods stood upright. On the metal rods, countless metal gears were stacked layer upon layer. The initial gears were only of ordinary size, but the further inside they went, the larger they became, and every single gear was engraved with numbers from 0 to 9. Walking along the path and looking toward both sides, everywhere the eye could see were dense, continuously and slowly turning gears, and on them, numbers flickered and rotated one by one. So spectacular, so magnificent, it was simply the crystallization of human wisdom and strength. As if the three-headed hound also sensed its master's mood, it slowed its pace slightly, allowing the two of them to immerse themselves in this unparalleled world of gears. But this all only lasted for a moment. In the next instant, the three-headed hound continued to dash forward. Left. The second one on the right. The middle. The internal paths of the entire central data tower were like a maze. Whether it was to guard against intruders or for some other reason, if Kia had not been guiding them from the side, Levi and Ophelia would not have been able to tell north from south at all. They simply followed Kia's instructions, adjusting their direction time and again, and then, when they crossed through a path once more, what appeared before the three of them was a massive room that had already been occupied by rioters. Unlike the other rooms, this room was very empty, with only a mechanical calculating device standing in the center, and several rioters currently standing guard around it. Here is the first calculation room. Ophelia. Little Black. Woof. The three-headed hound plunged inside, pouncing straight toward those rioters. And those rioters were also greatly shocked to see this three-headed hound suddenly pop out. However, unlike those guys at the entrance, the rioters inside seemed to have a bit of courage. They raised their weapons, attempting to launch an attack on the hound. And right at this moment, Levi and Ophelia jumped off from the back of the three-headed hound, one to the left and one to the right, simultaneously launching an assault on the rioters. Bang, bang, bang. Levi raised the persuader in his hand, launching an attack on the rioters in front of him without showing any mercy. Accompanied by the sounding gunfire, the heads of several rioters gathered around the machine instantly exploded. On the other side, the moment Ophelia landed, she also flung her right hand forward. The rioters charging over suddenly went stiff along with her movement, subsequently collapsing to the ground. In their necks, silver-flashing small knives were embedded. Compared to Levi and Ophelia, the three-headed hound's offensive appeared less brutal. It merely let out a furious roar, extending its claws to swat away the rioters blocking its path, and then roared again, instantly scaring back the rioters surrounding the area. This was also the result of the discussion between Levi and Ophelia. Although with the three-headed hound's strength, eating all of these rioters would not take much effort, the opponents were after all just mortals. If they encountered that kind of werewolf monster in the Delicat region, it would be fine, but against mere mortals, there was no need to let the hound get truly serious. Of course, there were also political considerations in this. Levi could use a gun to blow someone's head off without hesitation, and Ophelia could use small knives to turn those rioters into corpses, but if the three-headed hound tore these rioters apart and ate them, it would give people a completely different impression. Although Her Majesty the Queen might not mind publicizing a part of the supernatural, it was not good if the supernatural was always associated with things like torn corpses and internal organs, right? Ophelia agreed completely with this. She also did not want Little Black to be regarded as a man-eating monster. Thus, the final result was to let the three-headed hound act as a tank to draw aggro, and then Levi and Ophelia would take the opportunity to deal damage. As for Kia, as long as she did not get in the way, it was fine. Facts proved that Levi's plan was very successful. Obviously, when a person saw an incomparably massive monster with three heads swinging around in front of them, it was very difficult to maintain composure, let alone pay attention to other dangers. Levi and Ophelia took this opportunity to quickly clear out the surrounding rioters in one breath, then fetched Kia down, who was trembling with fear while lying on the back of the three-headed hound. Is it over? Walking down from the three-headed hound, Kia looked at the rioters collapsed all over the ground with dread and unease, trembling with fear. She was just a child after all, and had airily participated in combat. Hearing the gunfire and shouting that continuously resounded in her ears just now had made her legs go weak with fear. Not yet, but please hurry up, we don't know how to use this thing. Levi stood before the mechanical calculating device, looking at the instrument before him with a helpless expression. The exterior of this thing indeed closely resembled the layout of a computer, having numbers and letters, and on the card reader beside it, that black punch card was indeed inserted. At this moment, the latter was being read with a clatter-clatter sound, and the surrounding levers and gears turned along with it, driving the entire machine to calculate upward. To think that such a small thing could ultimately drive shafts and gears as large as a tall tower, one could only marvel that this was truly a wonderfully ingenious design. What do we do now? Do we pull this thing straight out? Please absolutely do not do that. Once she arrived in her field of expertise, the previously dizzy Kia instantly snapped out of it, hurriedly scurrying to the front of the console. Although the purpose of these punch cards is to destroy the calculations, the logic of their programs themselves also follows a certain sequential order. If you forcefully destroy it, entering an incomplete program might make things even more unmanageable. At this moment, Kia was the complete opposite of her previous submissive self. Her two eyes stared intently at the console, and her two small hands extended onto the keyboard, typing away with a pitter-patter. "Don't get in my way, move to the side." Levi shrugged his shoulders, taking 2 steps back, and at this time Ophelia also walked over curiously. This young lady seems a bit different from before. Perhaps experts are all like this, turning into a completely different person in their field of expertise. Can this young lady really pull it off? We can only pray that she can pull it off. Or would you like to try? I don't understand this either. Ophelia shook her head, looking at Kia, who was currently burying her head in the work. It seems that wanting to engage in these things in the Delicat region really is very troublesome, requiring quite a lot of talent. That's right, talent is the most important thing no matter where it is. But be careful, character is also very important. A mess like the one we are encountering right now was created by a researcher from the National Research Institute. It's truly unimaginable that a single person could cause such huge destruction to Steel City. Previously, I had only read in fairy tales about giant dragons being able to destroy villages, plunging cities into a sea of fire and whatnot. Ophelia looked with amazement at Kia's busy figure, who had her back turned to them and was completely oblivious to their conversation, and could not help but express her admiration. It indeed is quite unimaginable. Levi nodded. In their era, those hackers could also rely on just one person to cause hundreds of millions in losses to a multinational enterprise, or disrupt the operation of a city. How should one put it? The more developed the information age was, the more unavoidable this became. Although Levi did not remember when the first hacker and computer virus of his era appeared before the public, at least through this attack, the Empire should understand the importance of data security. As for how they would solve it, this thing did not look like it could be fitted with a firewall either, so who knew? All right. Just then, Kia's joyful cheer suddenly came from ahead. Hearing this, Levi and Ophelia also felt their spirits lift, hurriedly looking forward. Clack, clack, clack. It was still the rotating gears, appearing as though nothing had changed. If there was anything different, it was that the punch card that had originally been swallowed was currently being ejected slowly. Kia carefully took out that punch card, then turned around excitedly, coming before Levi and Ophelia. "Mr. Levi. I did it." "Indeed, how did you do it?" He. Hearing Levi's inquiry, Kia grinned and stuck out her tongue playfully. "When I was analyzing that card we obtained previously, I discovered that it was entered chronologically. Of course, all current difference engine programs are like this, they must allocate it through the read time in order to perform calculations sequentially. Therefore, I reversed this process, restoring the time to before the last storage node. This can forcefully compel the entire calculation process to reverse." As she spoke, Kia also revealed a hint of a sad expression. Of course, this will also bring damage to the difference engine. No matter what, now that the problem can be solved, that is enough. Whether the difference engines of Steel City required repairs was completely outside the scope of Levi's concern, and Ophelia cared even less. Levi extended his hand, patting Kia's head. "Let's continue." Click, clack, click, clack. The gears were turning. Kate raised his head, staring at the mechanism before him, his eyes filled with a mixture of rage and fanaticism. He had once detested all of this with a passion, but he had endured, burying the fires of revenge deep within his heart. Every single day, he stayed here performing the tasks he hated most, cleaning these gears, oiling their bearings, changing the paper feeds, and inspecting the drive belts. Countless times, he had wanted to take his tools and smash these objects to pieces, shredding those wicked sheets of paper, but a voice had told him. The time has not yet come. Yes, the time had not yet come. Until now. Kate turned his head, looking at the researchers who had been bound and placed under guard by his men, and let out a cold sneer. "Look at yourselves now, gentlemen." Kate walked toward his captives. Although he was wearing the standard, plain uniform of a data tower cleaner, he felt as though he were draped in the luxurious robes of a nobleman, brimming with pride and self-assurance. He tilted his chin up, staring down at them. Their faces were filled with terror and fury, but unfortunately for them, there was absolutely nothing they could do. How ridiculous, how pathetic, how helpless. Now you finally understand that no power can ever compare to the inherent strength of humanity itself. Kate raised both hands high, shouting with intense fervor. "Look! You thought yourselves the kings of the world, believing that by hiding inside this little iron tower, you could rule the entire city, the whole country, and even the world. But what about now? You are nothing more than a miserable pack of prisoners. What does this prove? It proves that no matter how powerful your so-called machinery is, it cannot withstand the strength of humanity. In the end, mankind will always triumph. Despicable and shameless. You damned Luddite." Hearing Kate's speech, the researchers instantly erupted into furious roars. Facing their rebukes and shouting, Kate's expression remained unchanged. He merely made a casual gesture, and the workers surrounding the researchers surged forward, instantly beating the shouting and cursing men until their roars turned to agonizing wails. Yet even so, someone still raised a voice of dissent. I still don't understand, Kate. An old researcher stood there, staring at Kate with a complex look in his eyes. You were among the first batch of workers recruited into the Central Data Tower. You have worked here just as long as we have. On many occasions, you even improved the cleaning protocols of the Central Data Tower to make it more efficient. If you truly are a Luddite, why did you do all that? Because that was the only way to infiltrate your ranks. Kate stared back at the old man. He knew him well, they had once even been considered friends. But that was only in the past. You probably think Luddites are a bunch of naked savages, don't you? No, we are not. We simply wish for humanity to return to its rightful place. We are not fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for the very future of mankind, with grave new beta. At this point, Kate roared out righteously. This is our conviction. For this, we were willing to join you, become a part of your ranks, and earn your trust. All of this was to achieve our ultimate goal. For the future of humanity, steam machinery must be utterly destroyed. For this purpose, we were even willing to wear these filthy clothes and work for your sordid enterprise. But you must have seen it too. The old researcher refused to give up. Because of the Central Data Tower, people's lives have become better. More convenient. We can even combat more disasters. Arrogance. Kate shouted, cutting off the old researcher's counterargument. The thunder, the rain, and the dew are all blessings from the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord created us, granted us life, and guides us. Those disasters, that thunder, they are the Holy Lord's punishments upon mankind. We must endure them. We must submit. Look at you all. Just because you gained a bit of power, you vainly attempt to rebel against the Holy Lord. You are even unwilling to follow his teachings. What profound wickedness. What absolute blasphemy. Kate stood before the central control console as if he were a priest standing at a pulpit, pious, fanatical, and resolute. Now, your actions will finally face the Holy Lord's punishment. This blasphemous, filthy, and wicked Steel City will inevitably be completely destroyed. And the ones destroying all of this will be none other than yourselves. Look, this is your so-called power. You intoxicate yourselves with it, believing you can grasp and control everything in this world. But what about now? Kate suddenly snapped his eyes open, raising his hands high and pointing upward. Do you hear the explosions outside? Do you hear the wails of those people? This is the conclusion. This is the consequence. This is the end. You crossed the Holy Lord, vainly attempted to touch divine authority, ignored his teachings, and even defied his will. This is your day of destruction. With that, Kate looked up at the countless gears and bearings before him, automatically recalling the past, back when the Luddite movement was at its peak. Back then, he was just a worker, a poor worker, 20 of whom could be bought for a single penny. At that time, they had gathered around Ludd, listening to his passionately stirring speeches. Ludd had promised them that everything would return to the proper track, that the wicked mechanists would be overthrown, and that when the time came, the empire would regain its past greenery, tranquility, and peace, allowing them to live a wonderful life akin to the nobility. But unfortunately, a single hemp rope was all it took to ensure their spiritual leader would never speak again. Yet, this did not mean his conviction, his ideals, and his concepts had been abandoned. On the contrary, this raging fire had been burning deep within their hearts all along, waiting for the moment of eruption. Until now. The time had come. Clang. 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 A sharp, piercing banging sound interrupted Kate's thoughts. He frowned in displeasure, glancing toward a metal pipe not far away. He walked over and opened the brass cap, which had a rubber seal. That was the internal communication pipe of the Central Data Tower. Of course, the researchers had much better equipment, but ordinary cleaners like them could only use this relatively primitive and ancient method of communication. However, Kate liked it. At least this thing was practical, and it wouldn't break down easily like those wicked mechanical manufactured goods. This is Kate. Lord Kate. The voice coming from the copper pipe was somewhat muffled and distorted, sounding as though it came from the depths of hell. This is the third calculation room. We are under attack. An attack? Has the army broken in? No, it's a monster. A monster. A monster, ah. Accompanied by a sharp, agonizing shriek, the voice vanished from the communication pipe. A monster? Kate stood frozen, temporarily at a loss for words. He wasn't surprised that the military or the police might break through the blockade. Although they had prepared for a long time, their forces were ultimately limited. Aside from some smuggled weapons, they only had those engineering mechas to rely on. However, according to Kate's calculations, this should have been enough to plunge the Steel City into absolute chaos. But this was still not enough. Kate sighed. If the people he sent to find the fourth card hadn't failed to return, giving him a bad premonition, he wouldn't have launched the operation so hastily. But Kate also knew he had no choice. If the police captured his subordinates and interrogated them about the plan, everything would be entirely ruined. At least for now, the plan was going very smoothly. But what did a monster mean? Could those damned mechanists have cooked up some strange mechanical creation? Thud, 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 thud. While Kate was deep in thought, he suddenly felt the floor vibrating slightly. He leaned down, pressing his ear to the ground. Then, Kate heard it. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. It sounded like the frantic galloping of war horses, but, horses? In the Steel City? It might have been possible in the past, but now you couldn't find a single strand of horsehair in the entire Steel City. Bang! Before Kate could even lift his head, the tightly shut heavy doors were violently smashed open. The thick metal door panel spun and scraped across the floor, releasing a piercing screech. Then, a massive, terrifying shadow of absolute darkness charged inside, letting out a furious howl as it lunged toward the thugs. Arg! What on earth is that? Evidently, the thugs guarding the prisoners had never expected to encounter such a beast. They scattered in all directions, practically screaming. As for the bound captives, they could only watch helplessly as the three-headed monster opened its massive, bloody jaws and lunged toward them, only to sharply pivot, shielding them behind its own body. Question mark. Witnessing this, the captives blinked in confusion, and then a voice rang out. The captives are confirmed safe, Mr. Levi. Splendid job, Lady Ophelia. Along with the voices, the captives finally noticed a man and a woman leaping down from the back of the three-headed beast. Naturally, Kate saw them too. Who are you people? I am Detective Levi. Levi smiled and nodded at the burly, middle-aged man wearing the cleaner's uniform. This is the ruler of Delicat, Lady Ophelia Baskerville. I assume you are the leader of these thugs. Regrettably, your plan is completely finished. I suggest you drop your weapons immediately, raise your hands, and surrender. As Levi spoke, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed out, and dozens of armed police officers rushed into the room. They raised their firearms, aiming directly at the thugs. Although the thugs had the advantage in terms of numbers, the presence of the three-headed dog standing right behind Levi and Ophelia was more than enough to tip the scales of power beyond any hope of resistance. Kate stared fixedly at Levi, gritting his teeth in silence. I believe you can see that your subordinates outside have been thoroughly wiped out. Your resistance is meaningless. Levi held the persuader in one hand, speaking with utmost sincerity. Therefore, my personal recommendation for the sake of everyone's survival is to lay down your arms and surrender immediately. Surrender. Kate trembled all over. No, we will never surrender. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Kate raised his weapon. Everyone, get ready. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet erupted from the barrel of the persuader, striking directly into the barrel of Kate's firearm. Immediately after, the gun gripped tightly in Kate's right hand exploded violently. The man screamed in agony, falling to his knees as he clutched his bloody, mangled right hand. Seeing this display, everyone from both sides stood dumbfounded, completely speechless. Final warning. Levi gave the persuader a light flick. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. The thugs looked at Kate, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching his right hand and groaning in pain. Then they looked at the heavily armed police officers waiting in battle formation, and finally at the aggressively snarling three-headed dog. Ultimately, they raised their hands. Clatter, clatter. One weapon after another was tossed aside by the thugs. Seeing this, Levi smiled faintly and holstered his persuader. Strictly speaking, the riot did not last long. After Levi and Olivia defeated the leader of the rioters, the central data tower was back in the Empire's hands before nightfall. However, the damage it caused was unimaginable compared to any previous terrorist attack. The four massive difference engines in the central data tower were responsible for handling data regarding transportation, communications, finance, and energy. Fortunately, because one card was missing, the energy difference engine escaped unscathed, averting the danger of the entire city actually being blown into the sky. But the problems in the other three areas were immense. Although everyone ultimately followed the advice proposed by Kia to roll back the difference engines of the entire central data tower, this also meant that all of today's data was completely wiped out. Thank goodness a difference engine is a physically structured computer, its data paths can be traced from the surface with the naked eye. It was unlike modern CPUs, where staring at the electronic circuits for hours would yield absolutely nothing. Therefore, the governor of the City of Steel immediately sent people to notify every place in the city connected to the central data tower to suspend their calculations. Next, the City of Steel would dispatch dedicated personnel to transcribe the data, which would then be re-entered into the central data tower to compare and fill in the blanks. As for the specific time frame, according to Kia, even if everyone worked around the clock without stopping, it would probably take 10 days to half a month. During this period, any data that could not be stored centrally would either have to be saved on local difference engines or recorded on paper. Fortunately, nothing went wrong with the energy difference engine, otherwise the City of Steel would have overnight reverted to a time without even electricity. Meanwhile, a group of people including Dr. Tester, whom Levi had never heard of before but who looked very much like grand scientists, were assembled overnight to begin a comprehensive analysis of the 3 black punch cards found in the difference engines, as well as the one Kia had hidden in her tunic. After all, this was the first time this world had ever encountered a computer virus attack. Or rather, before this, no one had discovered that a difference engine could actually be destroyed in this manner. Now that the problem had been discovered, they naturally needed to solve it thoroughly. And during this event, the one who attracted the most attention was naturally Olivia and her 3-headed dog. That was right. Levi, who was usually the center of attention, had to step aside this time. No matter how incredible he was, he only had 1 nose and 2 ears, not 3 heads. A dog biting a man is not news, but a 3-headed dog biting a man is sensational news. However, the capacity of the people in this world to accept things was indeed quite strong. Perhaps due to her status as a descendant of the 12 knights of the Baskerville family, most people quickly accepted Olivia's large three-headed dog. Of course, some biologists also came flocking after hearing the news, eager to perform a thorough physical examination on it, and some biologists even approached her directly. The milder ones expressed a hope to breed the three-headed dog to see if it could produce offspring, while the more radical ones directly wanted to draw a vial of blood to study the mysterious creature themselves. Naturally, all of these people were ruthlessly cursed out by Olivia. Arengobe. As a side note, Levi did not manage to meet with that Crown Prince Fernando. Who could blame them when such a major incident had occurred in the City of Steel? Considering the prince's status, coupled with the previous abduction incident, he naturally had to return to his country immediately. Thus, Archduke Fernando did not meet with Levi in person, but could only have someone leave behind an oil painting for Levi as a token of appreciation. It was a landscape painting. Levi looked at it and felt there was nothing special about it. In any case, he had never harbored much interest in appreciating such works of art. As for how much this thing was worth, Levi knew even less. Levi had always felt that the prices Western paintings sold for were utterly incomprehensible. For instance, Van Gogh's Sunflowers looked quite ordinary to him, just a still-life oil painting of sunflowers, yet it could actually sell for nearly $40 million. At least that was manageable, one could at least tell that what was painted on it was a sunflower. If it were replaced with abstract art, it felt like a murder scene after a night of heavy drinking, where one couldn't even tell what was painted. Yet such things could still sell for tens of millions. It made one feel that not only was the painter a lunatic, but the buyer was a lunatic as well. The oil painting Archduke Fernando gifted Levi was bound to be worth a fortune, but unfortunately, looking at it from an artistic perspective, well, alright, he couldn't see anything at all. Even using soul sight revealed nothing. It was just an ordinary landscape painting. He would see if there was a place to hang it when he returned. If not, he would just stuff it into the warehouse. Speaking of which, after the incident, Levi had only met the governor of the City of Steel once. The latter was originally supposed to be a rather refined and polite diplomatic talent, but when he met Levi, his eye sockets were deeply sunken, his eyes were dark, and he was muttering to himself, looking as if his soul had wandered off into another realm. Later, Levi heard Anthony whisper a report that Her Majesty the Queen had personally called him via the communicator and given him a severe dressing down, so it was no wonder. After all, this happened during the highly anticipated Steam Expo. To have such a terrorist attack cause such a massive uproar, with casualties numbering at least several thousand, financial losses totaling tens of thousands, was catastrophic. Fortunately, because the energy data tower remained intact and the entire City of Steel was not blown to the sky, given Her Majesty's temper, she might well have executed his entire lineage otherwise. And when Her Majesty contacted him personally, it was naturally not purely just to scold someone. Anthony also brought Levi an urgent telegram from MI7, requesting Levi to set out immediately for the Rune district, located in the heart of the Empire. The matter was urgent, so much so that there was no need to contact the governor to arrange transportation, because the Royal Navy would personally dispatch a reconnaissance airship to send Levi there. The situation is that urgent? Levi looked at the urgent telegram in his hand, his face filled with bewilderment, while Anthony nodded with a serious expression. That's right, boss. According to the notification just received, the Navy's Edge of the Sky will arrive at the City of Steel's military docking platform at 10 o'clock tonight. You must board that airship immediately and head to Rune. What are the specific details? I heard the specific details are a bit complicated, but I'm sure you'll find out once you arrive there. You're not coming with me. I need to stay behind to follow up on the immediate issues. Anthony put away his usual playful demeanor, his face carrying a sigh. Thanks to you, boss, this little brother of yours wasn't choked to death by our top boss. But I've been following this matter from start to finish, and aside from you, boss, I'm the one who knows the details most clearly. The higher-ups are urgently demanding to know the specific circumstances regarding these black punch cards and the subsequent handling procedures, so I can only stay here. But don't worry, boss, members of our team are over there too, and they will act alongside you. Oh. Who? Henry. It can't be Katie, right? When it came to the Royal Navy, Levi's first impression was Henry. No, it's Sister Elizabeth. Her. It had to be said that this truly caught Levi by surprise. In this team, Sister Elizabeth appeared the least frequently. Aside from the very beginning when everyone took a trip to the haunted house together, she had not appeared in any of the subsequent operations. Levi never expected her to show up in this mission. Then can I trouble you to help me transport my belongings in the City of Steel back? Of course, that's no problem. Faced with Levi's request, Anthony naturally agreed readily. Seeing how sharp he was, Levi figured Anthony wouldn't mess it up either. Thus, he did not think further on it. After returning to the hotel to take a shower and change his clothes, Levi found Olivia to bid her farewell. My apologies, Miss Olivia, but due to some urgent business, I must leave the City of Steel. I can only bid you farewell now. There is no helping it then. Faced with Levi's farewell, Olivia was surprised, though she merely let out a soft sigh. In that case, I wish you a safe journey, Mr. Levi. Also, I hope you will find time to visit Delicat again next year. I believe you will see a Delicat completely different from how it is now. I look forward to it. Levi lightly held Olivia's hand, placing a kiss just above the back of her hand as he bid her goodbye. Most of his luggage didn't need to be carried at all. Levi completely treated Anthony like a subordinate, leaving the remaining luggage and purchased items for Anthony to send back. As always, he merely held a single briefcase and gripped his cane as he arrived at the military docking platform of the City of Steel. By now, evening was fast approaching. Levi stood in the lounge of the high tower, looking out at the City of Steel through the window. After being blanketed by the night, the entire City of Steel remained a sprawling vista of prosperity. Countless lights illuminated the city. Simply standing here, it looked almost no different from a modern city in his original world. Levi stood quietly before the window like that, watching the city outside, falling into a brief moment of homesickness. In any case, he still missed his hometown deeply, though he didn't know if he would ever have the chance to return. Forget it, thinking about these things now was useless. A dark shadow emerged on the horizon. Levi pulled back his thoughts and watched an airship slowly fly over from the edge of the sky, then smoothly berth at the connecting port of the high tower. As a side note, the docking of an airship was actually quite a troublesome matter. It required using cables to secure it, and then having the ground crew lock it in place before turning winches to align it with the entrance. Only after a ladder was extended from the airship's main door could people move. Yet none of that happened. As the airship drew near, Levi saw the hatch door open directly. A man dressed as a soldier stood at the doorway, shouting loudly toward Levi. "Are you Mr. Levi?" "Yes. Please come up immediately, we need to set off right away." "So urgent?" Although he had already heard it was an urgent telegram, this was a bit too rushed. In any case, Levi realized the situation at hand was indeed pressing. Therefore, he hesitated no longer, leaping directly into the airship. The soldier had originally intended to reach out and help him, but seeing Levi's movement so agile, he froze for a moment before quickly closing the hatch door. "The captain is waiting for you, please follow me." "All right." Following the soldier, Levi arrived at the command bridge. He had ridden in a reconnaissance airship before when he was in Malaysia, and they were basically all cut from the same cloth. In Levi's view, except for having a different captain, there was fundamentally no difference between the two airships. "Hello, Mr. Levi." Seeing Levi, the captain on the command bridge hurriedly offered a solemn salute to him, and Levi tipped his hat in return. "Hello, Captain. I heard the situation is urgent." "Yes." While speaking, the captain looked toward Levi and handed him a confidential document. "Please read it in front of me, and then I will be responsible for burning it." This truly felt more and more like a classified operation. Looking at the sealed confidential document in his hands, though Levi felt somewhat bewildered, he was mostly tense. After all, he had only seen similar scenarios in movies before. Generally speaking, it was the kind of plot development in disaster movies where the government discovers the world is about to end and then gathers scientists to research countermeasures. But he was no scientist. In terms of astronomy and geography, there were plenty of people who knew far more than he did. So, what kind of disaster information lay inside this? He was just a detective, it was impossible to ask him to solve a problem like the Earth's core stopping its rotation or a meteor about to strike the ground. Harboring such doubts, Levi tore open the confidential document. Huff, puff. Ah. A young girl ran desperately down a corridor illuminated only by dim lighting. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the agonizing screams of her parents still echoed in her ears. "Hurry, leave now. Don't worry about us. Even if it's just you. Father, mother." The girl murmured under her breath, calling out for her parents, but her feet never stopped. She had to leave this place consumed by death and evil. Ah. Turning a corner, the girl slammed face first into a dark figure ahead, crying out as she tumbled to the ground. When she looked up, she saw several miners dressed in tattered clothes. Normally, they would have greeted her cheerfully or paused to chat. But now, they merely stared down at her in silence, their eyes burning with cruelty and unrestrained, beastly desire. "No, no, stay back." Watching the crowd slowly advance toward her, the girl instinctively scrambled backward along the ground. Yet, as if provoked by her movement, the workers suddenly surged forward in unison, throwing themselves onto her. They opened their jaws and bit down savagely. "Ah!" The girl shrieked, thrusting her hands out, but her feeble struggles made no difference. Soon, her frantic thrashing and screams faded into the sickening sounds of tearing flesh and swallowing, until she was gone completely. A plague, an uprising? Levi narrowed his eyes as he read the contents of the confidential document. According to the report, a mysterious and bizarre plague had broken out in the Rune mining area. Those infected became violently enraged, highly aggressive, and would actively assault others. Furthermore, these infected individuals gained superhuman physical power, rendering ordinary suppression tactics useless against them. The entire Rune mining area was currently under total lockdown, placed on a level 1 state of alert. Levi's mission was to determine whether this plague was a natural phenomenon or a supernatural occurrence. It was no wonder they had sought out Levi. Based on the description of the infected, he immediately thought of the 2 ghouls from the vampire incident. Clearly, the authorities were also worried that a similar monster might be at the root of the trouble. As expected, this was an emergency. Levi handed the confidential document back to the captain. The captain pulled out a match, struck it, and dropped the paper into a nearby incinerator. Moments later, the document was reduced to a pile of black ash. "I'm going to rest for a while. Call me when we arrive." "Understood." I have prepared a room for you. We will arrive at the target location in 3 hours. Led by a soldier, Levi arrived at the lounge of the reconnaissance airship. He lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and began recalling what he had read about the rune mining area in his mental library. As everyone knew, the steam machinery of this world was driven by a type of ore called coal essence. Ultimately, coal essence was still a form of coal, naturally extracted from deep underground. The rune mining area was the primary coal essence production zone for the Empire. It could be said that nearly half of the Empire's coal essence originated there. The rune mining area itself was also quite extraordinary. Mining naturally meant digging downward, but the scale of the rune mining area was far more complex than just a simple deep hole. From the surface, it looked like a colossal, cone-shaped cavern. According to the Empire's records for this year, its excavation depth approached nearly 3,000 meters, and its width was roughly equal to that of an entire city. A Nigerian naira. In fact, the rune mining area itself was a city built inside a mining abyss. Levi had read in the Empire's travelogues that the entire pit was divided into hundreds of layers. The closer one was to the surface, the higher their social status, while those further down occupied the lowest rungs of society. Currently, 1/10 of the population lived in layers 1 through 10 near the surface. The rest were packed into the lower sections of the abyss. Some people were born in those dark, sunless tunnels, worked there their entire lives, and remained there until they died. No wonder the captain had confidently stated that the rune mining area was completely locked down. At its core, it was just a supersized mine shaft. As long as the surface was secured to prevent anyone from escaping, they could easily guarantee that the outbreak wouldn't leak to the outside world. However, this also meant that any trouble occurring inside the rune mining area would be a massive headache. What exactly could the underlying issue be? Levi couldn't say for certain. Even in the disaster movies he had watched before his transmigration, a situation like this could stem from many different causes. From a supernatural perspective, perhaps they had unearthed a cursed tomb and contracted an ancient curse. From a scientific perspective, maybe they had dug up something prehistoric and caught an ancient virus. Both were entirely possible. The only thing that gave Levi peace of mind was that he wasn't afraid of infection. No, it wasn't that he was immune to infection, but rather that his experience of receiving injuries was different from that of regular people. As noted before, Levi had realized that injuries sustained in this world didn't actually reduce his health point values, instead, they directly deducted his lifespan. A prime example was when Katie had punched away 5 days of his life force, and the same applied to illnesses. If he caught what felt like a cold, exhibiting all the symptoms of a cold, his body would instantly heal itself at the cost of a few days of his life force. Similarly, during the battle at the Imperial Bridge, Levi had been grazed by the machine gun. The wound healed instantly, but the price paid was a reduction of several hours from his lifespan. From this perspective, the amount of life force deducted seemed to correspond to the time required from initial injury to full recovery, directly expending his life force to keep his body in peak condition. For Levi, he actually preferred it this way. Before transmigrating, he had spent several years confined to a hospital bed, and that agonizing existence was truly miserable. If someone had offered the past Levi the chance to spend all his remaining lifespan just to enjoy one day of perfect health without any pain or illness, doing whatever he pleased, he would have accepted it gladly even if he died the very next day. Being sick was, after all, the ultimate torment. Looking at it this way, even if Levi caught the plague here, the worst-case scenario would simply be a deduction of life force rather than being left half dead. He had accumulated a substantial amount of lifespan from completing so many previous missions anyway, so losing a little bit didn't scare him. Oh, right, speaking of missions. Levi gave a silent wave of his hand, and a treasure chest materialized before him. Just like before, because the attack on the central data tower fell under ordinary criminal cases rather than supernatural ones, the system hadn't issued a specific mission. It had merely rewarded him with a chest upon the case's resolution, as always. However, Levi didn't open it immediately this time. Who knew what would be inside? Should he save it for later, or open it now? Levi stared at the chest. It gave him the sensation of a single-pull gotcha in a mobile game, nobody could predict what would drop. The Punisher revolver he had pulled previously was quite excellent, but the set of clothes before that, actually, that outfit wasn't too bad either. Well, it would be better to wait until he arrived at the location and assess the situation first. With that thought, Levi dismissed the chest, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Given the current circumstances, the situation in the rune mining area could not be ignored. Once he arrived, there might not be any time left for sleep. After a brief nap, Levi was woken up again and escorted to the command bridge. The sky outside was still dark, but the scene unfolding before him nonetheless left Levi utterly astonished. Well, well. This is truly impressive. Standing on the bridge and looking out through the porthole, Levi couldn't help but marvel. Although he had read descriptions in the Empire's travelogues, only by seeing it with his own eyes could he comprehend just how exaggerated it was. Looking down from the sky, a gargantuan abyss marked the landscape. Countless searchlights illuminated the cavity from all directions, rendering it as bright as day and allowing Levi to clearly see its intricate structure. Under the brilliant light, the pathways running along the edges of the cavern walls were clearly visible. To use an analogy, it looked like an ice cream cone buried in the earth without the ice cream scoops, except magnified tens of millions of times. Massive steel frameworks and elevators lined both sides, and near the surface, clusters of chimneys were actively venting thick plumes of white steam. In a way, this was a completely different kind of spectacular compared to the Steel City. This was especially true when one realized that this monumental pit had been excavated by human hands from scratch. How should he put it? No wonder humanity in this era was so obsessed with constructing grand wonders. Levi could perfectly understand why the people of this age possessed such boundless confidence. Steam machinery was typically massive, particularly when greater power output was required. Whether it was the central data tower he had seen in the Steel City, the Arctic Star, the aerial battleships, or the rune mining area before him, looking at them inspired a surge of heroic pride. If humanity could construct things of this scale, what could possibly stop them? There was no denying that this kind of visual impact left the deepest impression. Quantity is quality, and bigger is better. Simple and direct, how marvelous. By contrast, things like the CPUs from Levi's previous era were certainly important, but concepts like 2-nanometer or 5-nanometer technology were generally beyond the average person's comprehension. Besides, a chip the size of a fingernail could hardly convey any sense of visual impact. A device whose performance had to be announced through official press releases simply couldn't compare to something that could be fully appreciated at a single glance. Shortly after, the reconnaissance airship touched down on the landing pad at the edge of the mining area. However, the vessel didn't fully dock. Just like before, the hatch opened while hovering close to the ground, and Levi was lowered down via a rope. Seeing this, it was likely part of the strict quarantine protocols. One had to admit the Empire was remarkably efficient in this regard. Standing alone on the deserted landing pad, Levi glanced left and right. Perhaps because the searchlights were excessively piercing, the surrounding shadows felt extraordinarily deep. Dozens of fully armed, tense-faced soldiers stood guard on both sides of the pad. Judging by the tight grips on their weapons, the situation here was clearly severe. "Mr. Levi, long time no see." Right then, Levi saw a figure approaching. She wore a nun's habit, looking exactly the same as before. "Long time no see, Miss Elizabeth." Levi nodded to Elizabeth, and she lowered her head in return. "The situation is urgent. Let us talk as we walk." As she spoke, Elizabeth turned and walked toward the exit, with Levi falling into step beside her. "A few days ago, we learned that an infectious disease had begun spreading through the rune mining area. Initially, the authorities believed it to be a common ailment, but its contagiousness and mortality rate proved unexpectedly high. The infected develop a high fever within 48 hours, lose consciousness, and then perish." Elizabeth's voice remained as calm as ever, but it carried a hint of sorrow. "Furthermore, after death is confirmed, these deceased individuals reanimate. They then launch indiscriminate attacks on others like wild beasts, and anyone attacked by them turns into one of them as well. Well, a full-blown zombie apocalypse." Levi's lip twitched. He wanted to mock the situation but didn't know where to start. "What's the current status?" "The entire rune mining area has been completely sealed off. All mine carts and elevators have ceased operations, and transportation between individual shafts has been entirely cut. Communication below the 80th layer is completely severed, cases have begun appearing starting from the 10th layer, and layers 1 through 9 are currently relatively stable." Saying this, Elizabeth turned her head to look at Levi. "We requested your presence this time, Mr. Levi, hoping to utilize your strength. What do you need me to do?" "Based on our investigation, we believe the initial outbreak originated from the bottom layers and spread upward. The problem is that we currently cannot determine the source of the plague or the patient zero. We previously dispatched a special mobile team deep into the bottom of the shafts, but we lost contact with them. We suspect this might not be a simple case of a viral outbreak." "Meaning you suspect supernatural forces are involved? The dead returning to life should qualify as a highly supernatural event, wouldn't you say?" "Well, when you put it that way. To the people of this era, that might be true, but for Levi, a biohazard contamination triggering a zombie apocalypse was a standard trope. Still, this meant, a real man had to go down 100 layers. Forget it, this kind of development was standard fare anyway." "I understand." Levi pondered for a moment and nodded. "First, let me get prepared." Following Sister Elizabeth into the rune mining area, Levi was rather astonished by the scene before him. Unlike other cities, almost all the houses in the rune mining area were built inside caverns carved directly into the stone cliffs. The sheer scale of it reminded Levi of the fantasy novels he used to read. If other races existed in this world, it wouldn't feel out of place to call this a city of dwarves. Moreover, the ramps were much wider than they had appeared from the air. Looking down from the airship, Levi had imagined them as narrow, treacherous mountain paths where a person could only walk sideways, and where a single misstep would send someone plummeting. But now that he was actually here, he found these paths were incredibly broad, easily wide enough to park dozens of trains side by side. The reason for using trains as a comparison was that these roads were lined with tracks. According to Elizabeth, these tracks were the absolute lifeline of the entire rune mining area. The coal essence excavated by the workers was transported out via these mine carts, and external supplies were brought back in using the same system. Those mine carts were massive, fundamentally no different from freight trains. This was a far cry from the tiny track carts that held only 1 or 2 people commonly seen in video games. Currently, however, almost all of these trains were halted. The shutdown was a measure implemented to prevent the spread of the infection. Elizabeth mentioned that in the early stages, many miners from the lower depths had hijacked trains in an attempt to breach the blockade and escape the Rune mining area, but they had all been shot dead on the spot. As a result, the trains were now completely out of service. As for how long the supplies on each layer would last, that depended entirely on when this crisis could be resolved. If the plague could be handled in a timely manner, everything would be fine. But if it couldn't be controlled, the Empire had already prepared its contingencies. One only had to look at the airships patrolling the sky and the massive bombs suspended beneath them to understand what those contingencies were. Yet Levi knew without guessing that unless things reached an absolute, uncontrollable worst-case scenario, this was definitely a last resort. After all, the Rune mining area produced over half of the coal essence required by the Empire. If they truly had to completely detonate this mining district, the negative impact on the Empire would be incalculable. Not to mention, this place was effectively a city. According to Elizabeth, there were 35,000 people working just below the 30th layer of the Rune mining area. And that was only counting those with official registration. Given that the lower levels were essentially a black box to the upper management, it was estimated that at least 50,000 people were trapped down there. Even the Queen did not possess the ruthless resolve to slaughter 50,000 people all at once. Therefore, the orders Levi and Elizabeth received were to find the source of the plague as quickly as possible, and then find a way to cure it. As long as it could be cured, the problems would be significantly reduced. But it won't be easy. Elizabeth looked rather exhausted. Those infected die quickly. The virus is highly active and can generate numerous variants in a short period. We haven't even had the chance to test a vaccine. Miss Elizabeth, you seem to know a great deal about this. Hearing Elizabeth use such professional terminology, Levi was somewhat surprised. The nun slowed her pace and glanced back at him. I studied diseases and modern therapies at the Holy Lord Medical College. Meaning you're a doctor? Yes, Mr. Levi. Well, so the healing support of our team turns out to be you, Levi complained silently in his heart. A nun who was also a doctor. Although in fantasy RPG games, nuns and priests were indeed mostly healing classes, isn't your version of healing a bit too scientific? Beta-S. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of an iron door. Fully armed soldiers stood guard outside. Upon seeing Elizabeth, they quickly saluted her, and Elizabeth lowered her head to return the gesture. Open the door. At Elizabeth's command, one of the soldiers pulled out a key and unlocked the heavy iron door. Elizabeth then produced two masks, putting one on herself and handing the other to Levi. The latter accepted and donned it before following her inside. Ugh. Ah. The moment they stepped through the entrance, Levi heard a low, throaty growl, causing him to furrow his brows. The place looked like a prison carved out of the rock, with locked cells lining both sides. Levi glanced around and noticed that most of the cells were empty. We have already released most of the minor offenders and converted this place into a prison for those risen dead. How did you catch them? We didn't catch them. Elizabeth sighed as she spoke. We simply placed the bodies of the patients who died from the illness in here, and they turned into that state on their own. As they spoke, the two reached the end of the corridor. Several patients were locked inside the final cell. Externally, they looked no different from ordinary people, though they wore tattered clothes and stood there swaying unsteadily, motionless. However, as Levi and Elizabeth drew closer, the creatures seemed to detect something. Low growls rumbled from their throats as they began walking slowly toward them, instinctively stretching out their hands to claw at the two newcomers, only to be blocked by the iron bars of the cell. As you can see, Mr. Levi. At this moment, although Elizabeth was wearing her nun's habit, she gave Levi the impression of a researcher. The risen dead move very slowly, and they seem to have lost their sight. They can only locate prey through sound, after which they will bite and devour their flesh. Curiously, however, they do not cannibalize each other. As you can see, these risen dead have been locked up for several days, yet they have not attacked their cellmates. I must say, it is a very strange phenomenon. Is that so? Yes. Survival is a biological instinct. Setting animals aside, even humans will resort to cannibalism if they have nothing to eat. I can only suspect that their attacks on humans are not driven by a desire for food. Then what is it? To put it in religious terms, perhaps the hatred of the dead toward the living? Elizabeth made a comment that might have been a joke, then changed the subject. But the situation below does not seem to be the same. We previously sent a train with soldiers deep into the mine shaft to investigate. They sent back word that there seemed to be a much more ferocious monster lurking in the depths of the mine. Unfortunately, we ultimately lost contact with them, and the train never returned. What about the political situation here? The reaction of the rulers? They are in a panic. I suppose it is because Her Majesty the Queen told them that if they cannot handle this incident properly, she will have them buried alongside this mine. Tisk, tisk. As expected of Her Majesty the Queen. Come to think of it, that unfortunate governor back in Steel City probably met a similar fate. Is it necessary for me to meet with him? No. The head of the mining area is currently refusing to see anyone. To avoid infection, he has completely sealed himself off. However, we have Her Majesty the Queen's permission to move freely throughout this mining district. Have you figured out the transmission route? As of now, blood transmission and direct infection are confirmed. Secondly, it should be airborne, but it does not spread through water or food. Elizabeth's explanation was exceptionally clear, possessing the air of a scholar. To be frank, Levi had not met her many times, but now it seemed this young lady of a nun was indeed clear-headed. So, what is your plan? If you require it, we can dispatch another squad by train to the bottom of the mine shaft. No, it's better not to do that. I'll go down alone first to check out the situation. Are you certain? Hearing Levi's response, Elizabeth widened her eyes, displaying obvious shock and astonishment. I'm certain. In this kind of situation, a large force will only be a liability unless they advance layer by layer. Levi was absolutely certain of this. Narrow mine shafts were the worst possible places for group combat. Although a few people could completely seal off a passage, they couldn't secure every single corner of the mine. If someone happened to get infected and suddenly turned in the middle of the crowd, it would cause absolute chaos. If I go alone, it will be much easier to move back and forth. If anything goes wrong, it's also easier for me to escape. Levi always prioritized his own safety above all else. If the enemy this time weren't some plague or zombies, he would definitely nod and demand a large group of people to act as his scapegoats to reduce his own chances of getting killed. But the problem with this thing was that if you brought a large group of people, they wouldn't be scapegoats, they would turn into vengeful ghosts coming back for you after they died. On the other hand, if Levi was alone, fighting or fleeing would be far more convenient. I understand. Since that is the case, I can grant you the authority to operate the lift. In exchange, however, you must report to me at every layer. If you judge the situation to be unfavorable, please retreat immediately. Don't worry, I value my own life very much. I haven't reached the point where I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the Empire. Since the local ruler had isolated himself, Levi could naturally do whatever he pleased. After discussing it with Elizabeth, he decided to take the lift down first to inspect the lower conditions before deciding on the next step. After all, every layer had a communication device connected directly to the surface. Those devices should still be functional, provided they hadn't been destroyed. Afterward, Levi went to the armory to replenish his ammunition. Of course, Elizabeth also warned him that these risen dead were extremely sensitive to sound. If he fired his gun, it would inevitably alert a vast horde of them. To this, Levi could only reply that he would cross that bridge when he came to it. But before that, I might as well open this chest. Having finished restocking his ammunition in the armory, Levi looked around to ensure no one was present and decided to open the chest. Perhaps he could obtain something helpful for this investigation. With this thought, Levi extended his hand and summoned the treasure chest. Then, he tapped it lightly. With a click, the treasure chest opened right on cue, flashing with a brilliant golden light. Oh, gold. In mobile gacha games, a golden pull usually meant something excellent. Holding on to this expectation, Levi stared intently at the space before him. A moment later, the golden light dissipated, and a pitch-black coffin appeared right in front of him. What did the system mean by this? Was it telling him to just lie down inside directly, skipping all the steps in between? He felt he could still struggle a bit more. Scoffing inwardly, Levi curiously reached out and opened the coffin. Upon seeing the contents inside, his eyes instantly lit up. Now this is truly a fascinating piece of gear. The elevators in the rune mining area were different from those found elsewhere. Instead of a single shaft plunging straight to the bottom, they were arranged in a staggered, sequential pattern. After all, the rune mining area was constantly being dug deeper and deeper, so it was impossible to extend a single elevator line while active mining was underway. Consequently, a single shaft generally serviced a few dozen layers before passengers had to switch tracks to access another shaft. Of course, the elevators were not available to just anyone. Unlike the cargo trains, the lifting capacity of these elevators was strictly limited, so only the actual controllers of each layer were permitted to use them. This inherently meant that the area surrounding an elevator shaft was invariably the safest location on any given layer. Conversely, if even the elevator platform had fallen, it meant the entire layer was essentially, well, the outcome was entirely predictable. Clang, clang, clang. Standing inside the cramped elevator cage, Levi stared down into the bottomless pit of the mine. Even though searchlights illuminated the surroundings as bright as day, the lower reaches of the shaft still felt completely swallowed by a pitch-black abyss. It was as though a dense, suffocating shadow was blocking the top of the pit, refusing to let even the most brilliant light pierce through. Looking out into the tunnels branching off on either side, Levi spotted a fair number of people. Most were miners, standing there with vacant, hollow expressions, looking no different from the living dead. Some clung to one another, weeping bitterly, while others stretched their hands out toward Levi in utter desperation, silently begging for something. It was a veritable living hell. Yet, this was still considered the better part of the situation. At the very least, there were still living people here. As the elevator descended further, however, the environment changed completely. As far as the eye could see, not a single human soul remained. Only the mechanical drone of the elevator echoed through the deathly silence of the mine, drawing out the zombies that had been lured by the noise. Just like creatures straight out of a horror film or a game, they let out low, animalistic growls and threw themselves against the elevator structure, scratching and pounding furiously at the source of the sound. Driven by primal instincts, having completely lost all semblance of human consciousness, they lunged blindly toward the noise. Levi even watched as several zombies climbed right over the guardrails, tumbling into the open air and rapidly shrinking into tiny specks before vanishing into the deep darkness below. Seriously, just how deep is this place? Levi silently checked his watch. Counting the time spent transitioning between tracks, he had been descending for over half an hour now. Why did it feel like he hadn't even reached the halfway point? With nothing better to do, he decided to pass the time with a bit of mental math. Given that the elevator traveled at a speed of 35 meters per minute, and assuming the total depth of the rune mining area was 3,000 meters, then was this the sheer scale of a 3,000-meter depth? 3,000 meters was, in fact, an incredibly massive distance. What a joke. This was the first time in his life he had ever ridden an elevator for this long. Of course, unlike modern elevators, the machinery of this steam era was exceptionally slow, not to mention the automated track-switching maneuvers that periodically halted vertical progress to move horizontally to adjacent shafts instead of heading straight down. Levi glanced at his surroundings. If he couldn't hold it anymore and took care of business right here, nobody would see him, right? Roar. Suddenly, a chorus of frenzied shrieks echoed from above. Levi looked up just in time to see several zombies flailing their limbs as they plummeted down the shaft, falling straight toward him. Thud. 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 In the blink of an eye, the zombies slammed onto the roof of the elevator cage like heavy stones. The sudden impact proved too much for the overburdened machinery. The elevator let out a sharp, metallic shriek as its brackets and cables snapped under the strain. It broke free from its tracks and entered a free fall down the vertical shaft, soon vanishing entirely into the dark abyss. NS. Boom. A long moment passed before a heavy, muffled crash echoed from the very bottom of the pit. Phew. Good thing I was a step ahead. Levi poked his head out, glanced down into the darkness, and then pulled back. The moment those zombies had started falling, he realized things were about to take a turn for the worse. He immediately utilized shape-shift, switching positions with the puppet bird that had been scouting nearby, instantly teleporting himself safely onto the landing platform of the layer. As for the puppet bird, it could easily fly back on its own through the gaps above the elevator shaft. Levi straightened his coat and walked toward the entrance of the elevator platform. The area was splattered with blood, yet there wasn't a single corpse in sight. Only the metal iron gates blocking the shaft were covered in bloody handprints of varying sizes. Even without seeing the bodies, those frantic marks made it entirely too easy to imagine the absolute despair and helplessness of the residents when they were cornered by the zombies, instinctively trying to flee down the elevator shaft. Levi averted his gaze from the bloody prints, reached out, and picked up the receiver of a nearby wall-mounted communicator. Very quickly, Sister Elizabeth's voice came through from the other end. Mr. Levi. Are you alright? I just heard that the elevator suffered a major malfunction. I'm fine. A pack of the undead fell from above and smashed the elevator. I managed to get out before it plunged down. Thank goodness. Which layer are you on right now? The 65th layer. Levi glanced at the number engraved on the stone wall nearby and answered casually. Are there any survivors? It's completely overrun. I see. Hearing Levi's response, Sister Elizabeth's tone grew noticeably despondent. It seems the extent of the devastation is even worse than we feared. What do you plan to do now? Do you want to come back? No. Levi shook his head. I'll keep moving forward. Since I've already come this far, I can't leave empty-handed. Please make sure to stay in touch. Report any new findings immediately. Understood. With that, Levi hung up the receiver and turned his attention back to the path ahead. At that moment, low, guttural moans echoed once again from the depths of the gloomy tunnel. Under the dim lamplight, silhouettes could be seen swaying back and forth as they emerged from the shadows. As expected, they had heard the commotion and were heading his way. Levi stared at the approaching zombies and raised an eyebrow. Ordinarily, he might have chosen to slip away. Firing a gun in a confined mine shaft like this would only draw an endless horde of monsters. But right now, who could blame him when he had just pulled such a magnificent item from his chest? Levi extended his right hand and reached into the void. In the next instant, a pitch-black coffin materialized out of thin air and slammed heavily onto the ground. With a harsh creak, the lid swung open, and a beautiful puppet stepped out from within. It possessed the appearance of a stunning young woman with long black hair and dark eyes, draped in an elegant, ornate black lace cloak. However, as the cloak shifted, one could catch glimpses of spherical ball joints beneath the black fabric of its cuffs, along with distinct seams along its fingers. Indeed, this was a puppet. The Reaper doll, looking every bit like a manifestation of death, slowly stepped out from its wooden container. It reached beneath its cloak and drew a massive, gleaming scythe. Come on, let's see what you can do. Levi leaned back against the stone wall, stretching his hands and loosening his fingers. W, S, A, D for movement, spacebar to jump and evade, left click for light attacks, right click for heavy attacks, shift to sprint, control to crouch, Q, E, R for skills. Alright, let's go. The moment Levi issued the command, the Reaper doll raised its head, gripping its massive scythe as its dark eyes locked onto the advancing horde of zombies. Then, it leaped forward, trailing a cold gleam of steel as it charged straight into the fray. This was the golden tier equipment Levi had obtained from his recent treasure chest, a true, humanoid combat puppet. To be fair, Levi had always wanted one, but he previously had no convenient way to store it. Unlike his mechanical dog or bird puppets, it couldn't fold down into a portable size. Now, however, the system allowed him to store it safely within his inventory space just like his equipment, ready to be summoned whenever needed. As for how effective this thing was in a fight, it was time to find out. Die. As it turned out, this was incredibly fun, or rather, incredibly effective. Levi was now completely immersed in a real-life game of Mineshaft Dynasty Warriors. Controlling his combat puppet, he swung the massive scythe, executing various high-damage skills to obliterate the enemies rushing at him. The zombies were no different from the mindless fodder in a hack-and-slash game, mowed down ruthlessly by the Reaper dolls sweeping strikes like wheat before a blade, clearing entire paths with a single swing. Light, 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 heavy. Light, 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 heavy. Leaning against the wall, Levi was so engrossed that he could hardly pull himself away. From the perspective of his system interface, this really wasn't any different from playing a video game. Ever since arriving in this world, he hadn't had the chance to play any games, and his hands had been itching for action for a long time. At this point, forget a high-octane action game, even if someone gave him Tetris, he could probably play it for a whole day. The only pity was that this wasn't an actual video game. Defeating the zombies didn't drop health packs, weapons, or experience points. But who cared? It was a total blast. From that point on, progress became much simpler. Levi controlled the Reaper doll to slaughter a path forward. Whenever he reached the gate leading down to the next layer, he would use shape-shift to instantly exchange places with an object thrown by the puppet, then repeat the process on the floor below. With the Reaper doll handling the vanguard, Levi didn't have to worry about being overwhelmed or blocked by the zombie horde. While it was certainly slower than riding the elevator, it was undeniably a lot more entertaining. As a side note, the situation grew visibly worse the further down he went. On the upper layers, one could still find partially devoured corpses, but the deeper he descended, the denser the concentration of active zombies became. Of course, to Levi, it made no difference. Aside from their massive numbers, they were still just ordinary zombies. If the Imperial Army were willing to commit enough resources, they could easily wipe them out. The real issue was the lack of immunity to the infectious virus. From that perspective, using a puppet that was completely immune to infection was a massive advantage. And so, Levi continued to fight his way down, completely losing track of time, until... This must be the place. Looking at the train tracks ahead, Levi's expression grew serious. Blocking his path was a mangled, heavily damaged transport train. The metallic sides of the carriages were marred by massive claw marks, and several shredded corpses lay scattered across the ground. Judging by their uniforms, this was undoubtedly the reconnaissance squad that had been dispatched here earlier. Unfortunately, it was clear they had been completely wiped out. The 81st layer. Levi verified his coordinates, then narrowed his eyes as he studied the massive claw marks torn into the metal train cars. This didn't look like the work of any ordinary beast. Could it be some kind of mutated monstrosity? With one hand directing the Reaper doll, Levi gripped the persuader tightly in his other hand, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The tunnels on the lower layers were significantly wider than he had anticipated, spacious enough for 3 people to walk abreast, with heavy structural reinforcements lining the walls. Right now, there was nothing to be seen except for pools of blood and severed limbs. But just because it couldn't be seen didn't mean it wasn't there. The Reaper doll tightened its grip on the scythe, stepping forward with slow, deliberate strides into the silence of the tunnel. Click, click, click. The faint sound of its mechanical joints moving was barely audible, yet it rang out with eerie clarity within the dead silence of the passage. Just as the Reaper doll reached the bend of a crossroad. Boom! A massive claw tore through the ceiling, lunging straight down toward the Reaper doll with terrifying speed. The ceiling shattered, and a massive claw lunged through the gap. For Levi, however, this strike was completely within expectations. After all, as someone who used soul vision as a literal X-ray cheat code, it would be downright embarrassing if he got ambushed by a creature hiding behind a wall. The moment the assailant launched its attack, Levi reacted. Under his precise control, the Reaper doll flashed backward. Simultaneously gripping its scythe, the automaton swung the blade downward with immense force toward the arm extending from the ceiling. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air. The thick arm was severed as cleanly as a log. Accompanied by a roar of intense fury and agony, the bright spiritual spark of the soul rapidly retreated into the deep cavern above, vanishing from Levi's sight. If this were an ordinary corridor, it would be one thing. But a mining complex was a labyrinthine network of intersecting tunnels stretching in every direction. In a way, navigating this terrain was far more troublesome than dealing with the monsters themselves. Levi withdrew his gaze and walked over to the Reaper doll, staring down at the massive arm on the floor. It had been severed from the elbow, yet it was still roughly 2/3 of Levi's own size. It was easy to imagine just how colossal the creature would be if it showed its entire body. However, it seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence, unlike the standard zombies. Regardless, he needed to contact Sister Elizabeth first. With that thought, Levi walked back to the lift station and picked up the receiver. There was only a wall of static. No matter how many times he dialed, the line remained dead. Levi looked up, tracing the wiring from the communication device. The line ran along the ceiling and extended down toward the opposite end of the corridor, or rather, it would have, if a giant hole hadn't suddenly appeared in the middle of the path. That damned bastard had severed the communication line when it launched its ambush. Talk about terrible luck. Levi let out a helpless sigh. Honestly, his luck could be quite atrocious at times. He wondered how Elizabeth would react to the sudden silence. Well, no use worrying about it, he had to keep doing his job. Afterward, Levi proceeded as usual, using the Reaper doll to clear the surrounding area before heading toward the infirmary of this layer. Yes, the infirmary. At the end of the day, Levi was a detective, and a detective required clues to solve a case. Trying to search every single layer of a massive mining complex like this without a specific target was harder than scaling the heavens. Therefore, Levi targeted strategic locations, and the infirmary was the perfect choice. Miners were frequently injured, so an infirmary was a staple on every level. However, the medical stations here primarily treated physical trauma. This made sense. When people lived underground day in and day out, they rarely contracted infectious diseases unless they ate spoiled food. This lack of experience was precisely why the plague had spread so rapidly. The local doctors were highly skilled at treating external wounds, but they were entirely helpless when faced with contagious diseases and epidemics. Still, an infirmary. Staring at the entrance, Levi furrowed his brows, making no effort to hide his disgust. The further down he went, the worse the conditions became. This was especially true after passing the 80th layer, where the medical stations were virtually indistinguishable from morgues. Furthermore, because the subterranean temperature was higher than on the surface, many of the corpses had already begun to rot. Although Elizabeth had mentioned that the entire rune mine was equipped with a ventilation system, the current reality suggested that even if the system ran at full capacity, it wouldn't be able to completely disperse the overwhelming stench. Regardless, the work had to be done. To be safe, Levi used his soul vision to scan the interior first. Once he confirmed that no zombies were playing dead inside, he stepped across the threshold. He made his way to the doctor's office in the back and quickly unearthed the medical logs. He had reviewed similar medical notes in the upper layers. Most of them detailed the characteristics of the disease, the speed of infection, and the probability of recovery. Frankly speaking, in Levi's opinion, even if it weren't a supernatural plague, patients would still end up dead under the care of these doctors. For instance, one doctor had attempted bloodletting. The patient was already gravely ill, so draining their blood naturally sent them straight to the grave. Another doctor had prescribed mercury to the patients, literally trying to fight fire with fire. Because a patient complained of a severe headache, a doctor had actually drilled a hole into the person's skull to vent out the pressure. Then there was the genius who applied carbolic acid directly onto a patient's festering, open wounds. To be perfectly honest, after reading through these records, Levi felt that even a perfectly healthy individual would be tortured to death by these medical practices. He was incredibly grateful that his own healing skill relied on consuming his lifespan. If he ever fell ill in this era, it would truly be a fate worse than death. When a doctor solemnly poured liquid mercury into your mouth, did you drink it or not? If you refused, they would just assume you lacked faith in modern science. As far as Levi was concerned, he would much rather trust a witch doctor's herbal remedies over the medicine of this era. Ironically, the majority of the working-class people in the empire could not afford expensive medical fees anyway, so they usually resorted to buying herbs from shamanistic shops to brew themselves. As for those who spent good money to enjoy cutting-edge modern medical services, they were likely the ones being tortured to death. Levi muttered complaints under his breath as he flipped through the pages, but he soon noticed that this specific log differed significantly from the ones written by the previous doctors. Month X, Day X. The contagious disease is spreading rapidly. We lack sufficient medication, and standard treatments only worsen their condition. We desperately need more supplies, but the overseer, the effective commander of this layer, claims that the situation across the entire rune mine is incredibly dire, and there are no extra medicines to spare. Month X, Day X. I believe there is something highly suspicious about this outbreak. Initially, I assumed the plague was brought in from the outside world. However, through private correspondence with colleagues on other levels, we made a startling discovery: the infection is far more severe in the lower layers, while the upper levels report significantly fewer cases. This is bizarre. This is not a common ailment of the mining region. If it didn't come from the outside, where did it originate, RBs? Month X, Day X. Panic is beginning to spread. I have heard rumors whispering that this is a conspiracy orchestrated by the Empire. They claim the authorities want us to rot in these tunnels, so they poisoned us on purpose. Of course, the instigators spreading these rumors were swiftly executed, but the terror remains unabated. The Empire poisoning its own people. Levi frowned slightly as he read the entry. He couldn't entirely dismiss this possibility. At first, perhaps because he had watched too many movies, Levi had always assumed that the miners had unearthed something ancient deep underground, accidentally releasing a prehistoric virus. However, this medical log offered a fresh perspective. The Empire itself would never poison the people of the rune mine, but that didn't mean the act of poisoning was impossible. Levi arrived at this conclusion not through concrete evidence, but through pure deduction. Timing-wise, the disasters at Steel City and the rune mining area had occurred almost back-to-back. If Levi and Ovelia hadn't acted with absolute decisiveness, and if they hadn't received the timely assistance of that little prodigy Kia, the entire Steel City would likely be a wasteland by now. Steel City was the industrial heart of the Empire, and the rune mining area was its primary source of coal essence. If both regions collapsed simultaneously, the blow to the Empire's operations would be catastrophic, particularly regarding the manufacturing of mechanical equipment. Without sufficient fuel and without machinery from Steel City, many of the Empire's grand projects and plans would stall indefinitely. From the perspective of the Luddites, this was an absolute dream scenario. Furthermore, for the neighboring nations surrounding the empire, this was also a massive boon. One could argue that this chain of events harmed no one except the empire itself. Everyone else stood to benefit. Following the principle of whoever benefits holds the highest suspicion, the theory of intentional poisoning became highly plausible. If that was the case, it would also explain why the infection began in the lowest depths. It was highly probable that someone had disguised the source as standard Imperial supplies, transported it directly to the bottom layer, and then unleashed it to trigger this massive crisis. If the Empire was forced to completely destroy the rune mining area as a result, it would play perfectly into the enemy's hands. With this realization, Levi immediately left the infirmary with the medical log in hand and returned to the administration room where the overseer operated. He pulled out the cargo transport ledgers and began investigating the logs entry by entry. Sure enough, exactly as Levi suspected, he discovered a specific shipment recorded just a few days before the outbreak began. According to the ledger, a crate labeled Mining Excavation and Logistics Supplies had been transported via the Track 13 rail system. Its destination was the deepest point of the rune mine at the time, the 123rd layer. The delivery occurred exactly 2 days before the plague broke out. Ever since that shipment, the entire mining area had not received a single scrap of reserve supplies from the upper levels. He would start his investigation right there. Having locked down his objective, Levi didn't hesitate. He reached out and slipped the transport ledger into his coat. Right at that moment, a flash of cold steel ripped through the air. The Reaper doll, which had been standing silently behind Levi, suddenly spun around. The scythe in its hands carved a brilliant arc through the shadows, cleanly bisecting a creature that had been silently pouncing down from the ceiling. The remains of the creature, which resembled a giant lizard sliced in half, crashed heavily to the floor. Levi turned around to find dozens of bizarre, humanoid organisms already gathering outside the doorway. They moved on all fours, clinging to the walls like geckos. Their hands and feet had mutated into razor-sharp talons, and their skin had burst open from the sheer pressure of their swelling muscles, exposing raw tissue dripping with dark blood. "Can't say I haven't seen something like this before," Levi remarked, tucking the document securely away before facing the distorted aberrations. As expected, the further down we go, the more these things evolve compared to ordinary zombies. Since that's the case, I shouldn't waste any more time. While speaking, Levi drew the Persuader and the Punisher from his waist. Time to pick up the pace. A massive explosion shattered the wall. A colossal, one-armed giant of a monster charged straight at Levi. Deep within the cavernous depths of the mine, the reigning silence was shattered. Accompanied by the roaring pressure of a violent blast, the stone wall blew outward. Amidst the billowing smoke, Levi and his automaton shot forth one after the other, plunging straight down into the abyss. Behind them, dozens of evolved, mutated creatures howled and flailed their limbs as they leaped down in hot pursuit. Roar! Completely disregarding the lethal risk of the fall, the monsters shrieked at their retreating prey. Levi remained entirely unfazed. Raising both hands, he aimed squarely at the creatures pursuing him from above and pulled the triggers. A rapid succession of gunshots rang out. The spinning bullets tore through the air, effortlessly piercing the heads of the monsters and blowing them to pieces one by one. Levi's figure then blurred, swapping places with the puppet bird. Reappearing directly above the headless corpses that had lost all ability to resist, he planted a foot firmly against a falling body to shift his momentum. Simultaneously, the Reaper doll swung its massive scythe, shredding the remaining monsters in his immediate vicinity into minced meat. Right at that moment, a long, whip-like tongue shot out like a lightning bolt, aiming straight for Levi's throat in an attempt to strangle him. Yet almost instantaneously, Levi vanished in a flash of shadow. The Reaper doll materialized in front of the incoming tongue, its scythe hacking downward. A flurry of cold blade light reduced the thick, python-like tongue to ribbons. The massive, one-armed beast bellowed as it lost its balance from having its tongue severed. Colliding into the surrounding alien species, it extended its remaining arm to claw at the Reaper doll. Compared to the muscular limb Levi had severed earlier, this arm appeared bizarrely thin, emaciated, and unnaturally contorted. Before it could connect, a small mechanical bird flapped its wings and darted directly in front of the monster's eyes. The fluttering of its deep blue silk wings completely obstructed the beast's vision, and in the next instant, those wings dissolved into a black coat and a waiting gun barrel. Levi gripped the Punisher tightly, aimed at the center of the monster's head, and squeezed the trigger. The .50 caliber round tore through the air like a cannonball, blasting straight through the monster's basketball-sized skull and ruthlessly reducing it to a shower of fragments. With its brain destroyed, the heavy carcass lost all residual strength and tumbled limply into the dark abyss below. It fell all the way to the bottom. A series of heavy thuds resonated as dozens of corpses rained down from above, smashing into the floor at the base of the mining shaft and turning into piles of broken flesh. Finally, Levi's figure flickered, and he touched down onto the ground as silently as a specter. Phew, safely down. Levi reached up to adjust the brim of his hat, then cast his gaze toward his surroundings. The area was shrouded in absolute darkness. It wasn't merely a lack of light, Levi could distinctly feel a bizarre, malevolent energy radiating through the space. It was this very power that generated a thick, black fog that conventional illumination could not pierce. It looks like we've finally reached the very bottom. The bottom of the abyss was far darker than anyone could have imagined. Even the piercing glare of the searchlights above could not penetrate the shroud. Looking around, Levi could only discern faint, hazy silhouettes shifting like ghosts in the dark. Fortunately, Levi had come prepared. He reached down and turned on the gas lamp at his waist. A warm, yellow glow flared to life, driving back the surrounding shadows. Whether it was just his imagination or reality, the moment the light appeared, the darkness seemed to retreat, rippling backward like a wave. An illusion? Forget it, he would treat it as one. What else could he do? Draw his gun and shoot at the dark. Levi composed himself and carefully examined his surroundings. Compared to the upper levels where corpses littered the ground, this area was remarkably clean. Aside from the zombies that had plummeted from above, there were no bodies. It made sense, given that this was the original source of the infection. Anyone who had fallen ill here would have returned to the quarters to rest long ago. The only things left were piles of excavated earth and various pieces of digging and transport equipment. It looked entirely ordinary. Standing at the very bottom, looking at the mounds of dirt, the shovels and tools scattered about, and the mechanical equipment nearby, it felt exactly like a regular, run-of-the-mill construction site. But when he remembered that this 3-kilometer-deep pit had been dug by tens of thousands of people over several decades. It was a modern-day manifestation of the foolish old man who moved mountains. Though Levi was not a native of the Empire, he had to admit that the Empire was truly impressive. A 3-kilometer pit. If this had been a mountain, they would have completely leveled it. No wonder the citizens of the Empire looked down their noses at everyone else. Other nations couldn't pull off a feat like this, but they could. It was undeniably magnificent. It was also no wonder that other nations viewed the Empire as if it were a malicious dragon. If the Empire was capable of doing something this monumental, what would they do to their neighbors? It was terrifying to contemplate. If they didn't bring the Empire down soon, they would be the ones facing total destruction. Of course, understanding their perspective did not mean Levi sympathized with them. In his original world, Levi had been a citizen of a powerful nation, surrounded by small, petty neighboring countries that constantly acted like clowns, wishing for nothing more than his homeland to dissolve and explode into oblivion, believing it was their only way to survive. Should his nation really lower itself to please them just to keep them happy? How could that ever happen? The only proper response was to beat them into submission, ensuring they remembered who was master. Small nations with petty minds were hardly worth mentioning. In that regard, Levi felt the Empire suited his temperament quite well. Furthermore, he was living a comfortable life here now. He had wealth, fame, and status. Aside from occasionally doing grueling work for MI7 that felt like a never-ending cycle of long hours, his life was quite pleasant. With the Empire currently undergoing a grand revival and Her Majesty the Queen proving to be a wise ruler, staying here was far better than trying his luck elsewhere. The immediate issue, however, was finding the root of the problem. Musing over the current state of the Empire, Levi began to pace around the area. He could feel something in the surrounding shadows, constantly watching his every move. If this were a horror film, it would be the monster's perspective, hiding behind an obstacle, staring intently at the protagonist. But as long as the entity didn't show itself, Levi paid it no mind. He knew the creature would eventually lose its patience and rush out. With his eyes scanning the perimeter, Levi began a slow search for clues. The supplies used for the work wouldn't be kept too far away. Since these items were meant for daily use at the site, it made no sense to lock them in a distant warehouse where retrieving them would be a hassle. Levi walked toward the edge of the construction area and soon spotted several wooden crates stacked along one side of a passage. A few of them had already been pried open, with crowbars left lying nearby. If he wasn't mistaken, this had to be it. Levi walked over to the wooden crates, inspected them thoroughly, and pulled out his notebook to cross-reference the serial numbers. Yes, these were the ones. Judging by their placement, these crates had been opened and put to use immediately after being transported to the bottom. The question was, what exactly was inside them? Levi peered into a crate. Inside were large, oval containers that resembled some kind of gas cylinder. Some were open, while others remained sealed. Levi didn't work in engineering, so he had no idea what these items were used for, and there was currently no way to contact Sister Elizabeth. While cameras existed in this era, they weren't compact, they were heavy, bulky, and massive apparatuses that Levi refused to haul around. Yet these containers were so large that hauling one back would be a nightmare. His physical strength was currently only at the level of an ordinary human, and the elevator was broken. The objects were larger than standard gas cylinders, dragging one back up would exhaust him completely. More importantly, if this item truly was the source of the evil, wouldn't dragging it along just spread the plague the entire way? Ultimately, Levi made a decision: he would draw it. He couldn't risk bringing anything physical back up, since there was no telling what kind of contamination might be on the surface. Levi might be immune, but others would likely collapse the moment they came near. The best course of action was to sketch the scene, bring the drawings to Sister Elizabeth, and let her evaluate them to see if any useful information could be gleaned. Levi possessed decent skill in art. Though he wasn't a grandmaster, his realistic style was more than adequate for an accurate depiction. Setting the gas lamp down beside him, he opened his notebook to a blank page and began sketching the canister before him. As he drew, Levi began to notice that something was amiss with the container. Sketching from life always worked this way. Normally, when you looked at an apple, it just seemed like an ordinary apple. But when you sat down to draw it, you suddenly noticed a blemish here or a patch of uneven color there. That was exactly what Levi experienced as he sketched the canister. Initially, he thought the exterior was merely rough. But as the lines took shape under his pencil, he realized it wasn't a matter of simple roughness, there appeared to be some kind of pattern or emblem engraved upon the surface. This was getting interesting. Levi set down his notebook and stared intently at the container once more, spotting the trick. There was indeed a design on the canisters, but it was a composite image. To put it simply, a portion of the pattern was engraved on 3 separate canisters. Unless they were lined up together, the full image could not be discerned. Levi hadn't noticed it at first, merely thinking the markings looked strange. But after scanning the trio together, he realized the pattern strongly resembled the all-seeing eye. Yes, it resembled it, but it wasn't an exact match. It was common knowledge that the symbol of the all-seeing eye consisted of an eye enclosed within a triangle. This pattern followed that structure, but the eye itself was not human. It looked more like the eye of a beast, a wide, vertical slit pupil surrounded by distorted, radiating lines that resembled twisted solar flares. What on earth was this? Levi's expression turned grave. He knew exactly how sacred and serious the all-seeing eye was in this world. In the past, anyone who drew the all-seeing eye incorrectly would be branded a heretic and sent straight to the stake. While things weren't quite so extreme now, intentionally defacing or distorting the holy symbol was still an offense punishable by imprisonment. Who would dare display such a blasphemous thing so openly? Could this be connected to the plague? Whoosh! Just as Levi's mind was racing with questions, the surrounding darkness suddenly began to churn. At the same moment, he felt the direction of the wind shift abruptly. It felt as though a massive whale was swimming nearby, even a slight flick of its tail was enough to kick up a violent wave in the ocean. RO. This was bad. The flame of the gas lamp began to flicker and sway wildly. The darkness advanced toward Levi like a swelling tide, pressing closer and closer. In that split second, Levi made his choice. Run. Rumble. The entire rune's mind gave a sudden, violent shudder. Seen from above, the dark shadows below resembled a roaring, colossal wave, churning, swirling, and howling through the abyss. Holy hell, good thing I was a step ahead. Standing at the edge of the upper cliff, Levi stared down into the churning black mist below, drawing a sharp breath. Although he had been using soul sight to monitor his surroundings, he truly hadn't seen anything just moments ago. He had relied entirely on the instincts he had forged through countless life-or-death experiences to sense that something was wrong, prompting him to decisively back away. Fortunately, before descending, Levi had placed several spiritual markers along the path. The moment he sensed danger, he executed a shadow swap, instantly extracting himself from the dark pit floor. Looking down at the wildly shifting shadows, Levi felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness he had retreated quickly, or he might have been wiped out down there. Though he didn't know what kind of entity was hiding within those shadows, it certainly wasn't anything ordinary. Whatever the case, he had absolutely no intention of fighting such a thing in single combat. With no clear intelligence on the enemy and no understanding of what the entity even was, Levi wasn't foolish enough to commit such a blunder. If all else failed, he would just blow the entire place to kingdom come. Of course, that was a matter for later. His immediate priority was to return as quickly as possible, lest Sister Elizabeth report him as killed in action, which would be truly absurd. Going up was much easier than coming down. Levi had left a trail of markers all along the route. After recalling his puppets, he used Shadow Swap repeatedly, returning to the top 10 levels in no time. When the personnel there learned of his safe return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Levi was soon reunited with Sister Elizabeth. Thank goodness you are safe, Mr. Levi. Seeing Levi return completely unharmed, Sister Elizabeth let out a long breath of relief. We lost communication midway, which worried me deeply. What happened down there? I was ambushed, and the communication lines were severed, leaving me unable to report. And you came back immediately after that? No, I still went down to the very bottom, and I actually found some clues. As he spoke, Levi pulled out his notebook and the sketches he had tucked away, explaining his deductions to Sister Elizabeth. As she listened to his analysis, Sister Elizabeth's expression grew increasingly grim. Are you saying someone deliberately spread the plague here? Exactly. I found these items in the underground mining area. Levi presented his sketch of the container to Sister Elizabeth, who took it and examined the drawing closely. This is a pressure cylinder, used to replenish the steam pressure for engineering machinery once it runs low. However, as she spoke, Sister Elizabeth's gaze locked onto the pattern drawn on the side of the paper. Where did you find this emblem? Right on the body of the cylinders. It was hidden very cleverly, you couldn't see it on a single surface. It only becomes clear when 3 canisters are lined up together. Do you recognize it? Of course. Facing Levi's question, Sister Elizabeth nodded heavily. This is the mark of the god of disaster, she stated firmly. What kind of nonsense is this god of calamity anyway? It is a blasphemous cult from a long time ago, Sister Elizabeth explained to Levi. They believe that disaster is an inherent part of human progress, a whetstone to temper civilization. To them, calamity is a trial sent to humanity by the Holy Lord, and only by overcoming these trials can mankind truly advance. Doesn't sound too bizarre when you put it that way, Levi remarked after listening. He felt the core philosophy wasn't entirely malicious, it actually carried a strange sort of positive energy. It was exactly as the faith described, humanity only had a future if they endured these disasters. If they failed to survive, they died. That was simply the harsh reality. It is not merely a belief system. If it's not just a belief, what else can they do? Don't tell me they can actually manufacture disasters. Levi cracked a joke, but Elizabeth didn't smile. You aren't serious, are you? According to church records, there is no verified proof that the followers of the God of Calamity possess the power to actively create natural disasters. I thought as much. If these people could artificially trigger earthquakes, tsunamis, or volcanic eruptions, they would be frighteningly powerful. However, whenever a calamity occurs on the continent, these calamity believers will surface to claim responsibility. They declare it to be the Holy Lord's trial for humanity, an ordeal that mankind must endure. Now that was just asking for a beating. A disaster was a disaster at the end of the day, leaving countless casualties in its wake. No matter how one spun it, it was never a good thing. Furthermore, they do intentionally engineer man-made catastrophes. How? According to church archives, their shadow can be found behind several historical plagues. These fanatics would even intentionally infect themselves with a disease, then travel to other cities to spread it. Beyond that, high-ranking calamity believers choose to ignite warfare through various machinations. They have orchestrated several continent-spanning wars from behind the scenes. That wasn't funny at all. What about now? What happened to these cultists? The Holy Lord Church once joined forces with various nations to launch a comprehensive crackdown. At least on the surface, worship of the God of Calamity completely vanished after that. Are you certain this is the symbol of the God of Calamity? Absolutely certain. The mark of Calamity. Elizabeth gave a highly definitive answer, then pointed to the eye in the center of the pattern. The cultists believe the Holy Lord is a trinity consisting of good, evil, and neutrality. Calamity is the manifestation and representative of the Holy Lord's evil side, a necessary evil in this world. Because of this, the all-seeing eye they draw features a malevolent, beast-like pupil. This is precisely what makes them so troublesome. They know full well that what they do is evil, but they do not believe it is wrong. They view it as a necessary sacrifice to maintain the balance of the world. Well, compared to hypocrites who try to beautify their actions, straightforward villains are indeed more troublesome. When normal people did bad things, they usually looked for an excuse, claiming they had no choice. This lot didn't even bother to act. They straight up told you they were here to ruin your day, inviting you to kill them if you could. What was even more sickening was that even if you killed them, they would die with a look of utter fulfillment, as if they had successfully done their duty. After all, forcing humanity to overcome disaster was the foundational logic of their faith. Perhaps these cultists truly believed they were the kindling fueling the bright flame of human civilization. New OE. They committed atrocities worthy of demons, yet their consciences remained perfectly clear, driven by a self-sacrificing willpower to dedicate themselves to human progress. It was genuinely repulsive. Speaking of which, back when I was in Steel City, that Luddite leader also said some rather interesting things. Something about how both thunder and rain are blessings from the Holy Lord. After listening to Elizabeth's explanation, Levi suddenly recalled the leader of the rioters he had encountered inside the central data tower of Steel City. After being captured, the man had screamed and shouted all sorts of incoherent nonsense. Looking back at it now through the lens of Elizabeth's information, something felt distinctly off. The Luddites are highly likely to be puppets pushed forward by the Calamity believers. That would not be surprising. Elizabeth appeared quite calm about the matter. The former followers of the God of Calamity maintained countless ties with various anti-government organizations. Helping other groups attack and destabilize human society could be considered their daily routine. Well. No wonder they had been ruthlessly suppressed. What ruler wouldn't despise a terrorist organization that carried out indiscriminate attacks while wrapping themselves in a high and mighty ideology? Of course, according to Elizabeth's logic, those fanatics wouldn't view the Luddites' destruction of steam machinery as holding human civilization back. Instead, they would plausibly argue that if humanity couldn't even overcome an obstacle like Luddism, then the Industrial Revolution was nothing more than a joke. If he ever encountered these Calamity believers in the future, it would be best to just kill them on the spot. Leaving them alive would only bring harm. There is another issue. There are some mutated creatures down below that are very difficult to handle. More troublesome than the ordinary risen dead. Yes. Levi gave Elizabeth a brief description of the zombie variants he had encountered, causing her brow to furrow. Though I guessed mutations would occur, I did not expect them to happen so quickly. Have you found a way to cure the plague? Not yet. Elizabeth shook her head. We have employed several healing methods, but none have proven very effective. What kind of healing meth? Never mind, you'd better not tell me. Hearing Elizabeth's explanation, Levi knit his brows in deep thought. Right at that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Mission activated, healing and saving lives. Mission objective, cure the plague and eliminate the source of infection. What in the world? Staring at the objective before him, Levi was completely bewildered. He was a detective, not a doctor. The system wanted him to cure people. The only medical skill he currently possessed was the diagnosis ability he had obtained during the courtesan killer case. But right now, a mere diagnosis was useless. What he needed was a cure. The core problem was that Levi hadn't been a medical student in his original world, he knew absolutely nothing about medicine. Not to mention, the medical science of this world was an entirely different beast compared to his old world. In Levi's world, what doctor would dare force a patient to drink mercury? Wait a minute. Just as Levi was inwardly criticizing the system for being blind, a sudden realization struck him. The system only activated missions for supernatural, anomalous incidents. Which meant the method to cure this plague didn't belong to the realm of science, it belonged to the unscientific. Could it be like an RPG game, where the plague was caused by a specific boss, and killing that boss would automatically cure the disease? At that moment, Levi recalled the unknown entity he had seen swimming at the bottom of the pit. Surely the system didn't expect him to go and solo that thing by himself. Besides, the concept of a disease instantly vanishing upon a boss's death was something that only happened in video games. Surely reality didn't work that way. Miss Elizabeth, Levi composed his thoughts and looked toward her. Do you think this plague is normal? I am not sure I understand what you mean, Mr. Levi. Elizabeth looked somewhat surprised by the question. I mean, do the transmission paths and mutations of this plague align with normal medical laws? Strictly speaking, not quite. Elizabeth still didn't fully grasp Levi's angle, but she answered honestly. The outbreak, infection, and spread of this plague happened far too quickly, yet it remained incredibly covert. How so? Elizabeth provided a detailed breakdown, and Levi gradually understood her point. According to her, viruses generally fell into two categories, mild or virulent. A mild virus had a long incubation period and caused illness slowly. A virulent virus had a short incubation period and erupted rapidly. For instance, if it were a virulent virus, the workers down below would have died off completely before anyone could even react. But if that happened, the source of infection would burn out. After all, if everyone was dead, who was left to infect? Conversely, a mild virus would need to infect a massive number of hosts before causing large-scale fatalities. Yet, this particular virus was bizarre. It possessed the high infectivity and stealth of a mild virus, but it erupted with the lethal force of a virulent one. Simply put, when it wasn't active, no major issues could be detected. People merely felt as though they had caught a minor cold. However, once it triggered, the transition from falling ill to dying took less than a day, followed by an immediate transformation into a zombie. In Elizabeth's view, the virus was incredibly unnatural. It showed no symptoms during incubation, yet progressed at terrifying speed upon breaking out. Furthermore, there was no predictable timeline for when it would trigger. What was even more eerie was that according to Elizabeth's findings, the further an infected individual was from the containment zone, the later the virus erupted. It was almost as if the virus was intentionally delaying its onset, waiting for the host to carry it out of the containment area to infect more people. It was only because Elizabeth had acted decisively to completely quarantine the entire rune mining area and forbid anyone from leaving, combined with the fact that the elites living above the 10th layer were terrified of death and stayed far away, that a semblance of order had been maintained. Otherwise, infected individuals might have carried the virus all the way to Mist City without ever showing symptoms along the journey. What kind of virus behaved like this? Could this even be called a virus? Actually, listening to Elizabeth's description, Levi realized he had seen this exact strategy before. He had even played games like this. You develop transmission and stealth first, then dump all your points into lethality at the very end. Who wouldn't understand that strategy? The god of calamity couldn't possibly be a casual gamer, could he? Still, as for a solution. Levi pondered for a moment before looking back at Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth, I have an idea that might just be able to treat this plague. Levi proceeded to explain his hypothesis to Elizabeth. By the time he finished, she was completely stunned. Are you serious, Mr. Levi? Didn't you say the transmission of this plague defies science? What if this isn't a scientific problem at all? Are you suggesting this is some kind of dark witchcraft, a curse? It's worth a try. Who knows, it might actually work. Beyond that, it's not like you have any other options right now, do you? It was certainly better than bloodletting or feeding people mercury. Elizabeth fell into a long silence. Finally, making up her mind, she looked at Levi and nodded. Very well, Mr. Levi. As you said, we have no other alternatives at the moment. Perhaps, it is worth a try. In the rune mining area, there were also churches. Although the Holy Lord Church had been brought under the control of the Puritan sect following the Empire's strict crackdowns, there still had to be at least a couple of churches left. After all, what kind of religion would it be if it didn't even have a church? Naturally, in the upper levels of the rune mining area, there was a church situated within a cavern. But unlike those in other places, because it was built inside a cave, the entire church was shrouded in darkness. Only burning torches and braziers illuminated this massive holy temple. Behind the church, Levi stood watching Sister Elizabeth ahead of him. She was still wearing her jet-black nun's habit, her hands gripping the all-seeing eye tightly as she knelt on the ground with her eyes closed. Before her stood a stout, heavy-set father who looked as though he could barely walk from overeating. Even the crimson robe he wore clung tightly to his frame. Right now, he was holding his hands high, muttering under his breath before the altar, then picking up the incense and candles beside him to wave them in continuous circles. Great and all-knowing Holy Lord, I beseech your grace here, longing for your benevolence. Please send down your infinite and mighty power to purify our souls and bodies. As he spoke, the father swung the incense and candles, praying in a low voice. Sister Elizabeth merely knelt behind him, whispering to herself, though it was impossible to tell what she was saying. After a short while, the father set down the incense and candles, let out a sigh of relief, turned around, and nodded to Sister Elizabeth. The blessing is complete, Sister Elizabeth. Thank you, Father. Sister Elizabeth stood up and performed a religious salute to the priest. You are welcome, it is my duty. It is just. At that point, the father could not help but look back at the altar. Will this really work? All we can do now is pray for the Holy Lord's guidance. Sister Elizabeth did not answer his question directly. She simply spoke quietly, walked to the altar, picked up the items placed there, and walked back to Levi's side. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Levi. No, it is fine. It is my first time seeing a blessing ceremony, and it is rather interesting. You heard the father's question. Are you certain this will actually work? If my deduction is correct, and if that priest himself is indeed a qualified clergyman. Levi glanced at the beer-bellied father not far away. Yes, I think it should be effective. Probably. Sister Elizabeth looked down at the tray in her hands and the medicine vials resting on it. Frankly, even as a nun, she had never expected such a proposal from Levi. Or rather, she had never considered that things could be done this way. But regardless, they had to give it a try now. NES. Carrying the vials, Sister Elizabeth arrived at the hospital, which was naturally overcrowded by now. Coughs and groans of agony could be heard from time to time, and even the doctors and nurses looked sallow and gaunt, appearing no different from the patients they cared for. Sister Elizabeth. Seeing Sister Elizabeth appear, a doctor hurriedly ran over. How is the situation? We need a massive amount of supplies, and regarding the treatment. Regarding the treatment, well. Hearing the doctor's inquiry, Sister Elizabeth's expression turned complex, and she lowered her head. We have just discovered a new treatment and want to try it out to see if it is effective. A new treatment? Is it a new medicine? As he spoke, the doctor peered toward the liquid on the tray in her hands, while the latter subtly shifted her gaze away. Something like that. In short, let us proceed as usual and have those in critical condition try it first. All right, I will go prepare immediately. The doctor failed to notice Sister Elizabeth's evasiveness and ran off excitedly to make preparations. Sister Elizabeth sighed and walked into the adjacent ward. Soon, a patient was quickly wheeled inside. The man's face was flushed crimson, his eyes listless, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This is a patient whose condition deteriorated rapidly today. His high fever will not recede, his consciousness is completely incoherent, and his current diagnosis indicates he has reached the final stage. Although the report made it sound straightforward, Sister Elizabeth knew that if left alone, the patient would stop breathing within a few hours and transform into a risen dead. Therefore, if they wanted to save him, there was only one way. Give me a syringe. Yes, sister. A nearby nurse quickly handed the syringe to Sister Elizabeth. The nun took it, drew the liquid from the vial into the chamber, and approached the patient. Ugh, ah. By now, the patient's eyes were rolling back as he groaned continuously. Sister Elizabeth closed her eyes, let out a soft sigh, and then firmly drove the needle into the patient's arm, depressing the plunger to inject the liquid inside. Once the injection was complete, Sister Elizabeth withdrew the needle and stared intently at the patient. Ugh, ah. At first, there seemed to be no change in the patient, but very quickly, his entire body began to convulse violently. Ah! The patient's body thrashed wildly like a fish on dry land. Seeing this, the doctors and nurses did not dare to step forward at all. Then, fresh blood began to seep from the patient's nostrils, ears, and mouth, while his struggles grew increasingly violent. Is it really a failure after all? Witnessing this, Sister Elizabeth sighed silently in her heart. To treat the plague, they had already tried various methods, including injecting patients with elements highly famous in the current medical world like radium and thorium, and even radon gas, but all had yielded negligible results. Now it seemed that even Mr. Levi's whimsical idea. Blarg. However, just as Sister Elizabeth was lost in thought, the patient suddenly wrenched his head to the side and began to vomit copiously. An unparalleled stench wafted through the room, causing a wave of dizziness even through their medical masks. This prompted the others to scramble out of the treatment room, not daring to spare another glance. Before long, the patient seemed to finish vomiting and collapsed onto the bed, motionless. Just as everyone was considering whether they should prepare a body bag, the man slowly raised his head. Doctor. I am so thirsty. What? Hearing the patient's slurred words, Sister Elizabeth was stunned for a moment. Then, braving the foul odor, she hurriedly walked inside, approached the patient, and observed him carefully. The patient's face was deathly pale and soaked in sweat, looking as though he had just survived a catastrophic illness. However, the high fever that had been threatening to incinerate his body had vanished completely, and even his breathing had stabilized significantly. The patient has regained consciousness. No way, how is that possible? Hearing Sister Elizabeth's exclamation, the other doctors and nurses were thoroughly shocked and rushed back inside. Quick, measure his temperature and perform a diagnosis immediately. He appears very weak right now. Hey, quickly transfer him to an isolated ward. Place him under full quarantine observation. The medical staff immediately leaped into action. Although they still did not understand how he had been cured, knowing that this terrifying plague could actually be treated was more than enough for them. Sister Elizabeth. This is magnificent. How on earth did you manage this? Looking at the ecstatic doctor before her, Sister Elizabeth opened her mouth, but in the end, she merely gripped the all-seeing eye against her chest. All of this is a blessing from the Holy Lord. That was all she could say. Upon learning that the liquid was effective, the entire hospital swung into action. Sister Elizabeth remained to help out for a long time, only leaving the hospital once the first batch of the liquid was entirely depleted. When she stepped out of the hospital gates, she spotted Levi standing not far away, staring down into the distance of the rune mining area. He seemed to notice her arrival. Before she could even speak, Levi inquired, "How is the situation?" "The patients injected with the liquid have all had their fevers recede. Though their bodies are still quite weak, the plague is at least no longer a threat to them." Sister Elizabeth walked to Levi's side, gazing at the mine complex ahead. "I really did not expect your method to actually work. How did you ever think of it?" "It is simple. I just thought about it logically." Levi chuckled in response to her question. The solution he proposed was quite simple. Since this plague virus seemed to be related to that god of disaster, he would simply fight fire with fire. If the enemy used a deity's curse, he would use a deity's healing. The Holy Lord Church was a religious institution after all, surely they couldn't be so incompetent that they didn't know how to create holy water and perform blessings. That was obviously impossible. In fact, that liquid wasn't some advanced medicine at all, it was pure saline solution. Fortunately, saline solution existed in this world, though what left Levi speechless was that people here didn't use it for medical treatments. Instead, they treated it like a functional energy drink similar to Red Bull. To put it bluntly, if someone didn't have time to eat, they would just hook themselves up to a bottle of saline. With a saline drip, going without food or water for a few days was no problem at all. Yes, that was how people recommended it. Salt could be used for purification in religious rituals, and salt was often added to holy water to signify the destruction of filth and the creation of pure holy water. Therefore, a saline solution was barely acceptable as a base. The next step was simply to have a priest or bishop perform a blessing over it to turn it into holy water, and then inject it into the patient's bodies. "I am different from you, Miss Elizabeth. I am a detective, and a detective's job is to solve problems. As for how the problem is solved, that is a different matter altogether." Actually, Levi had only been testing a theory. Since the virus had been enhanced by an evil god, shouldn't using holy water counter it perfectly? Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, the empire worshipped the Holy Lord. Since the deity enjoyed the incense and faith of the people, it had to show some results. Who would have thought it would actually work? Frankly speaking, although Levi appeared calm and unbothered on the surface, he was just as astonished as Sister Elizabeth in his heart. "I just made something up on the spot, and it actually worked. This really is entirely unscientific. I will contact Mist City immediately to report this matter. Having the churches back in Mist City produce a massive amount of holy water should be enough for our needs." The rune mining area only had one small church, which wouldn't be enough even if it operated 24 hours a day. Mist City had far more churches, making it much more convenient to conduct mass blessings of holy water. By the way, have those who perform the blessings write their names on the bottles. If any bottle turns out to be ineffective, we will instantly know who the heretics are. Hearing Levi's insidious suggestion, Sister Elizabeth was left momentarily speechless. Only then did she realize a critical issue. This was not just a crisis for the rune mining area, it was an existential crisis for the Empire's Holy Lord Church. In the past, everyone sang praises to the Holy Lord, and it was impossible to tell who truly possessed faith. After all, one could never know what lay hidden in a person's heart, and no one could read minds. But now, things were simple. If you truly believed in the Holy Lord, the holy water you blessed would be effective. If you lacked faith, your blessing would naturally fail. Sister Elizabeth could already imagine that when this news reached Mist City, the entire upper echelon of the Holy Lord Church would probably explode with chaos. In a more severe scenario, it might even trigger a massive purge and reshuffling of power. However, what did that have to do with her? She was just a nun, after all. "I will go make the contact now. Remember to request more reinforcements. The source of infection is still down below, and we need more military strength." Levi still remembered the massive black shadow wandering at the bottom of the pit. Although he didn't know what kind of entity it was, a concentrated barrage of firepower should be enough to give it a hard time. The prerequisite was having enough men. Understood. Sister Elizabeth departed quickly, leaving Levi standing in place. He stared down toward the distant bottom of the mining pit with lingering questions, then shook his head helplessly and muttered under his breath. "This really is entirely unscientific." The Empire moved with impressive speed. Only a few days after Elizabeth delivered her report to Mist City, massive quantities of holy water were transported directly to the rune mining area. Along with the supplies came a fully armed military force. Unsurprisingly, Levi spotted Henry among the ranks. Of course, the team had not been idle during the days leading up to the Empire's arrival. The corpulent father had spent every single day praying and producing holy water in the church, losing nearly 5 kilograms in the process. When Levi saw him again, the priest's red robes, which had once stretched tight across his frame, hung loosely around him. Though visibly exhausted, the priest was filled with excitement. After all, having spent his entire life worshipping the Holy Lord, this was likely his very first time witnessing the divine power with his own eyes. Most of the holy water produced by the father was administered to the patients on the 30th layer. Elizabeth had found a way to vaporize the remainder, channeling it directly into every lower floor through the ventilation shafts. In an underground mine, such ventilation systems were absolutely vital. Levi took some time to inspect the lower levels. The symptoms of most of the infected had eased, though breathing the vaporized solution was naturally less effective than a direct injection. Of course, the scarcity of the available holy water also limited its impact. The rune mining area was not built to produce medical supplies, and saline solution was not something that could be sourced just anywhere. Long time no see, Captain. Upon his arrival, Henry immediately reported to Levi. The Royal Navy 13th Marine Corps reporting for duty. You already know the specifics of the situation. Of course. That is precisely why they deployed us. Henry nodded. Their primary objective here was to completely eradicate the risen dead currently roaming the lower mining zones. Unlike a typical RPG game, holy water did not inflict catastrophic damage on these zombies, or perhaps the concentration simply was not high enough to obliterate them outright. While the main tunnels of these mines were relatively spacious for humans, attempting to bring a mecha down here would be impossible, it wouldn't even have room to turn around. Steam mech soldiers, however, were a different story. They possessed heavy firepower and thick armor, yet their physical dimensions remained well within what the mine shafts could accommodate. They were the perfect counter for these zombies. Had the Empire not feared the spread of the infection earlier, they would have deployed them long ago. Now that the threat of infection was resolved, the remaining problems were no longer obstacles. Very well. Remember, our primary adversary is entrenched at the very bottom. The target is massive. Did you bring heavy artillery? We brought heavy weaponry, but... Henry frowned slightly. Discharging heavy artillery inside a mine shaft. Won't that risk a structural collapse? Of course it will. That is exactly why we need your expertise. Regardless of the risk, the source of the plague must be eliminated. If the lower levels collapse. If they collapse. Then they collapse. What else can we do? Levi remained entirely nonchalant. He was simply stating a practical truth. If it caved in, they would just have to dig it out again. Since the miners here had already managed to excavate a 3,000-meter abyss, a little more digging wouldn't hurt. It was far better than leaving a scourge behind to cause further disaster. From this point onward, the battlefield belonged to technology. Thousands of steam mech soldiers boarded mine carts in successive waves, descending to the various mining zones below the 50th layer to ruthlessly purge the remaining zombies. Although Levi had previously cleared a path using his puppets, he had only carved out a single route without clearing the zombies from every individual floor. He had neither the time nor the inclination for such a chore. These steam mech soldiers, however, were tasked with sweeping every single level to ensure not a single zombie remained. Afterward, the corpses would be hauled to the incinerators to be completely reduced to ash. Thus, the battle commenced within the cramped confines of the mine pits. With ample supplies secured, Elizabeth initiated another comprehensive cleansing of the entire mine network. Vaporized holy water surged through the pipes, completely filling the tunnels. The density of the mist made Levi feel as though he were sitting inside a sauna. Though the humidity was uncomfortable, the results were undeniable. The zombies, already sluggish by nature, began to convulse as if struck by electricity upon encountering the vapor. Even the mutated variants Levi had previously encountered became utterly listless, looking thoroughly diseased. The tables had turned, now it was the monsters' turn to cough and sputter fluid as they struggled against humanity. This environmental advantage made combating the creatures remarkably simple. In fact, Levi spent most of his time casually walking behind Henry, watching with supreme comfort as the steam mech soldiers operated like mobile turrets, relentlessly blasting every zombie and monster in their path into unrecognizable fragments. Levi's only role was to occasionally activate his soul sight to provide a wall-hack perspective, warning the squad about creatures hiding behind the stone walls. Even a monster with arms thick enough to shatter solid rock was no match for the heavy machinery. On several occasions, Levi watched such beasts charge blindly from the other side of a tunnel, only to be torn into a bloody paste by a merciless hail of bullets. Naturally, if a particularly durable specimen appeared, Levi did not mind stepping in to deliver a clean headshot with his firearm. Having a large army at one's disposal truly made all the difference. Strolling through the mine pits while listening to the gunfire echoing from all directions, Levi stretched contentedly. Notions of solo heroism and small team adventures were utterly overrated. The truly effective method was simply to call for overwhelming reinforcements, deploy an entire military corps, and conduct a thorough sterilization. All he had to do was follow along, enjoy a leisurely stroll, and collect his rewards. It really put into perspective how absurd it was in standard RPG games where only a small hero party would dare to enter a demon king's labyrinth. If a villain explicitly intended to destroy the world, the rational response would be to assemble a massive army and blast the entire stronghold to Kingdom Come. Then again, perhaps doing so would leave the chosen hero with no purpose. Still, Levi reflected that if he were the hero, he would much prefer having a massive horde of meat shields in front of him rather than walking alone into the jaws of death. Captain, the 120th layer has been completely cleared. While Levi was killing time pondering these idle thoughts, Henry's voice brought him back to reality. Levi snapped out of his reverie and turned to face him. Have we secured the power room? Everything is functional. A few power lines were damaged, but repairs are complete. Excellent. Are the searchlights in position? Yes, sir. Then prepare yourselves. Get ready for immediate combat. Understood. With the plague successfully contained, the only remaining issue for Levi was the entity lurking at the very bottom of the abyss. He still had no idea what the creature actually was, he only knew it was immense and highly dangerous. Levi was not foolish enough to lead his men blindly into pitch-black darkness. He had already coordinated a plan with Elizabeth to mount searchlights on the 120th layer. If the light could pierce the shadow, all the better. If the darkness proved impenetrable, then they would simply have a reconnaissance airship dump a massive payload of holy water from above to sanitize the area first. Additionally, the squads have reported that the number of enemies in the lower tunnels is significantly lower than anticipated. Yes, it is strangely quiet. This was the other detail causing Levi concern. When he had descended previously, the zombies on each floor had been packed shoulder to shoulder. Yet during this descent, the numbers on each level were remarkably sparse, falling far short of the hordes he had encountered before. Furthermore, Levi was absolutely certain he hadn't killed anywhere near that many during his initial run. Tell them to stay alert and maintain caution. Levi walked to the edge of the pit. The steam mech soldiers had already begun setting up light artillery and machine guns along the perimeter. The adjacent searchlights stood ready, and a communications line hung directly from the upper levels, connected to the local transceiver. Engaging in a battle with such thorough preparation was an absolute pleasure. Levi casually picked up a nearby teapot and poured himself a cup. Conducting stealth infiltrations behind enemy lines could never match the satisfaction of a systematic, overwhelming advance. The hot tea brought a wave of comfort. He stood up once more, walked to the precipice, and peered into the depths before issuing the command. Turn on the lights. As the command left his lips, the surrounding searchlights instantly ignited, casting brilliant beams of white light straight down into the bottom of the pit. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the shadows at the bottom did not recede. Instead, the darkness remained entirely motionless despite the intense illumination. Viewed from this vantage point, it resembled a pool of stagnant, ink-black water. Evidently, it was never going to be that simple. Levi calmly picked up the receiver and dialed Elizabeth on the upper levels. What is the status? The darkness is not dispersing. Just as I suspected, something is wrong down there. It could be a concentrated accumulation of the plague. Shall we proceed with the secondary phase? Absolutely. Do it. Give this place a thorough disinfection. Moments later, a scout airship slowly descended into the abyss. Once it reached its maximum safe depth, Levi observed the water release valves beneath the vessel swing open. A split second later, a roaring torrent of water erupted like a massive waterfall, plunging downward into the dark void. The deluge cascaded heavily into the abyss, crashing straight into the shadows. Then, the darkness began to churn. A low, resonant sound resembling a clap of thunder reverberated through the cavern. Hearing the noise, Levi's expression instantly turned solemn, and the soldiers around him brought their weapons to bear. The ground began to vibrate violently, as if something massive was about to emerge, or rather, break free from its shell. In the next instant, the darkness fractured. The previously placid shadows erupted outward in a violent explosion, and a massive, grotesque entity surged forth from the depths, striking directly at the airship. Its true form was finally exposed beneath the harsh glare of the searchlights. What in the world? Staring at the creature's true form, Levi stood utterly stupefied, as did the soldiers beside him. It was not a matter of cowardice, the monstrosity simply defied anyone's wildest imagination. In a strict sense, it wasn't even a single organism. Beneath the searchlights, countless zombies were clinging tightly together like a swarm of insects, condensed into a shape resembling a colossal serpent. It raised its head high, unleashing a furious roar as it lunged directly at the airship. The crew on the vessel had clearly not anticipated such an entity. The ship was instantly pierced through, bursting into a fiery explosion. The massive serpent, composed entirely of intertwined zombies, coiled tightly around the wreckage, attempting to drag it completely into the depths. Now Levi knew where all the missing zombies had gone. It was highly probable that Elizabeth's previous holy water disinfection had driven the majority of the horde back to the bottom of the pit, forcing them to fuse into this single entity. Wait, the creature that had lunged at him previously might very well have been this exact monstrosity. It was a good thing he had chosen to retreat earlier. This was simply not an opponent a single person could fight. Levi took a sharp breath before barking out his orders. Fire. Open fire immediately. Destroy that monster. Instantly, the roar of artillery shattered the air.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.